quadrilaterals obtained from the superimposition of a triangular and hexagonal grid. Polychites, plural of polychite. Polylactate, synonym of polylactic acid. Polylactates, plural of polylactate. Polylactic, of or pertaining to a polymer of lactic acid or its derivatives. Polylactic acid, a biodegradable thermoplastic made by polymerization of lactic acid residues. Polylactic acids, plural of polylactic acid. Polylactide, polylactic acid. Polylactides, plural of polylactide. Polylactone, any sometimes cyclic polymer whose monomers are hydroxy acids. Polylactones, plural of polylactone. Polylactosamine, a polysaccharide having lactosamine components. Polylactosamines, plural of polylactosamine. Polylateral, involving multiple parties, including non-state actors. Polylectal, concerning multiple language variants. Polylectic, or relating to an insect, especially a bee which collects pollen from the flowers of a variety of unrelated plants. Polylectic, the condition of being polylectic. Polyledge, an insect that collects pollen from the flowers of a variety of unrelated plants. Polyledges, plural of polyledge. Polylemma, a circumstance in which a choice must be made between multiple options that seem equally undesirable. Polylemmas, plural of polylemma. Polylus, without any polymorph's magical transformations. Polyleucine, any polypeptide or segment of a protein consisting of leucine moieties only. Polyleucines, plural of polyleucine. Polyligated, of an atom ligated to two or more other atoms. Polyligation, ligation to two or more atoms. Polyline, a continuous line composed of one or more line segments. Polylineal, describing any of several stylistic or expressive devices, especially in contemporary Western calligraphy, employing repetition of words or phrases. Polylineality, the quality of having or being composed of many lines. Polylinear, involving many linear functions. Polylinearities, plural of polylinearity. Polylinearity, the condition of being polylinear. Polylines, plural of polyline. Polylingual, of or pertaining to multiple languages, multilingual. Polylingualism, multilingualism. Polylinguist, a person who is fluent in numerous languages. Polylinguists, plural of polylinguists. Polylinker, a short sequence of DNA containing several restriction enzyme recognition sites that is contained in cloning vectors. Polylinkers, plural of polylinker. Polyliteral, relating to polygraphy or ciphering, cryptographic. Polylith, a prehistoric monument consisting of many stones. Polylithid, having a massive, mutable structure that permits individual variations. Polylithianite, a phyllosilicate mineral composed of potassium, lithium, aluminum, silicate fluoride. Polylithianites, plural of polylithianite. Polyliths, plural of polylith. Polylobate, having many lobes. Polylobated, synonym of polylobate. Polylobe, having multiple lobes. Polylobular, involving or relating to multiple lobules. Polylobulated. Having many lobules. Polylogarithm, a function of complex numbers related to logarithms. Polylogarithmic, of or pertaining to a polylogarithm. Polylogarithmically, in a polylogarithmic manner. Polylogarithms, plural of polylogarithm. Polylogies, plural of polylogy. Polylogism, the belief that different groups of people based on race, class, historical era, etc. reason in fundamentally different ways. Polylogist, a proponent of polylogism. Polylogistic, of or relating to polylogism. Polylogists, plural of polylogists. Polylog, relating to a polynomial involving log terms. Polylogs, plural of polylog. Polylog, a speech delivered by several persons. Polylogs, plural of polylog. Polylogy, a set of two or more works of art that are connected, and that can be seen either as a single work or as individual works. They are commonly found in literature, film, or video games. Polyloquent, garrulous, loquacious. Polylysine, a polypeptide or section of a protein consisting only of lysine residues. Polylysynes, plural of polylysyne. Polylysogenic, related to or containing many lysogens. Polymacrocycle, a polymer containing a macrocycle. Polymacrocyclic, consisting of several large rings of atoms. Polynacromonomer, a branched polymer with high density of arms and shape ranging from spherical to non-spherical. Polymalformative, having or characterized by multiple congenital malformations. Polymalform, having multiple congenital malformations. Polymaltose, any polymeric carbohydrate composed of many maltose units. Polymaltoses, plural of polymaltose. Polymania, total insanity as contrasted with monomania. Polymanose, a polysaccharide formed of mannose units. Polymanuronate, a polymeric form of manuronate. Polymanuronates, plural of polymanuronate. Polymanuronic, composed of a polymer of manuronic acid. Polymaster, a fact or condition of having more than two mammae or nipples. Polymastic, of relating to or having polymastia. Palymastid, any sponge in the family Palimastidae. Palimastids, plural of palymastid. Polymastism, the condition of having more than two mammae or breasts. Polymastodon, any mammal of the genus Polymastodon known only as fossils. Polymastodons, plural of polymastodon. Polymastoid, polymastic, polymasti, synonym of polymastia. Polymath, a person with extraordinarily broad and comprehensive knowledge. Polymath, alternative form of polymath. Polymaze, plural of polymate. Polymathic, pertaining to polymathy, acquainted with many branches of learning. Polymathically, in a polymathic way. Polymathus, one versed in many sciences, a person of diverse learning. Polymethists, plural of polymethists. Polymaths, plural of polymath. Polymathy, the knowledge of many arts and sciences, variety of learning. Polymath, any of a group of melampolides found in Polymnia species. Polymatons, plural of polymaton. Polymatrix, of or relating to more than one matrix. Polymatroid, a particular form of polytope. Polymatroid, of or pertaining to a polymatroid. Polymatroids, plural of polymatroid. Polymatite, a former sort of typecasting machine that produced a large number of types simultaneously. Polymathypes, plural of polymathi. Polymavirus, misspelling of polyamavirus. Polymasia, synonym of polymastia. Polymedia, media available in multiple forms. Palomedial, pertaining to multiple media. Palomediality, that called it being palomedial. Polymedicate, to medicate with more than one medication. Polymedicated, simple past and past participle of polymedicate. Polymedicates, third person, singular simple present indicative of polymedicate. Polymedicating, present participle and gerund of polymedicate. Medication, medication typically self-medication with many different drugs. Polymagnetism, an abnormally large variation in size of the corneal endothelial cells. Polymelia, a congenital defect characterized by extra limbs. Polymelian, an animal or person that has polymelia. Polymelians, plural of polymelian. Polymelus, having or relating to polymelia. Polymelian. Polymembranous, having many membranes. Polymeniscus, having numerous facets, said of the compound eyes of insects and crustaceans. Polymenorrhagia, a shortening of the menstrual cycle, more frequent periods. Polymenorrhea, menstrual cycles with intervals of 21 days or fewer. Polymenorrhea, alternative form of polymenorrhea. Polymenorrhea, obsolete. Form of polymenorrhea. Polymer, a long or larger molecule consisting of a chain or network of many repeating units, formed by chemically bonding together many identical or similar small molecules called monomers. A polymer is formed by polymerization, the joining of many monomer molecules. Polymerase, any of various enzymes that catalyze the formation of polymers of DNA or RNA using an existing strand of RNA or DNA respectively as a template. Polymerase chain reaction, a technique in molecular biology for creating multiple copies of DNA from a sample, used in genetic fingerprinting, etc. Polymerase chain reactions, plural of polymerase chain reaction. Polymerases, plural of polymerase. Polymerasic, relating to or functioning as a polymerase. Polymercaptan, any polymer having many freethiol groups. They are used to cure epoxy resins. Polymercaptans, plural of polymercaptan. Polymeric, of, relating to, or consisting of a polymer. Examples of such compounds include polyurethane, urethane foams, PVC foams, and styrofoam. Palamag methylene diphenyl diisocyanate, organic chemical compound having more than 2 reactive isocyanate groups, component A in spray polyurethane foam. Palamag methylene diphenyl diisocyanates, plural of palomeric methylene diphenyl diisocyanate. Polymeric sand, a mixture of fine-grained sand and binding additives used to fill the space between pavers. Polymerically, in a polymeric way. Polymericity, the quality or condition of being a polymer. Polymerics, the science and technology of the production of polymers. Polymerid, any fungus of the genus Polymeridium. Polymeride, polymer. Polymerides, plural of polymeride. Polymerids, plural of polymerid. Polymerin, a humic acid-like polymer found in olive mill wastewaters. Polymerizable, alternative spelling of polymerizable. Polymerization, alternative spelling of polymerization. Polymerizations, plural of polymerization, alternative spelling of polymerizations. Polymerize, alternative form of polymerize. Polymerized, simple past and past participle of polymerize. Polymerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of polymerize. Polymerizing, present participle and gerund of polymerize. Polymerism, the state, quality, or relation of two or more polymeric substances. Polymerisms, plural of polymerism. Polymerizabilities, plural of polymerizability. Polymerizability, the state of being polymerizable. Polymerizable, able to be polymerized. Polymerizate, the products of a polymerization reaction, usually a mixture of polymers. Polymerizates, plural of polymerizate. Polymerization, the chemical process, normally with the aid of a catalyst, to form a polymer by bonding together multiple identical units monomers. Polymerizations, plural of polymerization. Polymerize, organic chemistry to convert a monomer to a polymer by polymerization. Polymerize, simple past and past participle of polymerize. Polymerizer, the reaction vessel in which a polymerization reaction takes place. Polymerizers, plural of polymerizer. Polymerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of polymerize. Polymerizing, present participle and gerund of polymerize. Polymer, resembling a polymer. Polymerogenic, forming a polymer. Polymerogenicities, plural of polymerogenicity. Polymerogenicity, the condition of being polymerogenic. Polymeron, polymeric. Polymerosomatus, that has many merosomes. Polymerous, having many parts or members in each sect. Polymers, plural of polymer. Polymersome, a polymer-based liposome. Polymersome, plural of polymersome. Polymery, the condition of being polymeric. Polymeryl, any radical derived from a polymer. Polymeryls, plural of polymeryl. Polymesh, polygon mesh. Polymeshes, plural of polymesh. Polymester, a king of Thrace whose wife was Elene, the eldest daughter of King Priam. Polymetallic, composed of multiple metals. Polymetallism, the use of more than one metal in a system of currency. Polymetamorphic, exhibiting or relating to polymetamorphism. Polymetamorphism, the presence of more than one phase of metamorphism. Polymetamorphisms, plural of polymetamorphism. Polymetamorphos, that has undergone more than one distinct phase of metamorphism. Polymetastasis, plural of polymetastases. Polymetastases, the presence of multiple metastases. Polymetastatic, relating to polymetastases. Polymeter, any of several measuring devices. Polymeters, plural of polymeter. Polymethacrylate, any salt or ester of polymethacrylic acid. Polymethacrylates, plural of polymethacrylate. Polymethacrylate, of or relating to a polymer of methacrylic acid. Polymethacrylic acid, a polymer of methacrylic acid. Polymethine, a compound made up from an odd number of methine groups bound together by alternating single and double bonds. Polymethines, plural of polymethine. Polymethylflavone, any derivative of a flavone that is substituted with many methoxy groups. Polymethylflavones, plural of polymethylflavone. Polymethoxylated, having many methoxyl groups. Polymethyl, any of various polymers whose respective monomer is a methyl derivative, any of various compounds having many methyl groups. Polymethyl acrylate, a polymer of methyl acrylate used as a resin in lacquers, etc. Polymethyl methacrylate, a thermoplastic transparent plastic manufactured by the polymerization of methyl methacrylate, often used in place of glass, it being lighter, softer and not shattering on impact. Polymethyl methiacrylate, a tough transparent thermoplastic polymer of methyl methiacrylate. It is used as a substitute for glass under the proprietary names of Perspex, plexiglass, and lucite. Polymethyl acrylate, polymethyl acrylate, polymethylated, methylated with many methyl groups. Polymethylene, any organic compound having a general formula CHN. Polymethylenes, plural of polymethylene. Polymethyl methacrylate, polymethyl methiacrylate, polymethylpentene, a thermoplastic polymer of methylpentene. Polymethylsiloxane polyhydrate, an enterosorbent used for binding and removing various toxic substances, infectious agents, and metabolites from the gastrointestinal tract. Polymeter, the use of different meters or time signatures either simultaneously or in succession. Polymetric, involving more than one meter. Polymetrical. Polymetric. Polymetrically, in a polymetric way. Polymicrobacterial, relating to many types of microbacteria. Polymicrobial, of or pertaining to multiple types, species of microbes. Polymicrobially, in a polymicrobial manner. Polymicrobe, polymicrobial. Polymicrogyria, a deformity of the brain such that it has an excessive number of small folds causing mental retardation. Polymicrogyric, relating to polymicrogyria. Polymict, containing multiple types of rock. Polymictic, having unstable thermal strata. modification. Polymix, plural of polymic. Polymignite, alternative form of polymignite. Polymignites, plural of polymignite. Polymignite, a mineral consisting of columbate, a compound containing the element niobium and oxides of the cerium group of elements with iron and calcium. Polymignites, plural of polymignite. Polymineral, alternative form of polymineralic. Polymineralic, composed of more than one mineral. Polymitosis, the occurrence of multiple cases of mitosis following meiosis. Polymitotic, of or pertaining to polymitosis. Polymixic, any beard fish in the family Polymixiidae. Polymixids, plural of polymixid. Polymixin, alternative spelling of polymixin. Polymixins, plural of polymixin. Polymester, alternative form of polymester. Polymodal, pertaining to several different forms of sensory information. Polymodalities, plural of polymodality. Polymodality, the use of multiple modes in a piece of music. Polymodally, in a polymodal manner. Polymolecular, of, relating to, involving, or consisting of multiple molecules. Polymolecularities, plural of polymolecularity. Polymolecularity, the state of being polymolecular. Polymolecule, a polymeric molecule. Polymolecules, plural of polymolecule. Polymorbid, synonym of multimorbid. Polymorbidity, synonym of multimorbidity. Polymorph, any organism that shows polymorphism. Polymorph reverse, exhibiting polymorphous perversity. Polymorphia, polymorphous. Polymorphed, simple past and past participle of polymorph. Polymorphemic, made up of multiple morphemes. Polymorphia, polymorphism. Polymorphic, relating to polymorphism, any sense, able to have several shapes or forms. Polymorphic iteration, the use of an iterator class or interface to enable traversal over the members of any type of collection for which there is a corresponding descendant of that iterator by code which need not know the type of the collection. Polymorphic iterations, plural of polymorphic iteration. Polymorphically, in a polymorphic manner, having multiple manifestations. Polymorphicity, the condition of being polymorphic. Polymorbid, any acanthos phalon in the family Polymorphidae. Polymorphids, plural of polymorphin. Polymorphies, plural of polymorphy. Polymorphing, present participle and gerund of polymorph. Polymorphism, the ability to assume different forms or shapes. Polymorphisms, plural of polymorphism. Polymorphistic, of or pertaining to polymorphism, polymorphic. Polymorphitis, in some roguelike games, an intrinsic ability that causes the player's character to polymorph without warning. Polymorpho, polymorphous. Polymorphocellular, consisting of cells of diverse form. Polymorphocyte, a polymorphonuclear leukocyte. Polymorphocytes, plural of polymorphocyte. Polymorpholeukocyte, a polymorphonuclear leukocyte. Polymorpholeucocytes. Plural of polymorpholeucocyte. Polymorphonuclear. Having a nucleus with loads of diverse shapes. Polymorphonuclear cell. Synonym of polymorphonuclear. Polymorphonuclear cells. Plural of polymorphonuclear cell. Polymorphonuclear leukocyte. Synonym of polymorphonuclear. Polymorphonuclear leukocytes. Plural of polymorphonuclear leukocyte. Polymorphonuclears. Plural of polymorphonuclear. Polymorphonucleate. Polymorphonuclear. Polymorphonucleated. Polymorphonuclear. Polymorphonucleates. Plural of polymorphonucleate. Polymorphonucleosite. A type of granulocyte that has polymorphic nuclei. Polymorphonucleosite. Plural of polymorphonucleosite. Polymorphosis. The assumption of several structural forms without a corresponding difference in function. Set of sponges, etc. Polymorphous. Having or assuming a variety of forms, characters, or styles. Polymorphous perversities. Plural of polymorphous perversity. Polymorphous perversity. In Freudian psychoanalysis, the ability to gain sexual gratification outside socially normative sexual behaviors. Polymorphous perverse. Synonym of polymorph perverse. Polymorphously. In a polymorphous manner. Polymorphousness. The quality of being polymorphous. Polymorphs. Plural of polymorph. Polymorphy. The existence of many different forms. Polymyalgia. Pain in several muscles. Polymyalgias. Plural of polymyalgia. Polymerium. Of or pertaining to the nematode worms that have many longitudinal rows of muscle cells. Polymyodian. Describing a bird that has a syrinx with multiple distinct muscles. Polymyoditis. Polymyodian. Polymyodian. Polymyopathic. Relating to polymyopathy. Polymyopathy. A form of myopathy that affects multiple muscle groups. Polymyositic. Relating to or afflicted with polymyositis. Polymyositis. An inflammatory disease affecting multiple muscles. Polymythia. Polymythy. A combination of multiple plots. In a single narrative. Polymyxin. Any of several toxic antibiotics derived from the soil bacterium Bacillus polymyxa used to treat infections by gram-negative bacteria. Polymyxin E. Synonym of colistin. Polymyxins. Plural of polymyxin. Pollinia. Alternative form of pollinia. Pollinandrian. Pollendas. Pollinase. Plural of pollina. Pollinetylated. Modified by pollinetylation. Pollinetylation. Multiple netylation. Polynegative. Containing multiple negative charges. Polynema. A connected graph. Polynemas. Plural of polynema. Polyneme. Any of several tropical food fish of family Polynemidae that have long filaments below the pectoral fin. The thread fins. Polynemes. Plural of polyneme. Polynamid. Characteristic of the family Polynemidae. Polynamids. Plural of polynamid. Polynamiform. Characteristic of the family Polynemidae. Polynemoid. characteristic of the family Polynemonidae. Polynemoids, plural of polynemoid. Palinapteran, any insect of the subdivision Palinaptera. Palinapterans, plural of Palinapteran. Palinapterus, of or pertaining to insects of the subdivision Polyneoptera. Polynesia, a continental region of Oceania including Easter Island, Hawaii, New Zealand, and most of the islands between them. Polynesian, of, from, or pertaining to Polynesia. Polynesian arrowroot, a plant with starchy tubers used like arrowroot Tachyleontoptaloids. Polynesian chestnut, synonym of Tahitian chestnut and Naucarpus vagifer. Polynesian chestnuts, plural of Polynesian chestnut. Polynesian rat, Rattus exolands, the third most numerous species of rat on Earth. Polynesian rats, plural of Polynesian rat. Polynesian tree snail, any snail of many species of arboreal land snails of the genera Partula and Salmona, family Partulidea, inhabiting Pacific Islands. Polynesian tree snail. Plural of Polynesian tree snail. Polynesian triangle, a region of the Pacific Ocean settled by Polynesians that is roughly triangular, extending from vertexes approximately at New Zealand, Easter Island, Hawaii. This is sometimes used to define the region of Polynesia. Polynesianist, someone who studies Polynesian culture or history academically. Polynesianists, plural of Polynesianists. Polynesianists, the quality of being Polynesian. Polynesians, plural of Polynesian. Polynesian, having a scattered distribution of foci. Polynesian, a member of a proposed subrace associated with Pacific Islanders that originated in Southeast Asia and spread throughout the Pacific in ancient times. Polynesians, plural of Polynesian. Polyneritic, having or relating to polyneritis. Polyneritides, plural of polyneritis. Polyneritis, inflammation of multiple nerves, multiple neuritis. Polyneuromyopathy, neuromyopathy at multiple sites, typically on both sides of the body. Polyneuronal, relating to many neurons. Polyneuropathic, relating to polyneuropathy. Polyneuropathies, plural of polyneuropathy. Polyneuropathy, any of several diseases involving several peripheral nerves. Pollinia, alternative spelling of Pollinia. Pollinias, plural of Pollinia. Pollinus, a surname from French. Pollinuses, plural of pollinus. Polynitrogen, any of several unstable allotropes of nitrogen that have more than 2 atoms in each molecule. Polynitrogens, plural of polynitrogen. Polynodo, having many nodes. Polyno, one of the Nereids. Polynoi, of, pertaining to, or characteristic of the polychaete worms of the family Polynoidae. Polynoids, plural of polynoi. Polynome, polynomial. Polynomes, plural of polynome. Polynomial, an expression consisting of a sum of a finite number of terms, each term being the product of a constant coefficient, and one or more variables raised to a non-negative integer power, such as a nxn plus a n1xn plus a0x0. Polynomial algebra. Polynomial ring. Polynomial algebras. Plural of polynomial algebra. Polynomial bases. Plural of polynomial basis. Polynomial basis. A basis of a polynomial ring, said ring being viewed either as a vector space over the field of coefficients or as a free module over the ring of coefficients. Polynomial equation. Any algebraic equation in which one or both sides are in the form of a polynomial. Polynomial equations. Plural of polynomial equation. Polynomial form. A linear combination of powers of an indeterminate or products of powers of more than one indeterminate, with coefficients belonging to an integral domain or a field. The indeterminate is thought of as an element extraneous to the set of coefficients, instead of as a variable element of it, as in the case of polynomial functions, just as, say, the square root of -1 is an element extraneous to the set of integers when it is adjoined to them to form the domain of Gaussian integers. The indeterminate forms a free commutative monoid to which all powers of it belong, and the unity of it can also show up implicitly in the constant term of a polynomial form. Polynomial forms. Plural of polynomial form. Polynomial function. Any function whose value is the solution of a polynomial, an element of a subring of the ring of all functions over an integral domain, which subring is the smallest to contain all the constant functions and also the identity function. If the polynomial is multivariate, then there is a different identity function corresponding to each variable. Polynomial functions. Plural of polynomial function. Polynomial reduction. Synonym of polynomial time reduction. Polynomial reductions. Plural of polynomial reduction. Polynomial ring. A ring which is also a commutative algebra, denoted Kx, formed from the set of polynomials usually of one variable in a given set X with coefficients in a given ring, often a field K. Polynomial rings. Plural of polynomial ring. Polynomial time. The complexity class where the runtime can be bounded from above by a polynomial in the input size. Polynomial time reduction. A method for solving one problem while using another. Polynomial time reduction. Plural of polynomial time reduction. Polynomialism. The use of many names or terms. Polynomialist. A proponent of polynomialism. Polynomialists. Plural of polynomialists. Polynomialities. Plural of polynomiality. Polynomiality. The quality of being polynomial. Polynomially. In a polynomial way. Polynomials. Plural of polynomial. Polynomic. Polynomial. Polynomial. Synonym of multinomial. Polynomiograph. A two-dimensional colored image prepared using polynomiography, that is the representation of a polynomial. Polynomiographs. Plural of polynomiograph. Polynomiography. An iterative process used to create two-dimensional colored images, polynomiographs that are the representations of polynomials. Polynorbornene. Any of a class of polymer formed from norbornene monomers. Polynorbornenes. Plural of polynorbornene. Polynormal. such that its closure under conjugation by any element of the parent group can also be achieved via closure by conjugation by some element in the subgroup generated. Pollinose, synonym of some are winged fruit from trees. Pollinoses, plural of pollinose. Pollinosic, describing a strong artificial fiber made from cellulose that consists of multiple crystalline fibrils. Pollinoxylin, an antiseptic that is a polymer of urea and formaldehyde. Polynucleo, alternative form of polynuclear. Polynuclear, having multiple nuclei. Polynucleate, polynuclear. Polynucleated, polynuclear. Polynucleate, relating to polynucleic acid or polynucleotide. Polynucleic acid, synonym of polynucleotide. Polynucleic acids, plural of polynucleic acid. Polynucleolar, having multiple nucleoli in a nucleus. Polynucleosis, the presence of cells with multiple nuclei, especially in the blood. Polynucleosomal, relating to or composed of polynucleosomes. Polynucleosome, a series of many nucleosomes. Polynucleosomes, plural of polynucleosome. Polynucleotidase, any of several enzymes which catalyze the hydrolysis of polynucleotides to form oligonucleotides and eventually simple nucleotides. Polynucleotidases, plural of polynucleotidases. Polynucleotide, a polymeric macromolecule composed of many nucleotides. Examples include DNA and RNA. Polynucleotides, plural of polynucleotide. Polynucleotide, of or pertaining to a polynucleotide. Polynucleotidal, relating to polynucleotides. Polynya, a naturally formed transient area of open water surrounded by sea ice, especially in polar or subpolar seas. Polynyas, plural of polynya. Poly, plural of polynya. Polynym, a name consisting of multiple words. Polynymous, having multiple names. Polonymously, in a polynymous way or manner. Polynyms, plural of polynym. Polynymy, alternative form of polyonymy. Polyocracy, the section of the left-wing political establishment typically educated at polytechnics or similar new universities. Polyoctanamer, a cyclic polymer of octine cyclopolyoctane 1-ene-1/8-thiol that is used to make a synthetic rubber. Polyoctanamers, plural of polyoctanamer. Polyadic, polyphonic. Polyadict, having many teeth. Multidentate. Polyodontic, the presence of many teeth. Polyodontid, any fish in the family Polyodontidae, the paddle fishes. Polyodontids, plural of Polyodonte. Polyodontode, a polychaete worm of the genus Polyodon. Polyodontodes, plural of Polyodontode. Polyodontoi, any paddlefish of the family Polyodontidae. Polyodontoids, plural of Polyodontoi. Polyodonts, plural of polyodont. Polyester, alternative form of polyestrous. Polyostery, the condition of being polyosterous. Poly, having multiple copies of each chromosome. Polyol, any organic compound having multiple hydroxyl functional groups, such as polyhydric alcohols. Polyolefin, a polymer such as polyethylene, made by the polymerization of an olefin. Polyolefin, alternative form of polyolefin. Polyolefins, plural of polyolefin. Polyolefins, plural of polyolefin. Polyols, plural of polyol. Polyoma, a small form of the papavirus that causes tumors in rodents. Polyomas, plural of polyoma. Polyomavirus, relating to polyomaviruses. Polyomaviria, the presence of polyomavirus in the urine. Polyomavirus, any of the papaviruses in family Polyomaviridae that induce a wide variety of tumors in newborn animals. Polyomaviruses, plural of polyomavirus. Polyamino, a plain polyform made by joining one or more squares edge to edge in various arrangements. A similar polyform made from triangles or hexagons or any polygon that can tile a plane. Polyaminos, plural of polyamino. Polyaminos, plural of polyamino. Polyomatous, having many eyes or eye-like organs. Polyemcosis, the formation of multiple tumors. Polyonymous, having many names or titles. Polyonymy, alternative form of polyonymy. Polynygia, the presence of extra nails on the fingers or toes. Polyonym, polynymic, relating to polyonymy. Polyonymies, plural of polyonymy. Polyonymosity, synonym of polyonymy. Polyonymous, having many names or titles. Polyonymously, in a polyonymous way or manner. Polyonyms, plural of polyonym. Polyonymy, the use of many names for the same thing or person. Polyopia, a condition in which multiple images of a single object are formed on the retina, multiple vision. Polyopias, plural of polyopia. Polyopic, of or pertaining to polyopia. Polyopizecilian, any monogenian flatworm of the subclass Polyopistocadalia. Polyopizecilians, plural of Polyopizecilian. Polyophilid, alternative form of polypoly. Polyopsia. Polyopia. Polyopsias, plural of polyopsia. Polyopsines, plural of polyopsiny. Polyopsiny, the presence of a few large buyers but many small ones, which may affect the price of commodities. Polyoptum, a glass through which objects appear multiplied but diminish in size. Polyrama, a view of many objects. Polyramas, plural of polyrama. Polyorchid, possessing more than two testes. Polyorchidism, the medical condition of having more than two testicles. Polyarchism, the medical condition of having more than two testicles. Polyorganic, involving or relating to many organs of the body. Polyorganosiloxane, synonym of silicone. Polyornithine, the polypeptide whose constituent amino acid is ornithine. Polyorogenic, that has undergone multiple orogenic events over geologic time. Polyos, polysaccharide. Polyosis, plural of polyos. Polyaesthetic, pertaining to multiple bones. Polyalveolar, containing many alveoles. Polyalveolate, having many alveoles. Polyalveolation, the production of multiple ova in each ovulation. Polyovulatory, relating to polyovulation. Polyoxamic, describing polymers of oxamic acid or its derivatives. Polyoxynorbornene, a polymer built from oxynorbornene. Polyoxazolene, a polymer of oxazolene prepared by reacting a polymer captain with an alkyl derivative of oxazolene or oxazine. Polyoxazolenes, plural of polyoxazolene. Polyoxide, a polymeric oxide. Polyoxides, plural of polyoxide. Polyoxin, any of a group of nucleoside antibiotics produced by Streptomyces bacteria composed of heterocyclic moieties derived from aminoshorus, the simplest being 1-beta-5-amino-5-deoxydealpha-reniracyl 5-hydroxymethyl. Polyoxins, plural of polyoxin. Polyoxonian, any of several complex polymeric oxonians, especially those of larger transition elements. Polyoxonians, plural of polyoxonian. Polyoxorate, a polyoxum palate with gold as the metal. Polyoxorates, plural of polyoxorate. Polyoxum phthalate, any of several metalates containing cluster of transition metal atoms ligated to oxygen and other atoms. They are either synthetic or occur naturally as minerals. Polyoxum phthalates, plural of polyoxum phthalate. Polyoxum phthalate, alternative form of polyoxum phthalate. Polyoxum phthalates, plural of polyoxum phthalate. Polyoxynolidate, any of several complex polymeric anions composed of molybdate and oxyanion species. Polyoxynolidates, plural of polyoxymolybdate. Polyoxymate, a polyoxym palate of niobium. Polyoxynidates, plural of polyoxyniabate. Polyoxypalladate, a polyoxym phthalate with palladium as the metal. Polyoxypalladates, plural of polyoxypalladate. Polyoxyphosphomalidate, any ion based on a phosphomalidate in which several atoms have been replaced by oxygen. Polyoxyphosphomalidates, plural of polyoxyphosphomalidate. Polyoxime, a particular fungicide. Polyoxytungstate, a complex oxyanion of tungsten that is used in protein crystallization. Polyoxytungstates, plural of polyoxytungstate. Polyoxybenzomethylmeglycol anhydride, alternative form of polyoxybenzomethylglycol anhydride. Polyoxybenzomethylglycol anhydride, synonym of bakelite. Polyoxethylene, any polymer of ethylene glycol having a general formula HOCH2CH2ONH. They are used in the manufacture of emulsifiers. Polyoxethylenes, plural of polyoxyethylene. Polyoxygenated, oxygenated in many parts of the molecule. Polyoxymethylene, a polymer of formaldehyde having a repeat unit of CH2O. It is used in engineering to make small gears, etc. Polyoxymethyllenes, plural of polyoxymethylene. An abnormal growth protruding from a mucous membrane. Polyping, a feature allowing the user to paint color directly onto the polygons of a three-dimensional model without first creating a texture map. Polypantheism, belief in multiple impersonal non-transcendent deities embodied by natural phenomena. Polyparaffenylene, a polymer made of repeating paraphenylene units. Polyparaffenylenes, plural of polyparaffenylene. Polyparasitic, concerning multiple parasites. Polyparasitism, the presence of multiple parasites on the same host. Polyparasitize, infected with many different parasites. Polyparian, plural of polyparium. Polyparies, plural of polypary. Polyparium, the stem or supporting structure of any colonial cnidarian such as coral. Polyporous, producing or bearing a great number, bringing forth many. Polypary, polyparium. Polypaia, the condition of being afflicted with multiple illnesses. Polypathias, plural of polypathia. Polypathic, affecting multiple organs or functions. Polypathologies, plural of polypathology. Polypathology, the presence of multiple diseases in a person. Polypathy, a disease that affects multiple organs or functions. Polyp, archaic form of polyp. Polypian, of or relating to a polyp or polyps. Polybactate, a polymeric pectate. Polybactates, plural of polypectate. Polybectomies, plural of polypectomy. Polypectomy, the removal of a polyp. Polyps,
invincible.
Having polyps. Polypeptidase, any enzyme which catalyzes the hydrolysis of a polypeptide. Polypeptidase, plural of polypeptidase. Polypeptide, any polymer of same or different amino acids joined via peptide bonds. Polypeptide chain, synonym of protein chain. Polypeptide chains, plural of polypeptide chain. Polypeptides, plural of polypeptide. Polypeptidic, of or pertaining to a polypeptide. Polypeptidyl, relating to or composed of polypeptides. Polypeptide, a polymeric peptone. Polypeptones, plural of polypeptide. Polypersonal, involving more than one person. Polypersonalism, the quality of being polypersonal. Polyberylene, any polymer composed of pearly moieties either fused together or joined by single bonds. Polyperylenes, plural of polyperylene. Polyperiphrin, hematoporphyrin. Polyps, plural of polyp. Polypetal, polypetalous. Polypetalous, having a corolla composed of distinct, separable petals. Polypetally, the condition of being polypetalous. Polyphagon, any member of the beetle suborder Polyphaga. Polyphagans, plural of polyphagon. Polyphag, any animal which can eat a variety of food. An omnivore. Polyphages, plural of polyphage. Polyphagian, an excessive appetite for food. Polyphagian, polyphage. Polyphagians, plural of polyphagian. Polyphagians, plural of polyphagian. Polyphagic, relating to polyphagia. Polyphagic, any member of the Polyphagidae, now the Chordidae. Polyphagus, plural of polyphagic. Polyphagism, synonym of polyphagy. Polyphagus, polyphage. Glutton, polyphagists, plural of polyphagus. Polyphagus, eating many types of food. Polyphagy, the ability of an animal to eat a variety of food, for example, several different families of plants. Polyphalange and extraphalanx. Polyphalangism, the condition of being polyphalange, having supernumerary phalanges in a digit. Polyphalang, alternative form of polyphalanism. Polyphon, an old musical instrument resembling a lute but strung with wire. Polyphon, plural of polyphon. Polypharmacal, polypharmaceutical. Polypharmaceutical, containing several drugs. Polypharmaceuticals, plural of polypharmaceutical. Polypharmacist, a person who prescribes multiple drugs for multiple concurrent disorders. Polypharmacists, plural of polypharmacists. Polypharmacological, relating to polypharmacology. Polypharmacologically, in a polypharmacological manner. Polypharmacologies, plural of polypharmacology. Polypharmacology, the presence of multiple pharmacologies, targets, modes of action, etc. in a single drug. Polypharmacotherapy, the use of multiple pharmaceuticals to treat disease. Polypharmacy, the use of multiple drugs to treat multiple concurrent disorders in the same, now especially elderly patient, chiefly with connotations of indiscriminate or excessive prescription involving over-medication and over-prescription. Polypharyngeal, having or involving more than one pharynx. Polyphasal, synonym of polyphasic. Polyphase, of pertaining to or involving multiple alternating currents that have the same frequency but differ in phase. Polyphase circuit, a group of alternating current circuits having two or more interrelated voltages, usually of equal amplitudes, phase differences, and periods, etc. If a neutral conductor exists, the voltages referenced to the neutral are equal in amplitude and phase. The most common version is that of three-phase, equal in amplitude with phases 120 degrees apart. Polyphase circuits, plural of polyphase circuit. Polyphaser, a machine generating more than one pressure wave. Polyphasers, plural of polyphaser. Polyphagia, the condition of being polyphasic. Polyphasic, having multiple coexisting phases. Polyphasicity, the condition of being polyphasic. Polyphemin, alternative form of polyphenian. Polyphene, polyphemus. Polyphenian, of or relating to the mythological Cyclops Polyphemus. Polyphemic, having one eye like the Cyclops Polyphemus. Polyphemic, any water flea in the family Polyphemidae. Polyphemids, plural of polyphemin. Polyphemus, alternative form of Polyphemus mythological Cyclops. Polyphemus, a Cyclops in Homer's Odyssey. Polyphemus caterpillar, a large green Saturnid caterpillar with a red head. The larval form of the Polyphemus moth. Polyphemus caterpillar, plural of Polyphemus caterpillar. Polyphemus moth, a tan-colored North American moth of species Antheria polyphemus family Saturnidae, with large, purplish eye spots on the hind wings. Polyphemus moths, plural of Polyphemus moth. Polyphemus, plural of Polyphemus. Polyphemusm, an antimicrobial peptide present in the horseshoe crab Limulus polyphemus. Polyphene, any aromatic hydrocarbon consisting of fused benzene rings. Polyphenes, plural of polyphene. Polyphenic, having multiple phenotypes that can arise as a result of differing environmental conditions. Polyphenism, the development of multiple, discrete phenotypes from a single genotype by organisms living in different environmental conditions. Polyphenisms, plural of polyphenism. Polyphenol, any of a large class of organic compounds of plant origin having more than one phenol group. They tend to be colorful and to have antioxidant properties. Polyphenolic, of or relating to the polyphenols. Polyphenolics, plural of polyphenolic. Polyphenol oxidase, any oxidase that oxidizes polyphenols. Polyphenol oxidases, plural of polyphenol oxidase. Polyphenols, plural of polyphenol. Polyphenotypic, of or pertaining to a polyvariate population. Polyphenyl, many phenyl groups in a molecule. Polyphenylalanine, a polypeptide or fragment containing only phenylalanine. Polyphenylalanines, plural of polyphenylalanine. Polyphenylene, any of several polymers in which the repeat unit is a phenylene radical, but especially a polyphenylene oxide. Polyphenylene oxide, a thermoplastic polyether resin whose repeat unit is derived from hydroquinone. Polyphenylene vinylene, a conducting polymer of the rigid rod polymer host family, used in polymer-based organic light-emitting diodes, abbreviation PPV. Polyphenylenes, plural of polyphenylene. Polyphenylenedivinylene, a polymer of phenylenedivinylene that conducts electricity and is capable of electroluminescence. Polyphenylenedivinylenes, plural of polyphenylenedivinylene. Halophilide, a phyolide consisting of multiple projections. Halophilides, plural of halophilide. Halophilidae, relating to halophilides. Polyphilia, synonym of polyamory. Polyphiloprogenitive, having many descendants. Polyphy, a mineral containing sodium, calcium, titanium, silicon, oxygen, phosphorus, and fluorine, found in Russia. Polyphloisbon, alternative form of polyphoisbic. Polyphoisbic, noisy, roaring, thundering. Polyphoisbon, alternative form of polyphoisbic. Polyfluoroglucinol, a polymer of fluoroglucinol. Polyfluoroglucinols, plural of polyfluoroglucinol. Polyphobia, fear of many things, a collection of fear. Polyphobias, plural of polyphobia. Polyphobic, relating to or characteristic of polyphobia. Polyphon, a wooden-cased music box of a kind typically manufactured in Germany. Polyphonal, polyphonic. Polyphone, a letter or combination of letters that can be pronounced in two or more different ways. Polyphonemic, having or relating to multiple phonemes. Polyphones, plural of polyphone. Polyphonia, a kind of mouth organ or harmonica. Polyphonious, plural of polyphonia. Polyphonic, having two or more independent but harmonic melodies. Polyphonical, polyphonic, Polyphonically, in a polyphonic manner using polyphony. Polyphonies. Plural of polyphony. Polyphonism. Polyphony. Polyphonisms. Plural of polyphonism. Polyphonous. One who is proficient in the art of multiplying sounds. A ventriloquist. Polyphonous. Plural of polyphony. Polyphonous. Rare spelling of polyphonic. Polyphonously. In a polyphonous manner. Polyphons. Plural of polyphony. Polyphony. Musical texture consisting of several independent melodic voices, as opposed to music with just one voice monophony or music with one dominant melodic voice accompanied by chords homophony. Polyphore. A receptacle which bears many ovaries. Polyphores. Plural of polyphore. Polyphosphatase. Any enzyme that hydrolyzes polyphosphates. Polyphosphatases. Plural of polyphosphatase. Polyphosphate. Any of a class of inorganic polymers containing linked phosphate groups. The low molecular weight polymers, such as sodium tripolyphosphate, are used in water softening and as food additives. Polyphosphates. Plural of polyphosphate. Polyphosphazine. An inorganic polymer in which the repeating group is a phosphazine. The general formula is N equals PXN. Polyphosphazines. Plural of polyphosphazine. Polyphosphoster. The ester of a polyphosphate. Polyphosphosters. Plural of polyphosphoster. Polyphosphoinositide. A polymeric form of phosphoinositide. Polyphosphoinositides. Plural of polyphosphoinositide. Polyphosphonate. Any polymer of one or more phosphonates. Polyphosphonates. Plural of polyphosphonate. Polyphosphoric. Used to describe polymeric phosphoric acids and their derivatives. Polyphosphoric acid. Any of several ill-defined polymers of orthophosphoric acid. They are viscous, hygroscopic liquids. Polyphosphoric acids. Plural of polyphosphoric acid. Polyphosphorylated. Multiply phosphorylated. Polyphotyl. Synonym of polyphote. Polyphote. Pertaining to or designating arc lamps constructed so that more than one can be used on a single circuit. Polyphthalamide. A thermoplastic synthetic resin containing polyamide where most of the carboxylic acid portion of the repeating unit is composed of a combination of terephthalic and isophthalic acids. Polyphthalamides. Plural of polyphthalamide. Polyphthalate. Any polymer based of phthalate monomers. Polyphthalates. Plural of polyphthalate. Polyphthalocyanide. Any of a family of polymers of phthalocyanide, the metal derivatives of which are used as catalysts in organic synthesis. Polyphthalocyanines. Plural of polyphthalocyanide. Polyphon. A phoneme that begins with the sound of one vowel or semi-vowel and transitions through one or more other semi-vowel sounds. Polyphthines. Plural of polyphon. Polyphylecy. Polyzoe. Polyphyletic. Having multiple ancestral sources, referring to a taxon that does not contain the most recent common ancestor of its members. Polyphyletically. In a polyphyletic manner. Polyphylticism. Alternative form of polyphyletism. Polyphyleism. The property of being polyphyletic. Polyphyletic, the peptide being polyphyletic. Polyphyllin, any of a class of saponins isolated from the Paris polyphylla that has anti-cancer activity. Polyphyllins, plural of polyphyllin. Polyphylloside, a particular steroid glycoside. Polyphyllus, having many leaves or flowers. Polyphyly, the condition of being polyphylous. Polyphylogeny, lineage through several lines. Polyphyly, the condition of being polyphyletic. Polyvedont, any animal whose teeth are continuously replaced. Polyvedons, plural of polyphyodont. Polyvedony, the condition of having teeth that are continually being lost and replaced. Polypi, plural of polypus. Polybian, relating to a polyp. Polypyrian, of or pertaining to the hydroid cnidarians of class Polypyria. Polypyrians, plural of polypyrian. Polypi, the internal contents of a bryozoan, includes the digestive and muscular systems. Polypi, it's plural of polypi. Polybium, polyparium. Polybiums, plural of polybium. Polybium, a polyparium. Polybears, plural of polybear. Polypifer, polybarium. Polypiferous, bearing polyps. Polypifers, plural of polypifer. Polypiform, having the form of a polyp. Polypidrous, polypiferous. Polypile, to stack items so as to polymorph them into different items in a single turn. Polypiles, simple past and past participle of polypile. Polypiles, third person singular simple present indicative of polypile. Polypiling, present participle and gerund of polypile. Polydol, medication that is a combination drug of at least 4 active ingredients, and that is intended to be consumed widely, even by currently healthy individuals, as a means of preventative medicine. Polypills, plural of polypill. Polypin, a plastic version of the kind of brewery cask called a pin equal to half a firkin, popular in home brewing and the off-trade deliveries for home consumption. Polypi, of or pertaining to a polyp. Polybens, plural of polypin. Polypi, a pipe made from polybutylene. Polypipes, plural of polypi. Polypi, a fossil polyp. Polypites, plural of polypipe. Polyplacid, any louse in the family Polyplacidae. Polyplacids, plural of polyplacid. Polyplacophora, of or pertaining to the mollusks of the class Polyplacophora. Polyplacophorans, plural of polyplacophoran. Polyplacophore, polyplacophoran. Polyplacophores, plural of polyplacophore. Polyplacophorus, polyplacophoran. Polyplastic, that undergoes several transformations into different forms. Polyplastid, a multicellular organism. Polyplastidic, relating to polyplastids. Polyplastids, plural of polyplastid. Polypid, an object similar to a polyamino made by attaching squares joined at their edges or corners. Polyp Polyplethysmograph. Photoplethysmograph. Polyplethysmographs. Plural of polyplethysmograph. Polyploids. Plural of polyploid. Polyplex. Any complex of a polymer and DNA, especially one designed to protect the DNA when being injected into a cell as part of gene therapy. Polyplexes. Plural of polyplex. Polyplicate. Having many folds in the exine. Polyplocodont. Having a highly folded inner boundary to the dentine of a tooth. Polyploid. Having more than the usual number of complete sets of chromosomes in a single cell. Polyploidal. Alternative form of polyploid. Polyploides. Plural of polyploid. Polyploidization. Alternative form of polyploidization. Polyploidization. Hybridization that leads to polyploidy. Polyploidizations. Plural of polyploidization. Polyploidize. To subject to or undergo polyploidization. Polyploidize. Simple past and past participle of polyploidize. Polyploidizes. Polyploidization. Polyploidize. Simple past and past participle of polyploidize. Polyploidizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of polyploidize. Polyploidizing. Present participle and gerund of polyploidize. Polyploidogenic. That induces polyploidization. Polyploids. Plural of polyploid. Polyploidy. The condition of being polyploid or the process of becoming polyploid. Polyplural. Containing plurals of nouns in distinct noun classes. Polypnea. Deep and rapid breathing, panting. Polypneas. Plural of polypnea. Polypneic. Relating to polypnea. Polypnea. Alternative form of polypnea. Polypneas. Plural of polypnea. Polypnoia. Alternative form of polypnea. Polypnoic. Alternative form of polypneic. Polypnoia. Alternative form of polypnea. Polypnoic. Alternative form of polypneic. Polyvide. Having many feet. Polypodosapinin. A particular steroid glycoside. Polypode. Alternative form of polypod. Polypodes. Plural of polypode. Polypodia. Plural of polypodium. Polypodiaceous. Belonging to the family Pelopodiaceae of ferns. Polypodes. Plural of polypody. Polypodium. Synonym of polypody. Any fern of the genus Polypodium. Polypodiums. Plural of polypodium. Polypodicide. A particular steroid glycoside. Polypodus. Having numerous legs. Polypods. Plural of polypod. Polypody. Any of many ferns of the genus Polypodium. Especially common polypody. Polypoi. Resembling a polyp. Polypoidal. Polypoi. Polypolis. Plural of polypoly. Polypoly. The presence of a large number of relatively small buyers and sellers, none of whom can influence the price of commodities. Polypomjuicin. A cnidarian of the former order Polypomjuiceae. Polypomjuicins. Plural of Polypomjuicin. Polyporaceous. Belonging to the family Polyporaceae of fungi, especially bracket fungi. Polypore, any of a group of tough, leathery poroid mushrooms similar to boletes but typically lacking a distinct stalk. Polypores, plural of polypore. Polyporicolas, living or growing on polypores. Polyporoi, having many pores. Polyporous, having or involving many pores. Polyposis, plural of polyposis. Polyposic, pertaining to or afflicted with polyposis. Polyposis, a hereditary disease characterized by numerous polyps that erupt in various parts of the body, especially the colon. Polypotent. Pluripotent. Polypotic, relating to polyposis. Polypodome, an instrument used in polypectomy. Polypodomes, plural of polypodome. Polypus, relating to, resembling, or characterized by the presence of a polyp. Polypragmacy, the quality of being polypragmatic. Polypragmasia, synonym of polypharmacy. Polypragmatic, overbusy, officious. Polypragmatical, polypragmatic. Polypragmatically, in a polypragmatic manner. Polypragmatism, the approach of trying various possible therapeutic treatments with no clear diagnostic guide. Polypragmatisms, plural of polypragmatism. Polypragmatist, a polypragmatic person. Polypragmatists, plural of polypragmatists. Polypragmaty, the quality of being polypragmatic. Polypragman, a busybody or troublemaker or someone who looks only to their own concerns. Polypragmacine, meddlesomeness, officiousness. Polyprenoid, relating to or derived from a polyprenol. Polyprenol, any prenol having more than 4 isopren units. Polyprenols, plural of polyprenol. Polyprenyl, any univalent radical formed from multiple isoprenyl moieties. Polyprenylated, modified by the addition of multiple isoprenoid groups. Polybenid, any fish in the family Polybionidae. Polybenids, plural.
Invincible.
Of Polybianid. Polyprismane, a structure consisting of multiple prismenes stacked base to base. Polyprismanes, plural of polyprismane. Polypra, polypropylene. Polyproline, a sequence of several proline residues in a polypeptide or protein, tends to generate an anomalous left-handed helix conformation. Polyprolines, plural of polyproline. Polyprop, flipping of polypropylene. Polypropene, alternative form of polypropylene. Polypropines, plural of polypropene. Polypopianate, any of various palomers of propianate moieties. Polypropianates, plural of polypropianate. Polypropylene, a thermoplastic resin made by the polymerization of propylene and used for films, fibers, or molding materials. Polypropylene glycol, a polymer of propylene glycol. Polypropylene glycols, plural of polypropylene glycol. Polypropylenes, plural of polypropylene. Polyprotein, any protein, especially ones produced by viruses, that cleave to produce a number of polypeptides, some of which act as hormones. Polyproteins, plural of polyprotein. Polypeptide, that can donate or accept more than one proton. Polybasic. Polyprotodon. Any marsupial of the order Polyprotodontia. Polyprotodontid. Relating to the polyprotodonts. Polyprotodonts. Plural of polyprotodont. Polyp. Plural of polyp. Polypseudonymus. Having many pseudonyms. Polypseudotaxane. Any polymer having a pseudotaxane as a repeat unit. Polypseudotaxanes. Plural of polypseudotaxane. Polypsines. Plural of polypsine. Polypsine. A market situation in which multiple buyers compete for the same goods or services. Polypsychic. Relating to multiple souls, spirits, or personalities. Polypsychical. Polypsychic. Polypsychism. The belief that a person may have multiple souls. Polypterid. Any fish in the family Polypteridae, the bichirs and reedfish. Polypterids. Plural of polypterid. Polypteriform. Any fish of the order Polypteriforms. Polypteriforms. Plural of Polypteriform. Polypteroi. Any fish of the family Polypteridae. Polypteroids. Plural of Polypteroi. Polyptota. Plural of Polyptoton. Polyptota. Polyptoton. Polyptotes. Plural of polyptote. Polyptoton. A stylistic scheme in which words from the same root are used together, or a word is repeated in a different inflection or case. Polyptotonic. Of or relating to polyptoton. Polyptotons. Plural of polyptoton. Polyptych. A work consisting of multiple painted or carved panels joined together, often with hinges. Polyptych. Plural of polyptych. Polypurine. A continuous sequence of purines in a nucleic acid. Polypurines. Plural of polypurine. Polypurinic. Relating to a polypurine. Polypus. A medical phenomenon. Polypusis. Plural of polypus. Polypyrin. An electrically conducting polymer derived from pyrin. Polypyrinous. Containing multiple stones, kernels, or seeds. Polypyridine. Any of many organic compounds having multiple pyridine rings. They act as multidentate ligands when forming complexes with metal ions. Polypyridines. Plural of polypyridine. Polypyridine. Any compound containing multiple linked pyridine rings. Polypyridines. Plural of polypyridine. Polypyridyl. Multiple pyridyl groups in a molecule. Polypyrimidine. Any of many pyrimidine bases forming a sequence, especially a region of mRNA containing such a sequence which has a function in RNA splicing. Polypyrimidines. Plural of polypyrimidine. Polypyryl. Any of a class of electrically conducting polymers whose repeat unit is a pyrrole. Polypyrroles. Plural of polypyrrole. Polypyrrolidin. Any polymer composed of pyrrolidin monomers, synonym of polyvinylpolypyrrolidin. Polypyrrolidones. Plural of polypyrrolidin. Polyquadratic. Involving multiple quadratic equations or functions. Polyquark. A hadron composed of more quarks than a baryon, a particle constituted of more than 3 quarks. Polyquarks. Plural of polyquark. Polyquartz. A polycrystalline quartz. Polyquat. Any of several quaternary ammonium compounds that are used as algicides. Polyquaternary, containing quaternary ammonium functional groups. Polyquaternium, any of the several classes of polymers having quaternary ammonium functional groups. They act as surfactants in shampoos and various hair products. Polyquaterniums, plural of polyquaternium. Polyquats, plural of polyquat. Polyquinone, any polycyclic saturated hydrocarbon consisting of fused 5-membered rings. Polyquinones, plural of polyquinone. Polyquinazolene, a polymeric form of a quinazolene. Polyquinine, any polycyclic unsaturated hydrocarbon consisting of fused 5-membered rings. Polyquinines, plural of polyquinine. Polyquinoline, a polymeric form of a quinoline. Polyquinone, any polymeric form of a quinone. Polyquinones, plural of polyquinone. Polyracial, including multiple races. Polyradical, any radical derived from a polymer. Polyradicals, plural of polyradical. Polyradiculatides, plural of polyradiculitis. Polyradiculitis, inflammation of the roots of the nerves. Polyradiculoneuritis, inflammation of nerves and nerve roots. Polyradiculoneuropathies, plural of polyradiculoneuropathy. Polyradiculoneuropathy, a condition in which polyneuropathy and polyradiculopathy occur together, such as Guillain-Barré syndrome. Polyradiculopathies, plural of polyradiculopathy. Polyradiculopathy, a radiculopathy affecting more than one spinal nerve root. Polyacid, a synthetic resin-based material resembling graphene. Polyaction, a polymerization or polykondensation reaction. Polyactions, plural of polyaction. Polyactive, that undergoes an unspecific reaction with a range of materials. Polyreactivities, plural of polyreactivity. Polyreactivity, the condition or extent of being polyreactive. Polyreme, a very large galley with more than 5 rows of oars on each side. Polyremes, plural of polyreme. Polyrepi, a polymeric repeat. Polyrepeats, plural of polyrepeat. Polyrepetitive, that contains many repetitions. Polyrepo, a software project in which different components are located in separate code repositories which can be versioned individually as opposed to a monorepo in which all the code exists within a single repository. Polyrepos, plural of polyrepo. Polyresin, any synthetic polymeric resin. Polyresins, plural of polyresin. Polyresistance, the quality of being polyassistant. Polyresistant, resistant to multiple substances, especially pharmaceuticals or disinfectants. Polyrhythal, having many roots. Polyrhythm, music with multiple rhythmic elements played simultaneously. Polyrhythmic, having multiple simultaneous rhythms. Polyrhythmical, polyrhythmic. Polyrhythmically, in a polyrhythmic manner by the use of polyrhythm. Polyrhythmicity, the quality of being polyrhythmic. Polyrhythms, plural of polyrhythm. Polyribitol, a polymer of ribitol. Polyrebo, forming the names of polyribonucleotides and derived words. Polyribocytidylate, polycitidylate, polyriboenosinic, polyribonucleotide, a biological macromolecule consisting of multiple ribonucleotides. Polyribonucleotides, plural of polyribonucleotide. Polyribonucleotidil, a macromolecular radical derived from polyribonucleotide. Polyribonucleotidil transferase, a transferase that transfers polyribonucleotidil groups. Polyribosomal, pertaining to or composed of polyribosome. Polyribosome, a cluster of ribosomes connected by mRNA that collectively synthesizes protein. Polyribosomes, plural of polyribosome. Polyrisinolate, a polymeric form of risinolate. Polyrisinolates, plural of polyrisinolate. Polyrod, a directional dielectric antenna made from a rod of polystyrene projecting from a waveguide. Polyods, plural of polyrod. Polyromantic, romantically attracted to more than one gender. Polyrotaxane, a polymer composed of rotaxane monomers. Polyrotaxanes, plural of polyrotaxane. Polys, plural of poly. Polysaccharase, any enzyme that degrades/hydrolyzes a polysaccharide. Polysaccarases, plural of polysaccharase. Polysaccharidal, relating to or composed of polysaccharides. Polysaccharidase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of a polysaccharide. Polysaccharidases, plural of polysaccharidase. Polysaccharide, a polymer made of many saccharide units linked by glycosidic bonds. Polysaccharides, plural of polysaccharide. Polysaccharidic, relating to or composed of polysaccharides. Polysaccharoptide, a glycopeptide in which the sugar is a polysaccharide. Polysaccharoptides, plural of polysaccharoptide. Polysaccharose, polysaccharide. Polysaccharoses, plural of polysaccharose. Polysalt, a polyelectrolyte. Polysalts, plural of polysalt. Polysaprobic, of pertaining to or inhabiting a body of water containing decomposing organic matter and thus little dissolved oxygen. Polysarge, excess fat, corpulence. Polysarchus, of or pertaining to polysartia, corpulent. Polysatin, polyester satin. Polysatins, plural of polysatin. Polysaturated, having the property that for some cardinality, all subsets of that cardinality or smaller map to another element of the subset. Polysavone, an alfalfa extract used as a dietary supplement for broiler chickens. Polyschematic, having an unusual or multiple meter. Polyschematis, polyschematic. Polyschematists, plural of polyschematis. Polyschizotomous, furcating at many points. Polyscope, a lens that has multiple facets and forms multiple images. Polyscopes, plural of polyscope. Polyscopic, involving various methods and perspectives. Polysectarian, composed of many sects. Polysegmental, composed of many segments. Polyselenide, any compound containing many selenide groups, any anion containing many selenium atoms. Polyselenides, plural of polyselenide. Polyselenido, polyselenide as a ligand. Polyself, the transformation of one's own character into another type of creature. Polyself, simple past and past participle of polyself. Polyselfing, present participle and gerund of polyself. Polyselfs, third person singular simple present indicative of polyself. Polysemic, a word or phrase with more than one meaning. Polysemantic, synonym of polysemic. Polysemantically, in a polysemantic way. Polysements, plural of polysemic. Polyseme, a word or phrase that has multiple meanings, or, more specifically, multiple etymologically related meanings. Polysemes, plural of polyseme. Polysemia, polysemy. Polysemic, having a number of senses, meanings, or understandings. Polysemically, in a polysemic manner with multiple meanings. Polysemes, plural of polysemy. Polysemous, synonym of polysemic. Polysemously, in a polysemous way. Polysemousness. Polysemy. Polysemy, the quality characteristic of a polyseme, a sign such as a word or symbol that has multiple meanings, senses, often including multiple similar ones. Polysensitize, alternative form of polysensitize. Polysensitize, simple past and past participle of polysensitize. Polysensitization, sensitization to multiple allergens. Polysensitize, to sensitize to many allergens. Polysensitize, simple past and past participle of polysensitize. Polysensory, relating to multiple senses or modes of perception. Polysensuous, having many senses or meanings. Polycephalous, having separate sepals. Polysequence, a stratigraphic sequence of many strata. Polysequences, plural of polysequence. Serial, relating to the correlation between multiple continuous variables. Polyserine, a polypeptide composed of only serine.
Here we go.
Amino acids. Polysericitis, inflammation of multiple serices, serous membranes, as a component of a disease process that is either inherently systemic or has some systemic sequelae. Polysexual, of or pertaining to multiple types of sexuality. Polysexualities, plural of polysexuality. Polysexuality, a sexual orientation characterized by an attraction to people of many, but not all, genders. Polysheath, a sheath consisting of multiple layers. Poly, abbreviation of palisylic acid. Palisalia, hypersalivation. Palisalic, of or pertaining to palisylic acid or its derivatives. Palisylic acid, a polymeric form of sialic acid that is involved in cell adhesion. Palisalinglase, a ganglioside containing many sialic acid residues. Palisalinglases, plural of palisalinglaceae. Palisalylated, modified by the addition of many sialic acid residues. Palisylation, conversion to or reaction with palisylic acid. Palisylations, plural of palisylation. Palisyltransferase, any transferase that promotes palisylation. Palisyltransferases, plural of palisyltransferase. Polysided, many-sided. Polysylane, any of a range of polymers having a backbone of continuous silicon atoms. Polysilanes, plural of polysylane. Polysylazane, a polymer in which silicon and nitrogen atoms alternate to form the basic backbone. Polysilazanes, plural of polysylazane. Polysilicate, any of many polymeric silicate structures typically found in rocks and minerals. Polysilicates, plural of polysilicate. Polysilicic, of or pertaining to any polymer of silicic acid. Polysilicic acid, any of a series of condensation products of silicic acid. Polysilicic acids, plural of polysilicic acid. Polysilicon, containing many silicon atoms, especially when linked into chains or networks. Polysilicone, alternative form of polysilicon. Polysiloxane, any of many polymers having a siloxane repeat unit. Polysiloxanes, plural of polysiloxane. Polysiloxanol, any alcohol derived from a polysiloxane. Polysiloxanols, plural of polysiloxanol. Polysilylated, silylated with many silyl groups. Polysingularity, the condition of a function or equation that has multiple singularities. Polysinusitis, the simultaneous inflammation of multiple sinuses. Polysiphonic, composed of multiple tubes joined together. Polysiphonous, having multiple stems, filaments, or tubes. Polysize, having many.
Here we go.
Many different sizes. Polysleeve, a clear plastic sleeve, usually closed on 2 or 3 sides, often used to contain CDs, trading cards, first-day covers, and other collectibles. Polysleeves, plural of polysleeve. Polysomal, of or pertaining to a polysome. Polysomally, by means of a polysome. Polysomatic, having grains or layers of multiple minerals. Polysomatism, the condition of being polysomatic. Polysomity, the condition of a cell having reduplicated chromatin in its nucleus. Polysome, a polyribosome. Polysomes, plural of polysome. Polysomia, a fetal malformation in which multiple bodies are partially fused together. Polysomic, having one or more duplicated chromosomes beyond the normal diploid complement. Polysomics, plural of polysomic. Polysemies, plural of polysemy. Polysomogram, a record of a person's sleep activity obtained using polysomnography. Polysomnograms, plural of polysomogram. Polysomnograph, polysomogram. Polysomnographer, a person who makes polysomnographs using polysomnography. Polysomnographers, plural of polysomnographer. Polysomnographic, of pertaining to or made using polysomnography. Polysomnographical, alternative form of polysomnographic. Polysomographically, by means of polysomnography. Polysomnographies, plural of polysomnography. Polysomographist, a person who records and interprets polysomnographies. Polysomnographists, plural of polysomnographists. Polysomographs, plural of polysomnograph. Polysomnography, a multi-parameter recording of brain waves used in the study of sleep. Polysomnologist, an expert at polysomnography. Polysomnologists, plural of polysomnologists. Polysemy, the condition of being Summit. Polysorbate, any of a class of emulsifiers used as food additives and in pharmaceutical preparations. They are derived from sorbent, typically with 3-palidoxyethylene side chains esterified with a fatty acid. They are mostly oily liquids or soft solids. Polysorbates, plural of polysorbate. Polyspas, a machine consisting of many pulleys. Polyspaston, a hoisting tackle with many pulleys. Polyspastons, plural of polyspaston. Polyspasts, plural of polyspasts. Polyspecialist, a person who has knowledge in many areas. Polyspecialists, plural of polyspecialists. Polyspecific, having multiple specificities. Polyspecifically, in a polyspecific manner. Polyspecificities, plural of polyspecificity. Polyspecificity, the quality of being polyspecific. Polyspectra, plural of polyspectrum. Polyspectrum, a higher order spectrum of a multivariate stationary time series. Polyspeed, capable of operating at different speeds. Polysperm, polyspermous. Polyspermal, polyspermous. Polyspermatus. Polyspermus. Polyspermia. Polyspermy. Polyspermic, of or pertaining to polyspermy. Polyspermus, containing many seeds. Polysperms, plural of polysperm. Polyspermy, the penetration of an ovum by more than one sperm. Polysphere, a product of spheres. Polyspheres, plural of polysphere. Polyspike, a of a series of multiple repetitive space found in the age of people with epilepsy. Polyspikes, plural of polyspike. Polysplenia, a congenital disease manifested by multiple small accessory spleens. Polysplenic, having multiple spleens. Polysporangia, plural of polysporangia. Polysporangia, synonym of polysporangiaphite. Polysporangias, plural of polysporangia. Polysporangiaphite, any plants in which the sporophyte has a structure of branching stems axis terminating in sporangia. Polysporangiaphytes, plural of polysporangiaphyte. Polysporangium, a sporangium that contains many spores. Polyspore, any of a group of 12 to 16 spores present in some red algae. Polyspore, Polysporus. Polyspores, plural of polyspore. Polysporic, Polysporus. Polysporus, having or producing many spores. Polyspore, when more than 4 pollen grain are attached in a tetrad. Polysporine, any polymer based on sporines, some of which have semiconducting properties. Polysporines, plural of polysporine, polysquare, and polyamino. Polysquares, plural of polysquare. Polystability, the quality of being polystable. Polystable, having many stable forms. Polystaceous, alternative form of polystaceous. Polystaceous, having many spikes. Polystannane, an organometallic polymer comprising a backbone of tin atoms connected by covalent bonds, unknown in any other metal. Polystannanes, plural of polystannane. Polystate, a set of separate political units that overlap and exist under a central government. Polystates, plural of polystate. Polysteric, any compound that has many steric groups. Polysterics, plural of polysteric. Polystyle, a segment of plant stem which is characterized by possession of more than a single stele. Polystelt, plural of polystyle. Polystellic, exhibiting polysly, being a polystyle. Polysly, the property of being polystellic. Polystaminous, having the number of stamens more than double that of the petals or sepals. Polystitious, arranged in several rows or series. Polystic, a figure made by joining line segments of equal length end to end at right angles. Polystics, plural of polystic. Polystilbene, any polymer produced by the polymerization of stilbene. Polystilbene, plural of polystilbene. Polystochitid, any insect of the giant lacewing family, Polystochitidae. Polystochitids, plural of polystochitid. Polystomatus, having many mouths. Polystome, any animal with many mouths. Polystomes, plural of polystome. Polystomus, having many mouths, suckers, or haustoria. Polystone, a mixture of polyurethane resin and other additives meant to produce a stone-like appearance. Polystrate, found within several strata. Polystratified, having many strata. Polystyle, having many columns, said of a building, especially of an interior part or court. Polystyles, plural of polystyle. Polystylism, a polystylistic approach in art or music. Polystylist, a polystylistic artist. Polystylistic, partaking of multiple styles. Polystylist, plural of polystylic. Polystylus, bearing many styles. Polystyrene, a vinylic polymer of styrene, CH2CHV now. Polystyrene worm, a small polystyrene granule used in packaging. Polystyrene worms, plural of polystyrene worm. Polystyrenes, plural of polystyrene. Polysubstance, involving many substances used of drug abuse. Polysubstituted, having many substituents. Polysuccinimide, the polyamide of succinic acid. Polysuccinimides, plural of polysuccinimide. Polysucrose, a synthetic polymer of sucrose. Polysucroses, plural of polysucrose. Polysugar, polysaccharide. Polysugars, plural of polysugar. Polysulcate, having many sulci. Polysulfane, any compound of general formula HSNHN2 having an unbranched chain of sulfur atoms. Polysulfanes, plural of polysulfane. Polysulfate, any compound that has many sulfate groups, especially one that has been polysulfated. Polysulfated, modified by the addition of multiple sulfate groups. Polysulfates, plural of polysulfate. Polysulfation, reaction with many sulfate groups. Polysulfations, plural of polysulfation. Polysulfide, any compound of general formula RSNR having a chain of more than 2 sulfur atoms, any derivative of a polysulfane. Polysulfides, plural of polysulfide. Polysulfido, a ligand consisting of a chain of sulfur atoms connected at both ends. Polysulfonated, sulfonated with many sulfonate groups. Polysulfone, any of the several classes of thermoplastic polymers whose repeat units contain a sulfone. Polysulfone, plural of polysulfone. Polysulfane, alternative form of polysulfane. Polysulfanes, plural of polysulfane. Polysulfate, alternative form of polysulfate. Polysulfated, alternative form of polysulfated. Polysulfates, plural of polysulfate. Polysulfide, alternative spelling of polysulfide. Polysulfides, plural of polysulfide. Polysulfonated, alternative form of polysulfonated. Polysulfone, alternative spelling of polysulfone. Polysulfones, plural of polysulfone. Polysulfuret, a polysulfide. Polysulfurets, plural of polysulfuret. Polysumo, a polymeric form of sumo. Polysumolated, modified by polysumolation. Polyasumolation, the existence or the generation of polysumo chains. Polysumolation, alternative form of polyasumolation. Polysurgeries, plural of polysurgery. Polysurgery, multiple surgical operations, especially when part of a morbid condition where the patient desires unnecessary surgery. Polysurgical, of or pertaining to polysurgery. Polyswitch, synonym of resettable fuse. Polyswitches, plural of polyswitch. Polysyllabic, having more than one syllable, having multiple or many syllables. Polysylladical, alternative form of polysyllabic. Polysyllabically, in a polysyllabic way. Polysyllabicism, the state or characteristic of having a polysyllabic or overly complex style. Polysyllabicisms, plural of polysyllabicism. Polysyllabicity, the state or characteristic of being polysyllabic. Polysyllabics, plural of polysyllabic. Polysyllabism, the state or characteristic of having or using words containing multiple syllables, sometimes as a stage in the development of language. Polysyllabisms, plural of polysyllabism. Polysyllable, a word with more than 2 syllables, sometimes used in a more restricted sense. Polysyllables, plural of polysyllable. Polysyllogism, a number of propositions that, together, constitute a sequence of syllogisms. Polysyllogisms, plural of polysyllogism. Polysyllogistic, relating to a polysyllogism. Polysymmetric, polysymmetrical, divisible into exactly similar halves by more than one plane. Polysymmetrically, in a polysymmetrical manner. Polysymmetry, the quality of being polysymmetric. Polysymplectic, multiply symplectic. Polysymptomatic, relating to more than one symptom. Polysynaptic, of or involving multiple synapses. Polysynaptical, alternative form of polysynaptic. Polysynaptically, in a polysynaptic manner, using more than one synapse. Polysyndactylism, alternative form of polysyndactyly. Polysyndactyly, polydactyly and syndactyly in the same hand or foot. Polysyndetic, plural of polysyndeton. Polysyndetic, characterized by polysyndeton, or the multiplication of conjunctions. Polysyndetically, in a polysyndetic manner. Polysyndeton, the use of many conjunctions to achieve an overwhelming effect in a sentence. Polysyndetons, plural of polysyndeton. Polysyndromic, relating to or possessing multiple syndromes. Polysynetes, plural of polysynety. Polysynety, a form of government administered by several councils rather than individual ministers, specifically that of Regency France from 1715-1718. Polysynovitis, multiple cases of synovitis in the same person. Polysyn, a polyphonic synthesizer. Polysyntheses, plural of polysynthesis. Polysynthesis, the act or process of combining many separate elements into a whole. Polysynthesism, the use of polysynthetic grammar. Polysynthetic, characterized by a prevalence of relatively long words containing a large number of morphemes. Typically, the morphemes are bound. Polysynthetic twinning, a type of contact twinning typically observed in plagioclase in which the composition surfaces are parallel to one another. Polysynthetic twinnings, plural of polysynthetic twinning. Polysynthetical, alternative form of polysynthetic. Polysynthetically, in a polysynthetic manner. Polysyntheticism, polysynthesis. Polysyntheticisms, plural of polysyntheticism. Polysynthetism, synonym of polysynthesis. Polysynths, plural of polysyn. Polysystem, a group of systems that function together as a system. Polysystemic, affecting or relating to more than one system. Polysystemicity, the quality of being polysystemic. Polysystems, plural of polysystem. Polysystemy, polysystemicity. Polyton and polyapollo. Polytons, plural of polyton. Polytarp, a tarpaulin and made from woven polyethylene. Politarchs, plural of Politarch. Polytech, a polytechnic. Polytechnic, that teaches applied arts, sciences, technology, engineering, and other academic subjects. Polytechnical, polytechnic, polytechnically, in a polytechnic manner. Polytechnicals, plural of polytechnical. Polytechnician, someone who is studying or has studied at a polytechnic school, especially in France. Polytechnicians, plural of polytechnician. Polytechnics, plural of polytechnic. Polytechnics, one who studied at a polytechnic. Polytechnists, plural of polytechnics. Polytechnization, the practice typically in communist states of prioritizing technical and industrial aspects of education. Polytechs, plural of polytech. Polytelite, synonym of Freiburgite. Poly, the existence of multiple, possibly conflicting goals. Polytonation, conversion into polytenes. Polytene, having very large chromosomes with many chromatid arms. Polytenes, plural of polytene. Polytenic, alternative form of polytene. Polytenization, the formation of polytenes. Polytenize, to undergo polytenization. Polytenize, simple past and past participle of polytenize. Polyteny, the presence within a cell of polytene chromosomes. Large chromosomes with multiple synapse chromatids. Polyterpene, any polymeric terpene formed from many isoprene units joined head to tail, includes rubber and gutterschaft. Polyterpenes, plural of polyterpene. Polyterpenic, related to or derived from a polyterpene. Polyterpenoid, a terpenoid having a C5 end skeleton where N is greater than 8. Polyterpenoids, plural of polyterpenoid. Polytetrafluoroethylene, alternative form of polytetrafluoroethylene. Polytetrafluoroethylenes, plural of polytetrafluoroethylene. Polytetrafluoroethylene, a tough synthetic resin used to make seals and bearings and to create a non-stick coating on cooking utensils. Polytetrafluoroethylene, plural of polytetrafluoroethylene. Polytetrahedron, plural of polytetrahedron. Polytetrahedral, composed of many tetrahedra. Polytetrahedron, a uniform convex polychoron made up of 600 tetrahedral cells, a hexacosichoron. Polytetrahydrofuran, a polymer derived from the ring opening of tetrahydrofuran. Polytetrahydrofurans, plural of polytetrahydrofuran. Polytextual, set to two or more texts simultaneously. Polythalamus, having many chambers. Polytheism, the belief in the existence of multiple gods. Polytheisms, plural of polytheism. Polytheist, a believer in or advocate of polytheism. Polytheistic, of or relating to polytheism. Polytheistical, of or related to polytheism. Polytheistically, in a polytheistic manner. Polytheists, plural of polytheists. Polytheists, to adhere to, advocate, or inculcate the doctrine of polytheism. Polythes, simple past and past participle of polythes. Polytheses, third person singular simple present indicative of polythes. Polythesing, present participle and gerund of polythes. Polythelia, the condition of having a supernumerary nipple. Polythelism, polythelia, the condition of having more than 2 nipples. Polythelia. Polythematic, dealing with more than one theme or topic. Polythene, a light thermoplastic used in packaging, etc. Polyethylene. Polythenese, plural of polythene. Polytherapeutic, relating to polytherapy. Polytherapies, plural of polytherapy. Polytherapy, the use of several therapies to treat a single condition, such as multiple drugs or multiple modalities. Polytherian, a therianthrope with multiple theriotypes. Polytherians, plural of polytherian. Polythermal, describing a method of establishing the solubility of a substance in which a mixture of known composition is heated above its solution temperature and then monitored visually during cooling until turbidity is observed at the cloud point. Polythetic, having many, but not all properties in common. Polythetically, in a polythetic manner. Polythiazide, a thiazide diuretic. Polythiazole, a polymer of sulfur nitride that is an electrical conductor. Polythiazoles, plural of polythiazole. Polythoester, a polymer composed of thioester monomers. Polythoesters, plural of polythoester. Polydionic, any salt or ester of polythionic acid containing an anion or group of the form SNO2 or SNO. Palladionics, plural of palladinic. Palladionic, or pertaining to polythionic acid or its derivatives. Palladionic acid, any acid of the form H2SNO6 having a chain of sulfur atoms. Palladionic acids, plural of palladionic acid. Palladethene, a polymer of thiophene that will conduct electricity under certain conditions. Palladephenes, plural of palladiophene. Palladianine, a polyamino acid composed of thionine subunits. Polythionines, plural of polythionine. Polythymidine, a sequence of multiple thymidine nucleoses found in the intron. Polythymine, a repeat of many thymine bases in a stretch of DNA. Polytimbral, containing many timbres typically produced by many different instruments. Polytime, polynomial time. Polytachus, giving birth to multiple offspring at the same time, multiparous. Polytachus, alternative form of Polytachus. Polytoky, the condition of being polytachus. Polytomic, relating to polytomy. Polytomies, plural of polytomy. Polytomogram, a tomogram produced by polytomography. Polytomograms, plural of polytomogram. Polytomograph, an instrument used to carry out polytomography. Polytomographic, relating to polytomography. Polytomographs, plural of polytomograph. Polytomography, tomography performed along multiple planes or orientations. Polydamas, subdivided into many parts. Polydamously, in a polydamas manner. Polydemy, a section of a phylogeny in which the evolutionary relationships cannot be fully resolved to dichotomies. Polyton, an ordered set of singletons. Polytonal, that uses two or more tonalities simultaneously. Polytonalism, synonym of polytonality. Polytonalist, a person who composes or plays polytonal music. Polytonalists, plural of polytonalists. Polytonalities, plural of polytonality. Polytonality, the use of multiple keys in the same composition, especially by multiple instruments at the same time. Polytonally, in a polytonal way. Polytone, a polyphonic ringtone. Polytones, plural of polytone. Polytonic, having several tones. Polytonicity, the quality of being polytonic. Polytons, plural of polyton. Polytony, the quality of being polytonic. Polytop, of or pertaining to polytopes. Polytope, the finite region of n-dimensional space bounded by hyperplanes, a geometric shape with flat sides existing in any number of dimensions. The geometrical entity represented by the general term of the infinite sequence point, line segment, polygon, polyhedron. Polytopes, plural of polytope. Polytopian, someone who visits many places. Polytopians, plural of polytopian. Polytopic, of or pertaining to a polytope. Polytopical, of or relating to multiple topics. Polytopism, the independent appearance of a taxon in multiple areas. Polytopy, synonym of polytopism. Polytorus, the set of all vectors of a given dimension such that each element of the vector is within a radius r of the corresponding element of a central vector. Polytoxic, relating to many different toxins/poisons. Polytoxicomania, the addiction to multiple drugs or other intoxicating substances. Polytoxicomaniac, a person who is addicted to multiple drugs. Polytoxicomaniacs, plural of polytoxicomaniac. Polytoxicomaniac, relating to polytoxicomania. Polytrack, a proprietary surface for horse racing tracks, made from silica sand with various recycled materials such as carpeting and rubber, all coated with wax. Polytracks, plural of polytrack. Polytract, a nucleotide. Polytracks, plural of polytrack. Polytransfuse, having undergone transfusion multiple times. Polytrauma, the condition of a person who has been subjected to multiple traumatic injuries. Polytraumas, plural of polytrauma. Polytraumatic, of or pertaining to polytrauma. Polytraumatized, alternative form of polytraumatized. Polytraumatism, injury as a result of polytrauma. Polytraumatisms, plural of polytraumatism. Polytraumatized, subjected to polytrauma. Polytry, a graph with at most one undirected path between any two vertices. In other words, a directed acyclic graph DG for which there are no undirected cycles either. Polytrees, Plural of polytree. Polytrepomone, relating to Trepomata of multiple genera. Polytrich, maidenhair moss. Polytrichaceous, of or relating to the moss family Polytrichaceae. Polytrichid, any member of the Polytrichidae. Polytrichids, plural of polytrichid. Polytrichin, a European moss, great golden maidenhair, or great Goldilocks polytrichum commune. Polytrichus, very hairy, densely ciliate. Polytiaxin, Polyxymphaline. Polytrode, an array of many electrodes. Polytrodes, plural of polytrode. Polytron, a homogenizer, especially one manufactured by Polytron. Polytrons, plural of polytron. Polytrope, a particular solution to an equation concerning self-gravitating polytropic fluid. Polytropes, plural of polytrope. Polytrop, any polytrophic organism. Polytrophic, of bacteria etc. feeding on multiple types of food or obtaining nutrients in more than one way. Polytrophs, plural of polytroph. Polytrophy, the condition of being polytrophic. Polytropic, of any change in the thermodynamic properties of a gas in which its specific heat remains constant. Polytropism, a form of polymorphism in which adjacent sheets of a crystal are inclined to one another. Polytube, a polyethylene tube. Polytubes, plural of polytube. Polytungstate, any salt of polytungstic acid. Polytungstates, plural of polytungstate. Polytungstic, of or pertaining to polytungstic acid. Polytungstic acid, any of several complex acids containing multiple atoms of tungsten. Polytungstic acids, plural of polytungstic acid. Polytunnel, a tunnel made of polyethylene used to grow plants that require a higher temperature and or humidity than that which is available in the environment. Polytunnels, plural of polytunnel. Polytypage, the process of making polytype copies. Polytype, any of the types involved in polytypism. Polytyped, simple past and past participle of polytype. Polytypes, plural of polytype. Polytypic, having several different taxa of the next lower rank, especially having several subspecies. Polytypical, polytypic, polytyping, present participle and gerund of polytype. Polytypism, the existence of multiple types, especially of multiple subspecies. Polytypisms, plural of polytypism. Polytypism. Polytyrosine, a polypeptide composed of only tyrosine amino acids. Polyubiquitin, a chain of several ubiquitin molecules attached to a protein. Polyubiquitinate, to cause or to undergo polyubiquitination. Polyubiquitinated, ubiquitinated with a series of ubiquitin molecules. Polyubiquitinates, third person singular simple present indicative of polyubiquitinate. Polyubiquitinating, present participle and gerund of polyubiquitinate. Polyubiquitination, the addition of a series of ubiquitin molecules to another protein. Polyubiquitinations, plural of polyubiquitination. Polyubiquitins, plural of polyubiquitin. Polyubiquitinylate, to polyubiquitinate. Polyubiquitinated, alternative form of polyubiquitinated. Polyubiquitinalates, third person singular, simple present indicative of polyubiquitinate. Polyubiquitinylation, alternative form of polyubiquitination. Polyubiquitinate, 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 polyubiquitinated, polyubiquitinates. Third person singular simple present indicative of polyubiquitinate. Polyubiquitinating, present participle and gerund of polyubiquitinate. Polyubiquitination, polyubiquitination. Polyubiquitinations, plural of polyubiquitination. Polyunsaturated, any polyunsaturated fat or fatty acid. Polyunsaturated, of or relating to long-chain organic compounds that have multiple double bonds. Polyunsaturated fatty acids are essential to human nutrition. Polyunsaturated fat, a fat or oil almost exclusively from vegetable sources containing a high proportion of polyunsaturated fatty acids. Polyunsaturated fats, plural of polyunsaturated fat. Polyunsaturated fatty acid, a fatty acid such as arachidonic acid that contains two or more carbon-to-carbon double bonds. Polyunsaturated fatty acids, plural of polyunsaturated fatty acid. Polyunsaturates, plural of polyunsaturate. Polyunsaturation, the state of being polyunsaturated or the degree to which something is polyunsaturated. Polyurea, any of a class of polymeric elastomers whose repeat unit is a substituted urea. Polyureas, plural of polyurea. Polyuric, derived from polyurea. Polyuresis, synonym of polyurea. Polyurethane, any of various polymeric resins containing urethane links, used in very many industrial and domestic applications. Polyurethane, treated or coated with a polyurethane varnish or other product. Polyurethanes, plural of polyurethane. Polyurethaning, present participle and gerund of polyurethane. Polyuria, the production of an abnormally large amount of urine, one symptom of diabetes. Polyurias, plural of polyuria. Polyuric, relating to polyuria. Polyuridine, a long section of nucleic acid containing only the uridine nucleoside. Polyuridylated, uridylated in many locations. Polyuridylation, the addition of many uridine nucleotides to RNA. Polyuridylated, uridylated via polyuridylation. Polyuridylation, uridylation at many sites. Polyurinate, a polymeric urinate. Polyurinates, plural of polyurinate. Polyuronic acid, any polymer of a uronic acid. Polyuronic acids, plural of polyuronic acid. Polyurinine, any polysaccharide consisting of uronic acid residues with or without other monosaccharides. Polyurinides, plural of polyurinide. Polyvaccine, a polyvalent vaccine. Polyvaccines, plural of polyvaccine. Polyvacuolar, having many vacuoles. Polyvagal, of or relating to a theory that specifies two functionally distinct branches of the vagus or 10th cranial nerve. A primitive branch eliciting immobilization behaviors, for example feigning death, and a more evolved branch linked to social communication and self-soothing behaviors. Polyvalence, the state of being polyvalent. Polyvalences, plural of polyvalence. Polyvalencies, plural of polyvalency. Polyvalency. Polyvalence. Polyvalent, multivalent, having a number of different forms, purposes, meanings, aspects, or principles. Polyvalently, in a polyvalent manner. Valorolactone, a polymer composed of valorolactone monomers. Polyvalorolactones, plural of polyvalorolactone. Polyvaline, a polypeptide composed of valine monomers. Polyvalines, plural of polyvaline. Polyvalvular, relating to many valves, but especially to most or all valves of the heart. Polyvanadate, a polymeric form of the orthovanadate anion, and salt containing this anion. Polyvanadates, plural of polyvanadate. Polyvariate, supporting a variable but non-zero number of arguments. Polyvariant, multivariant. Polyvascular, relating to or affecting many blood vessels. Polyversity, an educational institution that combines elements of a polytechnic and a university. Polyvesicular, having or involving many vesicles. Polyvictimization, victimization of someone, especially a young person, along multiple axes or through multiple forms of abuse. Polyvictimizations, plural of polyvictimization. Polyvictimized, subjected to polyvictimization. Polyvidone, polyvinyl pyrrolidone. Polyvinones, plural of polyvidone. Polyvinyl, composed of or derived from many vinyl groups. Polyvinyl acetate, a rubbery synthetic polymer prepared by polymerization of vinyl acetate, used as an adhesive for light materials such as paper, wood, and cloth. Polyvinyl alcohol, a water-soluble synthetic polymer prepared by partial or complete hydrolysis of polyvinyl acetate to remove acetate groups, having many uses, including as an adhesive and surfactant, and in freshwater angling. Polyvinyl alcohols, plural of polyvinyl alcohol. Polyvinyl chloride, a thermoplastic resin produced by the polymerization of vinyl chloride, used as an electrical insulator and in many other applications, can be compounded into flexible and rigid forms through the use of plasticizers, stabilizers, fillers, and other modifiers. Polyvinyl chlorides, plural of polyvinyl chloride. Polyvinyl fluoride, a thermoplastic fluoropolymer having various uses as a film or resin, abbreviation PVF. Polyvinyl pyrrolidone, a water-soluble polymer used in pharmaceutical products, paint, and as an adhesive for postage stamps and envelopes. Polyvinyl resin, any resinous plastic manufactured by the polymerization of a vinyl monomer. Polyvinyl resins, plural of polyvinyl resin. Polyvinyl toluene, a synthetic polymer of alkyl benzenes with a linear formula CH2CHC6H4CHN. Polyvinyl alcohol, Alternative form of polyvinyl alcohol. Polyvinyl chloride. Alternative spelling of polyvinyl chloride. Polyvinyl chlorides. Plural of polyvinyl chloride. Alternative form of polyvinyl chlorides. Polyvinyl difluoride. The polymer CH2CFN. Polyvinyl netafluoride. Alternative form of polyvinylidene fluoride. Polyvinylate. Synonym of polyvinyl. Polyvinylidene. Any polymer derived from monomers of general formula CH equals CX2 where X is typically a halogen. Polyvinylidene chloride. A polymer of vinylidene chloride CH equals CCl used as a thin film to wrap and preserve foodstuffs, etc. Polyvinylidene chlorides. Plural of polyvinylidene chloride. Polyvinylidene difluoride. Polyvinylidene fluoride. Polyvinylidene fluoride. A thermoplastic fluoropolymer of high purity and resistance to solvents, acids, and alkalis, having many uses, including as an insulator and an ingredient of some paints and batteries. Abbreviation, PVDF. Polyvinylidene difluoride. A thermoplastic polymer CH2CFN. Polyvinylidenes. Plural of polyvinylidene. Polyvinyl polypyrrolidone. A highly cross-linked modification of polyvinylpyrrolidone, used as a disintegrant in pharmaceutical tablets. Polyvinylpyrrolidone. Alternative spelling of polyvinylpyrrolidone. Polyvinylpyrrolidone iodine. Synonym of iodapyridone. Polyvinylpyrrolidones. Plural of polyvinylpyrrolidone. Polyvinyl. Plural of polyvinyl. Polyvinyl siloxane. An addition reaction silicone elastomer widely used for taking impressions, as in dentistry or for inspecting the interior features of machine parts. Polyvinyl siloxanes. Plural of polyvinyl siloxane. Polyvinyl toluene. Alternative form of polyvinyl toluene. Polyvisceral. Relating to or affecting many of the viscera. Polyviscose. A polymer manufactured from plant cellulose. Polyvocal. Consisting of more than one voice. Polyvocalities. Plural of polyvocality. Polyvocality. The quality of being polyvocal consisting of more than one voice. Polyvocally. In a polyvocal manner with more than one voice. Polyvoltene. Synonym of multivoltene. Polywater. A supposed polymeric form of water reported to have been produced in fine capillaries, now known to be illusory. Polywheel. Synonym of omni-wheel. Polywheels. Plural of polywheel. Polywheel. A mixture of polymer and wool used as a filter material in aquariums. Polywheels. Plural of polywheel. Polyword. A phrase that acts like a single word. Polywords. Plural of polyword. Polywork. To work multiple jobs simultaneously. Polyworked. Simple past and past participle of polywork. Polyworker. Someone who polyworks or works multiple jobs simultaneously. Polyworkers. Plural of polyworker. Polyworking. Present participle and gerund of polywork. Polyworks. Third person singular simple present indicative of polywork. Polya. Polyethylene. Polyxene. Synonym of polyxene. Polyxylic. Having multiple rings of vascular bundles. Polyine. Polyacetylene. Polyines. plural of paleai. Hawere, of or pertaining to it. Paleai. Hawerao, relating to or derived from paleai. Halazeta, a complex function related to zeta functions. Halazetas, plural of halazeta. Halazao, plural of halazun. Halazao, alternative form of halazoan. 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 Halazoans, plural of halazoan. Halazoria, plural of halazoria. Halazoria. Halazoan. Halazories, plural of Halazori. Halazoria, a Halazori. Halazori, a Calania palazoa. Halazoic, of a tapeworm having multiple proglottids. Halazoics, plural of halazoic. Halazoism, the condition of being Paleozoic. Halazono, consisting of or living in many zones or rings. Halazoon, Halazoan. Halazwitterian, any polymer in which the monomers are Zwitterians. Halazwitterianic, of or pertaining to a Halazwitterian. Halazwitterians, plural of Halazwitterian. Polyzygotic, of or relating to more than one zygote. Halsey, a village in St. Mindra Lowlands Parish on the Atlantic coast of Cornwall, England. OS grid ref SW 9378. Halsonite, a melitite that contains Taiwan. Halsonites, plural of Halsonite. Halsen, a surname. Halsons, plural of Halsen. Initialism of Palliaxum talate. Synonym of Pomeranian, a dog breed or a dog of this breed. Alternative spelling of pompum. Anons, plural of pom-pom. A rapid-firing small-caliber cannon used especially as an anti-aircraft gun. Pom-pom girl, a female cheerleader. Pom-pom girls, plural of pom-pom girl. Pom-pom pullaway, alternative spelling of pom-pom pullaway. Pom-pom pullaway, a tag game played by children, a possible predecessor of the game of British Bulldog. Pom-poms, plural of pom-pom. A surname. Homa lift, synonym of platter lift kind of ski lift. Homa lifts, plural of homa lift. Pomacantid, any marine angelfish in the family Pomacanthidae. Pomacanthids, plural of pomacanthid. Pomace, the pulp or pulp-like matter remaining from a substance pressed to extract its juice or oil. Pomacentrid, any of the Pomacentridae, a family of perciform fish comprising the damselfishes and clownfishes. Pomacentrids, plural of pomacentrid. Pomacentrine, any pomacentrid of the subfamily Pomacentrine. Pomacentrines, plural of pomacentrine. Pomacentroi, any fish of the family Pomacentridae. Pomacentroids, plural of pomacentroi. Pomaceous, of, pertaining to or resembling a palm. Pomaces, plural of pomes. Pomidacid, Any grunt in the family. Pomidacidi, a synonym of the humility. Pomidacids, plural of pomidacid. Pomade, a greasy or waxy substance that is used to style hair, making it look slick and shiny. Pomaded, simple past and past participle of pomade. Pomades, plural of pomade. Pomaded, present participle and gerund of pomade. Pomade, a member of a group of Bulgarian-speaking Muslims inhabiting Bulgaria, northeastern Greece, and mainly northwestern Turkey. Pomax, plural of pomade. Pomalidomide, a derivative of thalidomide used to treat some myelomas. Pomander, a mixture of aromatic substances, made into a ball and carried by a person to impart a sweet smell or as a protection against infection. Pomanders, plural of pomander. Pavavu, a small dog that is a cross between a Pomeranian and a poodle, typically a toy poodle. Pomaboos, plural of pomapoo. Pomeria, plural of pomerium. Pomerine, short for Pomeranian Jaeger. Pomeranian Jaeger, synonym of Pomeranian Skua. Pomeranian Jaegers, plural of Pomeranian Jaeger. Pomeranian Skua, an Arctic seabird, Stercorarius pomeranus. Pomeranian Skua, plural of Pomeranian Skua. Pomerines, plural of Pomerine. Pomerium, alternative spelling of Pomerium. Pomerosa, synonym of Malay apple. Pomerosas, plural of Pomerosa. Pomes, plural of Poma. Pomate, synonym of ointment. Particularly thick waxy ointments scented with fruit used to beautify the skin or hair. Pomaded, simple past and past participle of pomade. Pomades, plural of pomade. Pavavorn, a hamlet southeast of Penicuik, Midlothian Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 2459. Pomaceaceae, any member of the Pomaceacidae. Pomaceacids, plural of Pomaceacid. Pomade, any gastropod in the family Pomatidae. Pomades, plural of Pomate. Pomading, present participle and gerund of pomade. Pomadiopsid, any member of the family Pomadiopsidae of saline lake gastropods. Pomadiopsids, plural of Pomadiopsids. Pomado, a plant produced by grafting a tomato plant and a potato plant, producing cherry tomatoes on the vine and potatoes under the ground. Pomados, plural of pomado. Pomatomid, any fish in the family Pomatomidae, which has only one living species, the bluefish. Pomatomids, plural of pomatomid. Pomatori, having the nostril covered with a scale. Pomatorhine skua, synonym of Pomeranian skua. Pomatorhine skuas, plural of Pomatorhine skua. Pomidum, synonym of ointment, particularly thick waxy ointments scented with fruit used to beautify the skin or hair. Pomadum, simple past and past participle of pomadum. Pomaterme, present participle and gerund of pomadum. Pomadums, plural of pomadum. Amazon, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Pomazan. Otto, a city. And municipality in Leiria district, Portugal. Pombaline, of or relating to a Portuguese architectural style of the 18th century, with neoclassical buildings on streets laid out according to a grid. Pombaline cage, a symmetrical wood lattice framework aimed at distributing earthquake force. Pombaline cages, plural of Pombaline cage. An African beer made from millet. Pombo, a surname from Galician. Pombos, plural of Pombo. Abbreviation of Rubio monacortin. Synonym of Pomeranian, a breed of small, fluffy, energetic toy dogs. Poncitron, the citron fruit of Citrus medica. Poncitrons, plural of poncitron. Simple past and past participle of pom. Pomegranate, the fruit of the Punica granatum, about the size of an orange with a thick, hard, reddish skin enclosing many seeds, each with an edible pink or red pulp tasting both sweet and tart. Pomegranate melon, synonym of dudame. Pomegranate melons, plural of pomegranate melon. Pomegranate molasses, a syrup made from reduced pomegranate juice with a little lemon juice. Pomegranate, a sweetened drink made from pomegranates. Pomegranate-like, resembling or characteristic of a pomegranate. Pomegranates, plural of pomegranate. Pomes, plural of pom. Pomite, resembling or characteristic of a pom. Pomelian, alternative form of pomelian. Pomelians, plural of pomelian. Pomel, a specific type of wood grain in lumber and veneers, also known as quilted from the French. Pomels, plural of pomel. Pomelo, alternative spelling of pomelo. Pomelos, plural of pomelo. Pomelos, plural of pomelo. Pomelo, the large fruit of the Citrus maximicin C. grandis, native to South Asia and Southeast Asia, with a thick green or yellow rind, a thick white pith, and semi-sweet translucent pale flesh. Pomelos, plural of pomelo. Pomelos, plural of pomelo. Pomerac, alternative form of pomerac. Pomeracs, plural of pomerac. Pomerania, a former duchy, historical province of Prussia, and now a geographic region of Central Europe split between Germany and Poland on the southern shore of the Baltic Sea. Pomeranian, of, from or relating to Pomerania, a historic region split between the German states of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern and Brandenburg and the Pomeranian Voivodeship, West Pomeranian Voivodeship, and Kievan Pomeranian Voivodeship of Poland. Pomeranian Spitz, synonym of Pomeranian, a breed of small, fluffy, energetic toy dogs. Pomeranian Spitzes, plural of Pomeranian Spitz. Pomeranian Voivodeship, a voivodeship of Poland. Pomeranians, plural of Pomeranian. Pomerantz, a surname. Pomerances, plural of Pomerantz. Pomerelia, a region, located on the southern shore of the Baltic in eastern Pomerania, to the west of the Vistula, centered on the city of Danzig/Gdan. Pomerelian, of or relating to Pomerelia. Pomerelians, plural of Pomerelian. Pomereng, a surname. Pomeria, plural of Pomeria. Pomeridian, of or pertaining to the afternoon. Pomeria, the ritually established and sacred formal boundary of the territory of Roman city, the territory thus bound. Pomelo, a surname. Pomelos, plural of Pomelo. Pomerode, a municipality of Santa Catarina, Brazil. Pomerol, a commune in the Gironde department in Nouvelle-Aquitaine near Bordeaux in southwestern France. Pomerals, plural of Pomerol. Pomeran, a reg trajectory postulated in 1961 to explain the slowly rising cross-section of hadronic collisions at high energies. Pomerana, of or relating to Pomerans. Pomerans, plural of Pomeran. Pomeroy, a surname. Pomeroys, plural of Pomeroy. Pomus, plural of Pom. Pomate, alternative form of pomedy. Pomedy, alternative form of pomedy. Pomwater, a kind of sweet, juicy apple. Pomwaters, plural of pomwater. Pommy, alternative form of pommy. Pommies, plural of pommy. Pomeziu, a commune of Bihar County, Romania. Pomfret, a surname. Pomfret cake, alternative form of Pontefract cake. Pomfret cakes, plural of Pomfret cake. Pomfrets, plural of pomfret. Pomegranate, obsolete form of pomegranate. Pomegranates, plural of pomegranate. Pomu, a village and commune of Sadi Mare County, Romania. Pomechna, a city in Kirovohrad Oblast in central Ukraine. Pomiculture, the cultivation of fruit growing. Pomiculturist, one who cultivates fruit. Pomiculturists, plural of pomiculturists. Pomiferin, a flavonoid pigment found in the horseapple. Pomiferous, producing or bearing fruit, especially apples. Pomiform, apple-shaped. Pomme, present participle and gerund of pom. Pomes, plural of pomi. Pomitude, the way of thinking or feeling of a Pomeranian dog. Pomade and lud. Pomade, obsolete form of pomade. Pomades, plural of pomade. Homage, the set of apple and orange or pear varieties grown in a region or location. Pommard, a red wine from the commune of Pommard in eastern France. Pommards, plural of Pommard. Cup, a round overt green circular spot, resembling or representing an apple. Pomme, alternative form of pommy. Pommage, Soralia esculenta, the prairie turnip. Pomme fry, traditional Belgian style skin on shoestring cut deep fried potatoes. French fry, chip.
Here we go.
Pomme frites, French fries, plural of pomme frite. Pomme puree, a very smooth and creamy mashed potatoes dish slash side dish, usually requiring ricers slash food mills and chinois slash strainers to make. Pomme puree, alternative form of pomme puree. Pomicither, synonym of Ambarella fruits Spondius dulcis. Pomicithers, plural of pomicither. Hobby, having the ends terminating in rounded protuberances or single balls, having round shapes on the extremities. Pomme, alternative form of pommy. Pommies, plural of pommy. Pommes, plural of pom. Pommel, the upper front brow of a saddle. Pommel horse, an apparatus for gymnastic exercises with a cylindrical body covered with leather and two upright pommels as hand grips near the center, held upright with adjustable legs. Pommel horses, plural of pommel horse. Pommelet, synonym of pomedy. Pommel, simple past and past participle of pommel. Pommeler, a fencer who holds an épée at the very end of a French grip, i.e. on the pommel, the large nut that holds the grip together to gain several additional inches of blade extension. Pommelers, plural of pommeler. Pommeling, present participle and gerund of pommel. Pomelian, synonym of cascable knob on a cannon. Pomelians, plural of pomelian. Pommel, simple past and past participle of pommel. Pommeling, present participle and gerund of pommel. Pomelo, alternative spelling of pomelo. Pomelos, plural of pomelo. Pomelos, plural of pomelo. Pommels, plural of pommel. Haber, an alto, tenor, or bass instrument of the shawm family. Pomerac, the edible fruit of Syzygian malaccense. Pomeracs, plural of pomerac. Pommers, plural of pommer. Plural of pom. Pomzana, a French dish of sliced layered potatoes cooked in melted butter. Pommes blanches, plural of pomme blanche. Pommes frites, French fries, plural of pomme frites. Pommeté, alternative form of pomedy. 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 Pomedy, having the ends terminating in rounded protuberances like pommels. Pommy, an English immigrant, a pom. Pommy basher, alternative spelling of pommy basher. Pommy bashers, plural of pommy basher. Pommy wash, a quick wash using a face cloth, often while still partly clothed. Pommy washes, plural of pommy wash. Pommy basher, someone who habitually criticizes England or English people. Pommy bashers, plural of pommy basher. Potter, a surname from French. Potters, plural of pommier. Pommes, plural of pommy.
Here we go.
Pommy, synonym of Pomeranian, a breed of small, fluffy, energetic toy dogs. Pommy basher, alternative spelling of pommy basher. Pommy bashers, plural of pommy basher. Pomeland, England, the United Kingdom. Pomo, an indigenous population native to Northern California. Pomo, pertaining to the Pomo people. Pomodori, plural of pomodoro. Pomodoro, a variety of pear-shaped tomato from Italy, San Marzano tomato. Pomodoro sauce, a simple Italian tomato pasta sauce. Pomodoro sauces, plural of pomodoro sauce. Pomodoros, plural of pomodoro. Pomoria, plural of pomorium. Pomorium, alternative form of pomerium. Pomelo, alternative spelling of pomelo. Pomelos, plural of pomelo. Homological, pertaining to homology. Homologically, in a homological way. Homologies, plural of homology. Homologist, a person involved in homology. Homologists, plural of homologists. Homology, the study of palm fruit and of the cultivation of such fruit. Pomelos, plural of pomelo. Pomona, a goddess of fruitful abundance in ancient Roman religion and myth. Pomona green, apple green. Pomona greens, plural of pomona, a green. Pomonic, relating to fruit, especially apples. Homophobe, one who fears, dislikes, or hates postmodernism and / or postmodernists. Homophobes, plural of homophobe. Homophobia, an aversion to postmodernism or postmodernists. Homophobic, relating to, characteristic of, or exhibiting an aversion to postmodernism or postmodernists. Other, pertaining to or characteristic of the Palmer people. Palmers, plural of Palmer. Homosexual, rejecting, avoiding, or not fitting in any sexual orientation label, such as heterosexual, homosexual, asexual, pansexual, or bisexual. Homosexuality, the quality of being homosexual. Homosexuals, plural of homosexual. Out, show of magnificence, parade, display, power. Pomp and circumstance, a display of ceremonial grandeur. Hava, a surname. Papadum, non-standard form of papadum. Pompadums, plural of pompadum. Pompadour, non-standard spelling of pompadour. Pompadours, plural of pompadour. Pompadour, a women's hairstyle in which the hair is swept upwards from the face and worn high over the forehead. Pompadour fish, synonym of discus fish. Pompadour fishes, plural of pompadour fish. Pompadour, simple past and past participle of pompadour. Pompadouring, present participle and gerund of pompadour. Pompadours, plural of pompadour. Pompano, any of various carringid fish of genus Trachinatus or species Alectes ciliaris African pompano from coastal parts of the North Atlantic. Pompanos, plural of pompano. Pompanos, plural of pompano. Pondas, plural of pomp. Pompatic, pondas, pompadas, one who is pompous or splendid. Pomp disease, glycogen storage disease type Roman II. Pont, simple past and past participle of palm. Pompe, a surname from Italian. Pompeian, alternative spelling of Pompeian. Pompeian red, a red color tinted with orange, like that of the houses of Pompeii. Pompeian reds, plural of Pompeian red. Pompeiana, things relating to Pompeii. Pompeians, plural of Pompeian. Pompeii, a ruined Roman town in Italy destroyed by Vesuvius volcano in AD 79. Pompeii worm, Alvinella pompeiana, a deep sea polychaete worm. Pompeii worms, plural of Pompeii worm. Pompeian, of or pertaining to Pompeii. Pompeians, plural of Pompeian. Pompeiis, plural of Pompeii. Pompeii, alternative form of Pompeii, a city in Italy. Pampilmos, alternative form of Pampelmos, a pomelo, a grapefruit. Pampelmosos, plural of Pampelmos. Pampelmes, alternative form of Pampelmos, a pomelo, a grapefruit. Pampelmaus, alternative form of Pampelmos grapefruit. Pampelmouses, plural of Pampelmus. Pampilo, alternative spelling of pomelo grapefruit. Pampilos, plural of Pampilo. Pompeo, a surname from Italian. Pompeos, plural of Pompeo. Pomper, to pamper, to feed luxuriously. Audit, a ball used for inking the type. Pompets, plural of Pompet. Pompey, Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, a military and political leader of the late Roman Republic. Pomphilex, alternative form of Pomphilex. Pomphilex, Dishidroses. Pomphorhinchid, any acanthosphallon in the family Pomphorhinchidae. Pomphorhinchids, plural of Pomphorhinchid. Pomfret, alternative form of Pomfret. Pomfrets, plural of Pomfret. Ave, Apamir hook. Pompiers, plural of Pompier. Pompilid, any member of the Pompilidae or spider wasps. Pompilids, plural of Pompilid. Pompilian, an ointment or pomatum made of black poplar buds. Pompiloid, any wasp of the superfamily Pompiloidea. Pompiloids, plural of Pompiloid. Ave, present participle and gerund of pomp. Pompeian, alternative form of Pompeian. Pompeians, plural of Pompeian. Pumpkin, obsolete spelling of pumpkin. Pumpkins, plural of pumpkin. Pompa, without pomp. Pampacali, an earthworks situated 8 miles north-northeast of Leeds, Yorkshire. Pumpoir, a sexual technique the woman uses her pubicoccygis vagina muscles to stimulate the man's penis while both partners remain still. Pompoen, a pomelo or grapefruit. Pompolians, plural of Pompolian. Avo, a decorative ball made of pieces of soft fabric, tinsel, plastic, or paper streamers bound at the center, most notably held, waved, and shaken in cheerleading. Pom-pom girl, a female cheerleader, especially one who uses pom-poms. Pom-pom girls, plural of pom-pom girl. Enfant, having one or more pom-poms attached. Condoms, plural of pom-pom. Ava, a bundle of yarn, string, ribbon, etc. tied in the middle and left loose at the ends so as to form a puff or ball, as for decoration or a showy prop for cheerleading. Pompon flower, a flower of any of various cultivated plants with dense, globular masses of flower petals. Pompon flowers, plural of pompon flower. Pompon, having a pompon or pompons. Componio, a surname. Componios, plural of componio. Ponons, plural
Invincible.
of pompon. Obsolete form of pompon. Pompoons, plural of pompoon. Pomposities, plural of pomposity. Pomposity, the quality of being pompous, self-importance. Pomposo, ceremonious and dignified. Pompous, affectedly grand, solemn or self-important. Pompously, in a pompous manner. Pompousness, the quality of being pompous. Pompousnesses, plural of pompousness. Pompous, plural of pomp. Pomptine, alternative form of pontine. Pomreg, a surname. Pomoy, a surname. Pomuz, plural of pomoy. Plural of pom. Pomus, plural of pom. That, partial ordered multiset. That's, plural of pomset. Pomskis, plural of pomski. Pomsky, a mixed breed dog that is a cross between the Pomeranian and Siberian Husky. Pontini, a pomegranate martini. Pontines, plural of pontini. Pomwater, obsolete form of pomwater. Pomwaters, plural of pomwater. Pomorium, alternative. The spelling of pomerium. Initialism of passive optical network technology and standards for fiber optic broadband access. A surname. Hanya, Hanyu, a modern district of Gwangju. Honorestat, an aldose reductase inhibitor. Honet, dated form of Ponpang. Honepian, alternative form of Ponpang. Panepians, plural of Panepian. Panaban, alternative form of Ponpang. Panabans, plural of Panapan. Panasterone, a particular steroid hormone in insects. Panasterones, plural of panasterone. Panatinib, an oral drug for the treatment of certain leukemias. Panazerol, a drug used to treat equine protozoal myeloencephalitis in horses. Hanga, a member of a Native American people of the Dejihem branch of the Siouan language group. There are two federally recognized Punkah tribes, the Punkah tribe of Nebraska and the Punkah tribe of Indians of Oklahoma. Ponca City, a city in Kay County, Oklahoma, United States, named for the Ponca tribe. Ponca, plural of Ponca. Pons, a city and municipality. In the south of Puerto Rico, United States. Ponce wheel, a small metal wheel with evenly spaced points or spikes used for making a series of small holes in soft materials such as fabric, leather, wood, or paper, so as to leave an indelible but hardly visible mark. Ponce wheels, plural of ponce wheel. Ponceau, any of a number of red pigments, some of which are used as indicators. Ponceaus, plural of ponceau. Ponceau, plural of ponceau. honest, simple past and past participle of pons. Considalian, a surname. Considalians, plural of considalian. Onzelet, an obsolete French unit of power, equal to the power required to raise is a quintal at a velocity of 1 meter per second. Onzelet wheel, a kind of undershot water wheel. Onzelet wheels, plural of Onzelet wheel. Onzelets, plural of Onzelet. Ponsos, plural of pons. Ponzi, alternative spelling of Ponzi. Ponchik, a type of fried dough pastry popular in many Middle Eastern, Central Asian, and Eastern European countries, made by deep frying dough until it becomes puffy, then filling it with custard, jam, or cream, and sometimes glazing the result or dusting it with powdered sugar. Ponchiki, plural of ponchik. Ponchiks, plural of ponchik. Poncho, a simple garment made from a rectangle of cloth with a slit in the middle for the head. Poncho liner, an item of field equipment made from quilted nylon with a polyester filling that can be attached to a standard issue poncho to provide additional warmth, or used alone as a blanket, sleeping bag, or protective cover. Poncho liner, plural of poncho liner. Poncho, wearing a poncho. Ponchos, plural of poncho. Poncho, plural of poncho.
Here we go.
Punciano, a surname. Puncianos, plural of Punciano. Panzel, a suburban village in Rosliner Krugog Community, Wrexham Borough County Borough, Wales, a Westgrid Ref SJ 2946. Ponce, comparative form of Ponce, more Ponce. Ponceist, superlative form of Ponce. Most Ponce. Ponsif, an unoriginal or uninspired idea, a cliché. Ponsify, made Ponce. Ponsus, plural of Ponsif. Ponceling, in a Ponce or Ponce manner. Ponciness, the quality of being pensy or pensy. Ponsing, present participle and gerund of pons. Punctiform, misspelling of punctiform. Poncy, of, relating to, or supposedly characteristic of a ponce. Pond, a surname. Pond apple, a tree native to Florida and throughout the New World tropics, and known as glabra. Pond apples, plural of pond apple. Pond cypress, a variety of bald cypress native to Blackwater rivers of the southeastern United States. A deciduous coniferous species Taxodium distinctivum imbricarium, formerly known as Taxodium ascendens. Pond cypresses, plural of pond cypress. Pond damselflies, plural of pond damselfly. Pond damselfly, a type of damselfly of the family Conagonidae. Pond heron, a heron of the genus Ardeola. Pond herons, plural of pond heron. Pond hockey, a form of ice hockey played outdoors on the surface of a frozen lake or pond, or other body of water. Pond life, alternative spelling of pond life. Pond lilies, plural of pond lily. Pond lily, alternative form of pond lily. Pond liner, a large sheet generally of tough flexible polythene used to line the bottom and sloping sides of an artificial pond. Pond liners, plural of pond liner. Pond loach, Miscernus anglicatus. Pond loaches, plural of pond loach. Pond scum, algae, especially when growing on the surface of a pond. Pond slider, Trichemes scripta, a species of medium-sized semi-aquatic turtle, with many subspecies popular as pets. Pond sliders, plural of pond slider. Pond snail, any freshwater snail in the family Limmuidae. Pond snails, plural of pond snail. Pond turtle, a turtle of the genera of the Amididae family. Pond turtles, plural of pond turtle. Pond skater, synonym of water strider. Pond skaters, plural of pond skater. Pond, a taluk in South Goa district, Goa, India. Pondage, the small water storage behind the weir of a run-of-the-river hydroelectric power plant. Pondages, plural of pondage. Ponton, transvestite, ladyboy. Pondons, plural of pondon. Pond, alternative form of pondi. Pondon, simple past and past participle of pond. Ponder, a town in Denton County, Texas, United States. Pondera County, one of 56 counties in Montana, United States. County seat, Conrad. Ponderabilities, plural of ponderability. Ponderability, the fact of having a detectable weight or mass. Ponderable, having a detectable amount of matter, having a measurable mass. Ponderableness, the state or quality of being ponderable. Ponderably, in a ponderable manner. Ponderal, pertaining to weight. Ponderal index, an anthropometric statistic that combines the height and weight of a person, similar to the body mass index. Ponderance, weight, gravity. Ponderances, plural of ponderance. Ponderary, of or pertaining to weight. Ponderate, to have weight or influence. Ponderated, simple past and past participle of ponderate. Ponderates, third person singular simple present indicative of ponderate. Ponderating, present participle and gerund of ponderate. Ponderation, heaviness. Ponderations, plural of ponderation. Ponderative, of or pertaining to pondering or deliberation. Pondered, simple past and past participle of ponder. Pondering, a person who ponders, a thinker. Ponderers, plural of ponderer. Ponderous, second person singular simple present indicative of ponder. Pondera, third person singular simple present indicative of ponder. Pondering, pronunciation spelling of pondering. Pondering, present participle and gerund of ponder. Ponderingly, in a pondering way with deep thought. Pondering, plural of pondering. Ponderize, to ponder. Ponderize, simple past and past participle of ponderize. Ponderizes, third person singular simple present indicative of ponderize. Ponderizing, present participle and gerund of ponderize. Ponderment, a mental state characterized by pondering, a feeling of doubt and curiosity. Ponder motive, describing the ability of light to cause motion due to the momentum of its photons. Ponderomotive, able to move a weight or anything having mass. Ponderomotively, in a ponderomotive manner. Ponderosa, a census-designated place in Tulare County, California, United States. Ponderosa pine, synonym of ponderosa. Ponderosa pines, plural of ponderosa pine. Ponderosas, plural of ponderosa. Ponderosities, plural of ponderosity. Ponderosity, the quality of requiring extensive thought. Ponderous, heavy, massive, weighty. Ponderously, in a ponderous manner, very slowly. Ponderousness, the quality of being ponderous. Ponderousnesses, plural of ponderousness. Ponders, plural of ponder.
Here we go.
Ponders End, a suburb in borough of Enfield, Greater London, England. OS grid ref TQ 3595. Pondersong, marked by pondering or musing, thought-provoking, pensive, puzzling. Ponds, plural of pond. Pondfish, any of numerous species of American freshwater fishes belonging to the family Centrochidae. Pondfishes, plural of pondfish. Pond, enough to fill a pond. Pondfuls, plural of pondful. Pondhawk, any of several dragonflies of the genus Eurythemis native to North America. Pondhawks, plural of pondhawk. Pondhorn, any unionid of the genus Uniomyrus. Pondhorns, plural of pondhorn. Pondy, Murray cod, Machalachella pelei, a large freshwater fish from the temperate perch family found in the Murray-Darling River system. Pondian, pertaining to differences between English as spoken in the United Kingdom and the United States and/or Canada. Pondicherrian, of or relating to Pondicherry. Pondicherrians, plural of Pondicherrian. Pondicherry, former name of Puducherry, a union territory in southern India consisting of 4 geographically separated exclaves of former French India, namely its capital, Karikal, Yanam, and Ma. Pondicherry vulture, synonym of red-headed vulture. Pondaben, synonym of fenfluramine. Ponde, the excessive accumulation of water in low-lying areas remaining 48 hours after the end of rainfall under conditions ordinarily conducive to drying. Pondings, plural of ponding. Pondies, plural of pondi. Pondless, without a pond. Pondlet, a little pond. Pondlets, plural of pondlet. Pondlife, the living creatures found in a pond. Pondlife, resembling a pond. Pondnoise, plural of pondly. Pondly, spatterdot. Pondman, a sawmill employee responsible for the mill pond and the logs stored there. Pondman, plural of pondman. Pondness, the quality of Vietnam. Pondo, alternative form of M-Pondo. Pondai, a crudely built hut in parts of Asia. Pondaki, in Africa, a primitive makeshift shelter, often made with iron or tin. Pondakis, plural of Pondaki. Pondox, plural of Pondoc. Pondong, a barangay of President Roxas Capi. Philippines. Pondolan, a natural region on the South African shores of the Indian Ocean, the former territory of the Mpendo Kingdom of the Mpendo people. Ponds, plural of pond. Pondscape, the landscape of a pond. Pondscapes, plural of pondscape. Pondscum, alternative form of pond. Scum. Pondsful, plural of pondful. Pondside, the side of pond. Pondskater, alternative spelling of pondskater. Pondskaters, plural of pondskater. Pondspes, Litsi aestivalis, an American shrub of the laurel family, growing in ponds and swamps. Pondstead, a pond and its surrounding area. Pondsteads, plural of pondstead. Pondas, an Old English measure of weight, usually of wool perhaps equal to 3 clothes. Pondastudius, a weight attached to the penis in order to restore the foreskin to someone who has been circumcised, chiefly with reference to Jews in ancient Rome. Pondward, nearest a pond, facing a pond, leading toward a pond, etc. Pondwards, towards a pond. Pondwater, the water in a pond. Pondwaters, plural of pondwater. Pondweed, any of several plants that grow in ponds or similar aquatic conditions. Pondweeds, plural of pondweed. Pondwort, a submerged aquatic plant native to Europe and northwestern Asia. Stratios aloides. Pondy, resembling a pond, pond-like. Oh, a writ in law used by the superior courts to remove cases from inferior courts. Ponier, alternative form of Paneer Indian cheese. Poman, the west, the area of the setting sun. Pomet, a westerly Mediterranean wind. Onrotoxin, a paralyzing neurotoxic peptide isolated from the venom of the bullet ant. Ponristen, any of a group of peptides related to ricin in the venom of the Apacandylogoldia. Ponrisins, plural of ponrisin. Ponrine, of or relating to ants in the subfamily Ponrini. Ponrians, plural of ponrine. Ponoi, any ant of the subfamily Ponrini or related taxa. Ponroids, plural of ponroi. Pomrological, relating to ponrology. Ponrology, the study of eel. Ponromor, an ant in any subdivision of the subfamily Ponrini. Sensulato. Ponromors, plural of ponromor. Pones, plural of pone. Ponsama, a medication for the treatment of multiple sclerosis. Ponsterone, the spelling of panasterone. Ponvesh, Yiddish form of Panvys, a city in Lithuania. Thoni, archaic form of pony, small horse. Ponies, plural of pony. Ponzumab, a humanized monoclonal antibody designed for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. Hamtharada, a city in the province of Leon, Castile, and Leon, Spain. An early video game from Atari, resembling ping pong, in which 2 players control paddles and attempt to intercept a ball. Hunkung, to take a shower, to bathe. Honda, a medium-sized tree fern endemic to New Zealand, of species Alsophila triclarsins. Alsophila dealbata, Scythia dealbata et al. Pongo, a Hindu harvest festival of South India, particularly in the Tamil community, observed at the start of the month Thai, typically around January 14. Bengali. Alternative form of Pongal rice dish. Pondols.
Here we go.
Plural of Pongal. Pungania oil. An oil pressed from the seeds of a leguminous tree Millennia pinnata, found in Asia and the Pacific. Among its uses is for lamp oil, soap, and biodiesel. Pongas, plural of Ponga. Pongan, a sitio in the barangay of Poblacion, Tuba, Banked, Philippines. Pongo, a barangay of Bacacay, Albay, Philippines. Pod, simple past and past participle of pond. Pondi, a soft unbleached silk from China or India from silkworms that feed on oak leaves. Pondi stick, alternative spelling of punji stick, synonym of punji. Ponji stick, plural of ponji stick. Ponjis, plural of ponji. Pondolo, beer, or half and half. Ponger, anything that has a bad smell. Pongers, plural of ponger. Piney, obsolete spelling of piney. Pineys, plural of piney. Pondid, any primate once considered to belong in the family Pongidae, the great apes excluding humans. Pongids, plural of pongid. Pudid, comparative form of pong, more pong. Pong is superlative form of pong, most pong. Poniness, the state or condition of being tiny. Podding, present participle and gerund of pong. Ponglish, an informal variety of the English language spoken by Polish people incorporating Polish words and constructions. Pondo, a soldier. Pongos, plural of pondo. Pongal, alternative form of Pongal Hindu Harvest Festival. Pongos, plural of Pongo. Pongrats, a surname from German. Pongratzes, plural of Pongrats. Hutis, plural of Pon. Ponte, a Malay dish of meat cooked in a sauce made with palm sugar and fermented soybeans. Pudit, having a bad smell. Pudit, a Buddhist monk. Pais, plural of Pahi. Panas, synonym of scrapple dish of pork scraps. Pode, a dagger typically having a slender square or triangular blade. Ponirdis, simple past and past participle of ponier. Podide, present participle and gerund of ponier. Poniers, plural of ponier. Powiatowski, a surname from Polish. Powiatowskis, plural of Powiatowski. Ponability, the capability of being placed or located. Pony, simple past and past participle of pony. Ponyta, simple past and past participle of pony up. Ponies, plural of pony. Ponies in the barn, plural of pony in the barn. Ponies up. Third person singular simple present indicative of pony up. Ponify, simple past and past participle of ponify. Ponify, to turn an existing character into a My Little Pony style cartoon equine. Potter, alternative form of Paneer Indian cheese. Ponjim, alternative form of Punaji. Puck, a nocturnal evil spirit. Potkin, a sweet. round citrus fruit which is a hybrid of a mandarin and a Pomelo citrus punensis. Pumpkins, plural of pumpkin. Pox, plural of pong. Ponmo, cowhide, or a dish made thereof. Putting, a river flowing through Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, India. Panji, alternative form of Panaji. Honorel, a commune of Mehedinti County, Romania. Unalpa, a town, the headquarters of Ponoka County, Alberta, Canada. Ponoka County, a municipal district in central Alberta, Canada. Ponomarenko, a surname from Ukrainian. Ponomarevi, a monoclinic prismatic orange-red mineral containing chlorine, copper, oxygen, and potassium. Ponar, a barangay of Otto, late Philippines. Ponophobia, a fear of overwork. Potter, a village and commune of Alba County, Romania. Honors, plural of honor. Hanasakan, a moribund Austronesian language spoken in the vicinity of the district of Belang, southeast Minahasa, North Sulawesi, Indonesia. Potter, initialism of point of no return. Ha, plural of pon. Pond, plural of pond. Pond asinorum, a method for finding the middle term of a syllogism in Aristotelian analytics. Pons varolate, synonym of Pons. Ponsonute, a village and civil parish in southwest Cornwall, England. The parish was named St. Luvius until 2021 OS Grid Ref SW 7537. Ponsford, a surname. Ponsfords, plural of Ponsford. Ponsonby, a hamlet and civil parish in Cumberland, Cumbria, England, previously in Copeland Borough OS Grid Ref NY0505. Ponsonby Rule, a constitutional convention which acquired legal force in 2010 dictating that most international treaties had to be laid before Parliament 21 days before ratification. Pondonmies, plural of Ponsonby. What? To pose until nearly frozen in all sorts of uncomfortable positions. Pont Elaver, an uncooked, unpressed cow's milk cheese, originally manufactured in the area around the commune of Pont-Elaver in Normandy. Pont-Elavers, plural of Pont-Elaver. Pont-Enio, a hamlet in Ceredigion, Wales, with a bridge Welsh pont over the River Tafy OS Grid Ref SN 6556. Pont-Avendan, a commune in Pas-de-Calais department, Hauts de France, France. Pont-Audemer, a commune in the Eure department in the Normandy region in northern France. Pont-Audemer Spaniel, a rare breed of French Gundog. Pont-Audemer Spaniels, plural of Pont-Audemer Spaniel. Pont Henry, a village in Denelli rural community, Carmarthenshire, Wales OS Grid Ref SN 4709.
Here we go.
Pont Newydd, a hamlet in Nenjindain community, Carmarthenshire, Wales OS Grid Ref SN 4407. Pont Saint Martin, a town in Loire-Atlantique department, France. Pont-sur-Yon, a commune in Yon department, Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France. Pont-Wyclon, alternative form of Pontyclon, Wales. Pont-Wygoff, a suburb of Ebwa Vale, Blaenau, Gwent Borough, County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SO 1610. Pont-Wypant, a small settlement in Conwy Borough, County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SH 7553. Pont Huairil, a small village in Garwa Valley Community, Bridge and Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SS 9089. Ponta Delgada, a city and municipality on the island of São Miguel in the archipelago of the Azores Autonomous Region of Portugal. Pontac, a town and commune of Pyrénées-Atlantiques Department, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, in southwestern France. Pontage, a duty or tax paid for repairing bridges. Pontages, plural of pontage. Pontal, synonym of pontine relating to the ponds or to bridges. Pontardon, a town in Neathport Talbot Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SN 7204. Pontarddulais, a town and community with a town council in the city and county of Swansea, Wales OS Grid Ref SN 5903. Pontarelli, a surname from Italian. Pontarellis, plural of Pontarelli. Pontarfanac, a community civil parish in Ceredigion, Wales. Pontaouer, a commune in Doubs Department, Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France, on the border with Switzerland. Pontarolo, a surname from Italian. Pontolgac, a hamlet in Powys, Wales, historically in Montgomeryshire OS Grid Ref SO 0093. But the surname, Pontediaceus, or relating to the Pontederiaceae. Putty, archaic form of punty. Ponties, plural of ponty. Pontefract, a town in the metropolitan borough of Wakefield, West Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref SC 4522. Pontefract cake, a small, disc-shaped sweet with an impressed castle, made from locally grown licorice. Pontefract cakes, plural of Pontefract cake. Pontella, a town and commune of Pyrénées-Orientales Department, Occitania, France, historically part of northern Catalonia. Pontaix, a town in Saskatchewan, Canada. Pontellin, a town and civil parish with a town council in southern Northumberland, England OS Grid Ref NZ 1672. Pontelid, any copod in the family Pontelidae. Pontelids, plural of Pontelid. Platag, to skip school or work, play truant. Pontignure, a municipality in the province of Piacenza, Emilia-Romagna, Italy. Pons, plural of pont. Pons Asinorum, plural of Pons Asinorum. Ponsbury, a village and civil parish southwest of Shrewsbury, Shropshire. England OS Grid Ref SJ 3906. Pontevedra, a city in Galicia, Spain, and the capital of its province. Pontfadar, a village in Glentrain Community, Wrexham Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SJ 2338. Ponter, a village and community in Torfine Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SD 3292. Pontiac, a municipality in western Quebec, Canada. Pontiac fever, a form of legionellosis that is less severe than Legionnaire's disease. Pontiacs, plural of Pontiac. Pontian, the Pontic Greek dialect of the historical Pontus region of Asia Minor. Pontianak, an older spelling of Pontianak city in West Kalimantan, Indonesia. Pontianak, plural of Pontianak. Pontianak, the capital and largest city of West Kalimantan, Indonesia. Pontianak, plural of Pontianak. Pontic, of or relating to Kingdom of Pontus. Pontic rhododendron, a large evergreen shrub of species Rhododendron ponticum, natively found in the Iberian Peninsula and Caucasus region. Pontic rhododendrons, plural of Pontic rhododendron. Ponticelli, plural of Ponti.
Invincible.
Solo. Ponticelo, bridge of a violin, etc. Pontius, plural of Ponti. Pontifex, a pontiff, state minister or high priest in ancient Rome. Pontiff, a surname transferred from the nickname. Pontus, plural of pontiff. Pontific, alternative form of pontifical. Pontifical, of or pertaining to a pontiff. Pontifical states, the papal states. Pontificalia, synonym of pontifical's vestments of a bishop, priest, or pope. Pontificalities, plural of pontificality. Pontificality, the state and government of the pope, the papacy. Pontifically, in a pontifical manner, in the manner of a pope. Pontificals, plural of pontifical. Pontificate, the status or term of office of a pontiff or pontifex. Pontificated, simple past and past participle of pontificate. Pontificates, plural of pontificate. Pontificated, present participle and gerund of pontificate. Pontificatingly, while pontificating. Pontificatings, plural of pontificating. Pontification, the act of pontificating. Pontifications, plural of pontification. Pontificator, one who pontificates. Pontificators, plural of pontificator. Pontificatory, of or relating to pontification. Pontifex, bridgework, structure or edifice of a bridge. Pontifices, plural of pontifex. Pontificial, papal, pontifical. Pontificially, obsolete form of pontifically. Pontifician, of or relating to the pontiff or pope. Pontificians, plural of pontifician. Pontifician, pontifical. Pontify, simple past and past participle of pontify. Pontifies, third person, singular simple present indicative of pontify. Pontify, to pontificate. Pontifying, present participle and gerund of pontify. Pontal, alternative form of punty rod used in glass blowing. Pontal mark, a ring-shaped or irregular scar on a glass object from where it was joined with a pontal or blowpipe, common on bottles prior to the 1830s. Pontal marks, plural of pontal mark. Pontile, of or relating to the pons. Pontio, a surname from Italian. Pontios, plural of Pontio. Pondels. Plural of ponto. Pont, a surname. Pontinel, describing a bone of the skull of certain fishes. Potting, or relating to the Pontine Marshes, a formerly extensive swampy area between Rome and Naples. The area has since been drained and reclaimed and is today mostly used for agriculture. Pontine arteries. Plural of Pontine artery. Pontine artery, any of several arteries that branch off from the basilar artery and supply blood to the pons. Pontine Islands, an archipelago of Italy in the Tyrrhenian Sea, Mediterranean. Pontines, synonym of Pontine Islands. Potting, the act of posing until nearly frozen in all sorts of uncomfortable positions. Pontos rebeller, alternative form of Pontos rebeller. Pontus, a person interested in bridges. Pontus, plural of Pontus. Pontovis, a drawbridge. Pontlonfred, a large village and community in Caerphilly Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SD 1895. Pontleo, a village in Pontleo and Turcotte Community, City and County of Swansea, Wales, OS Grid Ref SN 6101. Pontleo and Turcotte, a community civil parish in the city and county of Swansea, Wales that includes the named places. Pontleton, a village in Rimy Community, Caerphilly Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SO 1105. Pottuit, a community and northern suburb of Cumbrian, Torfaen Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SD 2996. Ponto, a traditional short Portuguese unit of length usually about equal to 0.2 mm. Ponto, pons, pontine. Pontogeniculo-occipital, relating to the pons, the lateral geniculate nucleus and the occipital cortex regions of the brain, applied to a class of basic field potentials that are most prominent immediately before REM sleep. Pontobulbar, pontine and bulbar. Pontocane, synonym of tetracane. Pontocaspian, of or relating to the Pontic-Caspian steppe. Pontos rebeller, of or pertaining to the pons and the cerebellum. Pontos rebeller hypoplasia, a group of rare heterogeneous conditions characterized by prenatal development of an abnormally small cerebellum and brain stem. Pontos rebeller hypoplasias, plural of Pontos rebeller hypoplasia. Pontos rebellary, alternative form of Pontos rebeller. Pontos rebral, alternative form of Pontos rebeller. Pontogenate, any avapod in the family Pontogenidae. Pontogenades, plural of Pontogenade. Pontoise, a commune in Val d'Oise department, Isle-de-France, France, in a northwestern suburb of Paris. Pontomdulary, relating to or connecting the pons and the medulla oblongata. Pontum sensiphalic, relating to the pons and mesencephalon. Ponton, a surname. Ponton Bridge, alternative form of pontoon bridge. Pontonier, alternative form of pontooner. Pontoniers, plural of pontonier. Pontonier, alternative form of pontooner. Pontoniers, plural of pontonier. Pontoni, synonym of pontonii. Pontonies, plural of pontonia. Pontonii, any shrimp of the subfamily Pontonini. Pontonians, plural of Pontonian. Pontonair, synonym of pontooner. Pontoniers, Plural of Pontoneer. Pontons. Plural of ponton. Hatu. A flat-bottomed boat or other floating structure used as a buoyant support for a temporary bridge, dock, or landing stage. Pontoon bridge. A temporary bridge built over floating pontoons. Pontoon bridges. Plural of pontoon bridge. Pontoon parties. Plural of pontoon party. Pontoon party. A social event by sailors held on a pontoon. Pontoon having a pontoon or pontoons attached to it. Pontoonier. Alternative form of pontooner. Pontooniers. Plural of pontoonier. Pontooner. One who constructs a pontoon. Pontooners. Plural of pontooner. Pontooning. The art or process of constructing pontoon bridges. Pontoons. Plural of pontoon. Pontoosuc. A village and township in Hancock County, Illinois, United States. Pontop. A locality between Dipton and Leadgate, County Durham, England, OS Grid Ref NZ 1452. Pontoporeid. Any aphropod in the family, Pontoporeidae. Pontoporeid. Plural of Pontoporeid. Pontoporid. Misspelling of Pontoporeid. Pontoporeid. Any dolphin of the family Pontoporeidae. Pontoporeids. Plural of Pontoporeid. Pontoreiro. A surname. Pontosaur. Any extinct pythonomorph of the genus Pontosaurus. Pontosaurs. Plural of Pontosaur. Pontotoc. A city, the county seat of Pontotoc County, Mississippi, United States. Pontotoc County. One of 82 counties in Mississippi, United States. County seat, Pontotoc. Pontresina. A municipality in Grissons Canton, Switzerland. Pontrydyfan. A village in Neath Port Talbot Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SS 7994. Pontrelas. A village in Kentridge Parish, Southern Herefordshire, England, OS Grid Ref So 3927. Pontiagan product. A product on the homology of a topological space induced by a product on the topological space. Pontiagan products. Plural of Pontiagan product. Ponsthisil. A village in Vayner community, Merthyr Tydfil Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref So 0511. Ponta. A sea god, particularly of the Black Sea. Clipping of Pontypridd, a town and community with a town council in Rhondda Taff Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SD 0790. Pothates. A lawn village in Engindine community and Anelli rural community, Carmarthenshire, Wales, OS Grid Ref SN 4608. Pontybrym. A village and community in Carmarthenshire, Wales, OS Grid Ref SN 5011. Pontyclun. A large village and community with a town council in Rhondda Cynon Taff Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SE 0381. Pontycymer. A village in Garwa Valley community, Bridgeon Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SS 9091. Pontyfu. A town in Torfaen Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref So 2900. Pontypridd. A town and community with a town council in Rhondda Cynon Taff Borough County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SD 0790. POD, initialism of postoperative nausea and vomiting. PONY, ellipsis of Pony International, an American brand of athletic gear. Pony and tap, of little worth, crap. Pony bead, a large colorful plastic bead, rounded but flattened at the holes, associated with children's arts and crafts. Pony beads, plural of pony bead. Pony bottle, a small diving cylinder fitted with an independent regulator, used as a backup in case of emergency. Pony bottles, plural of pony bottle. Pony boy, a horse keeper. Pony boys, plural of pony boy. Pony car, an affordable, compact, highly styled car with a sporty or performance-oriented image. Pony cars, plural of pony car. Pony engine, a small locomotive used for shunting wagons, etc. Pony engines, plural of pony engine. Pony Express, a 19th century mail service delivering messages across North America by means of riders on horseback. Pony fucker, someone who has sex with or masturbates to horses. Pony fuckers, plural of pony fucker. Pony glass, a small glass for alcoholic drinks. Pony glasses, plural of pony glass. Pony an exciting and real prospect, something to be legitimately excited about. Pony keg, a container for beer holding 7.75 US gallons, equal to half the size of a standard beer keg. Pony keg station, a convenience store specializing in pony kegs. Pony keg stations, plural of pony keg station. Pony kegs, plural of pony keg. Pony motor, synonym of pony engine. Pony motors, plural of pony motor. Pony putter, the driver of a pony that draws a mine wagon. Pony putters, plural of pony putter. Pony shoe, a smaller version of the horseshoe sandwich. Pony shoes, plural of pony shoe. Ponytail, alternative form of ponytail. Ponytails, plural of ponytail. Pony truck, synonym of Bissell truck. Pony trucks, plural of pony truck. Pomyak, to pay usually a bill, debt or due. Pony wall, a wall of low height, not extending all the way from floor to ceiling. Pony walls, plural of pony wall. Pony fucker, alternative form of pony fucker. Pony fuckers, plural of pony fucker. Ponytailed, alternative form of ponytail. Pony tracker, someone who goes pony trekking. Pony trackers, plural of pony tracker. Pony tracking, the practice of riding for pleasure across country on a pony or horse. Ponyite, obsolete form of ponyer. Ponyites, plural of pony-eye. Ponyback, the back of a pony as a seat for a person riding. Ponyboy, the male equivalent of a pony girl. Ponyboys, plural of ponyboy. Ponyfish, any of many fish of the family Lagnathidee. The slipmiths. Ponyfishes, plural of ponyfish. Ponyfoot, a plant of the genus Dichondra. Ponygate, the Southern Methodist University football scandal involving illicit cash payments to potential recruits. Pony girl, a woman, usually submissive, who takes the role of a pony, This typically includes wearing tacks such as a bridle and bit. Pony girls, plural of pony girl. Povie, present participle and gerund of pony. Poena, present participle and gerund of pony up. Ponykind, all ponies considered as a group. Ponillas, without a pony. Ponoi, resembling or characteristic of a pony. Poniblag, a form of pet play in which one or more players take on the role of a horse or pony, especially as the pet of another. Poneskin, the skin of a pony. Poneskins, plural of poneskin. Ponesona, a pony alter ego or self-insert character created by a fan. Ponesonas, plural of ponesona. Ponytail, a hairstyle where the hair is pulled back and tied into a single tail which hangs down behind the head. Ponytail palm, a bottle palm bocornea recurvata. Ponytail palms, plural of ponytail palm. Ponytailed, having a ponytail. Ponytailer, hair tie. Ponytailers, plural of ponytailer. Ponytailgate, a 2015 controversy around the alleged pulling of the hair of a young waitress by New Zealand's Prime Minister John Key. Ponytailing, present participle and gerund of ponytail. Ponytails, plural of ponytail. Ponza, an island off the coast of Lazio, Italy, in the Pontine Island. Tyrrhenian Sea, Mediterranean. Ponza, pertaining to a scheme whereby investors' returns are paid for directly by later investors in investments, giving the false impression that the investment is viable. Ponzi game, alternative form of Ponzi scheme. Ponzi games, plural of Ponzi game. Ponzi scam, synonym of Ponzi scheme. Ponzi scams, plural of Ponzi scam. Ponzi scheme, a fraudulent scheme where earlier investors are paid with the money taken from new investors, giving the impression that the scheme is a viable investment. Ponzi schemes, plural of Ponzi scheme. Ponzini, a common chess opening beginning with the moves 1, e4, e5, 2, and f3 and c6, 3, c, e3. Poninis, plural of Ponzini. Ponis, plural of Ponzi. Ponzo, a surname from Italian. Ponzo illusion, an optical illusion whereby a horizontal bar looks wider when farther up a picture of railroad tracks than when lower. Ponzo illusions, plural of Ponzo illusion. Pondos, plural of Ponzo. Ponzo, a sour citrus-based sauce usually made from the juice of the Chinese letter date, an Asian variety of bitter orange, mixed with soy sauce. Initialism of post office order. A small town in eastern Asturias, near Anez. Puba, alternative form of Puba. Pubas, plural of Puba. Poo pirate, a gay man. Poo pirates, plural of poo pirate. Poo-poo, a piece of excrement. Poo-poo, simple past and past participle of poo-poo. Poo-pooing, present participle and gerund of poo-poo. Poo-poo, plural of poo-poo. Tickets, toilet paper. Puba, alternative form of Puba. Pooba, alternative form of Pooba. Poobas, plural of Pooba. Poobas, plural of Pooba. Poo-poo, alternative form of poo-poo. Poo-poo, simple past and past participle of poo-poo. Poo-pooey, present participle and gerund of poo-poo. Poo-poo, plural of poo-poo. Poo-pooey, an extinct bird, Melamprosos viasoma, a kind of Hawaiian honeycreeper. Hodo, a person who holds multiple offices or positions of power at the same time. Hodes, plural of Pooba. Hoot, and dog. Hoot, made unusable, broken. Bugger. Pooches, plural of pooch. Poochie, a dog, a pooch. Poochification, the process of adding a new character to a work of fiction or altering characters already present in a bid to make the work cooler or more extreme. Poochies, plural of poochie. Poochie, present participle and gerund of pooch. Poochie, bulging outward. Hoot, an obsolete Russian unit of mass equal to 40 Russian funt, or about 16.38 kg, approximately 36.11 pounds. Hoodle, a man-in-the-middle exploit that takes advantage of internet and security software clients' fallback to an older version of SSL. Poodle, a breed of dog originating in Europe as hunting dogs and having heavy, curly coat in a solid color. Their shoulder height indicates their classification as standard, medium, miniature, or toy. Poodle claw, a type of shaggy originally wool cloth, resembling the fur of a poodle. Poodle shooter, a carbine that discharges the 5.56mm caliber cartridge. Poodle shooters, plural of poodle shooter. Poodle skirt, a wide felt knee-length skirt of a solid bold color displaying a design appliqued or transferred to the fabric, originally of a coiffed French poodle, popular in the United States in the 1950s. Poodle skirts, plural of poodle skirt. Poodle faker, a man who seeks out female society, especially for social or professional advancement. Poodle fakers, plural of poodle faker. Poodle skirted, wearing a poodle skirt. Poodle, simple past and past participle of poodle. Poodledom, the realm or sphere of poodle's type of dog. Poodle faker, alternative spelling of poodle faker. Poodle fakers, plural of poodle faker. Pooash, resembling or characteristic of a poodle type of dog. Poodle-like, resembling or characteristic of a poodle. Poodles, plural of poodle. Poolay, the act or an instance of wearing a partial fursuit while showing one's skin. Poodlish, alternative form of poodlesh. Poodly, like a poodle dog. Pood, plural of pood. Pood, simple past and past participle of poo. Poor, oh, poors, plural of poor. Pity, like poo, crappy of low quality. Pood, onomatopoeia indicating a small explosion with a cloud of smoke, as caused by a deflating object or a magical disappearance. Poo-face, term of abuse. Poo-faces, plural of poo-face. Poo-face, a term of endearment for a person who wears diapers, a poof-a-butt, crinkle-butt. Poof-butts, plural of poof-butt. Poof. Simple past and past participle of poof. Poofery. Behavior characteristic of homosexuals.
Here we go.
Poofy. Comparative form of poofy, more poofy. Poofy. Superlative form of poofy, most poofy. Poofy. Present participle and gerund of poof. Poos. Plural of poof. Poofster. Alternative form of poofter. Poofsters. Plural of poofster. Poofta. Alternative spelling of poofter. Poofta. Alternative spelling of poofter. Pooftas. Plural of poofta. Pooftas. Plural of poofta. Poofter. A male homosexual, especially an effeminate one. Poofter noun. Homosexuality. Poofra. The state of being a poofter. Pooferism. Homosexuality. Poofters. Plural of poofter. Duty. Of or pertaining to something that is puffy, filled with air, inflated. Poofabai. A term of endearment for a person who wears diapers. A crinkle butt. Poofabutts. Plural of poofabutt. A barangay of Toledo, Cebu, Philippines. Obsolete form of poo. Poodle. A type of dog, a beagle-poodle hybrid. Poodles. Plural of poogle. Perde. An Indian nose flute. Perdes. Plural of pooji. Short for Winnie the Pooh. Poobah. Alternative form of poobah. Poobahs. Plural of poobah. Poosticks. Alternative form of poosticks, less common. Poobah. Alternative form of poobah. Poobah. Alternative form of poobah. Poobahs. Plural of poobah. Poobahs. Plural of poobah. Poo-poo. To dismiss idly with contempt or derision. Poo-poo theories. Plural of poo-poo theory. Poo-poo theory. A speculative theory that human language originated from emotional exclamations of pain, pleasure, surprise, etc. Poo-poo. Simple past and past participle of poo-poo. Poo-pooing. Present participle and gerund of poo-poo. Poo-poo. Third person singular simple present indicative of poo-poo. Pooh. Alternative spelling of pooba. Poohas. Plural of pooba. Poohet. Term of abuse. Pooheads. Plural of poohead. Poot. Simple past and past participle of poo. Pooey. Present participle and gerund of poo. Poo-hoo. Alternative form of poo-poo. Poo-poo. Simple past and past participle of poo-poo. Poo-pooing. Present participle and gerund of poo-poo. Poo-poo. Third person singular simple present indicative of poo-poo. Third person singular simple present indicative of poo. Pooh stakes. A game for 2 or more players in which each player throws a stick into a river from the upstream side of a bridge, crossing it, the winner being the player whose stick emerges first on the other side. Obsolete form of poi food made from pounded roots. Any of the grass subfamily Pooidae. Pooids. Plural of pooey. Comparative form of pooey. More pooey. Pivot. superlative form of pui, most pui. Pui, present participle and gerund of pu. Puja, a female given name from Hindi. Puja, obsolete spelling of puja. Pujas. Plural of puja. Pujari, archaic form of pujari. Pujaris, plural of pujari. Pujari, alternative form of pujari. Pujaris, plural of pujari. Pujas, plural of puja. Pudi, alternative letter case form of pujit. Pudits, plural of pujit. A barangay of Tayabas, Quezon, Philippines. A fairy that supposedly appears in animal form, often large. Alternative form of puka, supernatural creature. Pukas, plural of puka. Pukas, plural of puka. Puka, a kind of small fishing boat from the region of Galway in Ireland. Pukans, plural of pukan. Puka, alternative form of pukan. Pukans, plural of pukan. Pukan, alternative form of pukan. Pukans, plural of pukan. The pet name. Pookie Bear, a term of address to a lover. Pookie Bears, plural of Pookie Bear. Pookies, plural of Pookie. Obsolete form of puku, medium-sized antelope found in Central Africa. Plural of puku. Pookie, alternative spelling of Pookie pet name. A village in Carnbria Parish, Cornwall, England. OS grid ref SW 6641. Pool at the crook, an acupoint in the hollow of the elbow. Poo boy, a man employed to clean and maintain a swimming pool. Poo boys, plural of poo boy. Pool chair, a sun lounger. Pool chairs, plural of pool chair. Pool diaper, synonym of swim diaper. Pool diapers, plural of pool diaper. Pool hall, a building where visitors pay to play billiards pool. Pool halls, plural of pool hall. Pool house, alternative form of pool house. Pool houses, plural of pool house. Pool Malibo, a lake-like widening in the lower reaches of the Congo River. Pool nappies, plural of pool nappy. Pool nappy, synonym of swim diaper. Pool noodle, a long, slender tube or rod, extruded from buoyant foam and usually brightly colored, used as an exercise tool or toy in swimming pools. Pool noodles, plural of pool noodle. Pool of death, a grouping or division of competitors containing many highly skilled ones who need to eliminate each other to proceed to the next round. Pool parties, plural of pool party. Pool party, a social gathering around and in a swimming pool. Pool reporter, a journalist that is a member of a press pool. Pool reporters, plural of pool reporter. Pool smell. Common Regenc tringatotinus. Pool spray, an event in which photographers and other members of the news media are allowed to visit briefly with the U.S. President or other top U.S. government officials, especially on the occasion of a meeting with leaders or high-level officials from other countries. Pool sprays, plural of pool spray. Pool table, a table used for playing pool. Pool tables, plural of pool table. Pools Cove, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Pool in Wharfedale, a village in Poole Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 2445. Pool-like, of or resembling a pool or a swimming pool. Poolability, the condition of being poolable. Podal, suitable for pooling. Hua, a surname. Hoopa, alternative form of pool boy. Hoovas, plural of pool boy. Hoobundi, the securing of embankments. Formerly the responsibility of a civil department in Bengal. Poobundi, alternative form of Poolbundi. A town in Bournemouth, Christchurch, and Poole District, Dorset, England. Who? Simple past and past participle of pool. Pooled fund, a group of investment funds that are aggregated. Pooled funds, plural of pooled fund. Poor, a surname. Poors, plural of pooler. Poos, plural of poo. Pooley, a surname. Pooley Bridge, a village in Barton and Pooley Bridge Parish, West Welland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in Eden District. OS Grid Ref NY 4724. Poolies, plural of poolie. Poove, any fish that inhabits a pool or pond. Poolies, plural of poolfish. Poval, enough to fill a pool. Poolfuls, plural of pool. Full. Poolor, a person who goes to a swimming pool. Poolors, plural of poolgoer. Pooa, alternative form of pool hall. Pools, plural of pool hall. Poolhouse, a structure containing equipment used for a swimming pool. Pool houses, plural of pool house. Pooey, someone from Hartlepool. Pooey, plural of poolie. Pooey, grouping together of various resources or assets. Poolings, plural of pooling. Pooish, a mixture of flour and water with a little yeast, used to make some forms of dough. Pooish, plural of poolish. Poolis, without a pool. Poolat, any of several similar variants of a commercial.
Here we go.
Poolats, plural of poolat. Poolplexing, the partial multiplexing of a pool of samples. Poor, a room with pool tables where pool can be played, usually for a fee. Poors, plural of pool room. Those, plural of pool. Pools at the crook, plural of pool at the crook. Pools of deck, plural of pool of deck. Poolscape, a landscape dominated by a pool. Poolscapes, plural of poolscape. Poolsalt, plural of poolful. Poolfuck, a hustler who deliberately disrupts a game for his own advantage. Poolsharks, plural of pool shark. Poolside, by the side of a pool. Poolsides, plural of poolside. Poolster, a member of a pool, for example in financial trading. Poolsters, plural of poolster. Poolside, a furry character based on an inflatable float used in a pool. Pooltoys, plural of pooltoy. Pooer, toward a pool. Poowater, the water in a pool. Poowaters, plural of poolwater. Bimu, alternative form of pum-pum vulva. Poom-poom shorts, alternative spelling of pum-pum shorts. Poom-pooms, plural of poom. Poom. Duh. Abbreviation of pulled out of my ass, or more politely pulled out of midair, describing information for which no supporting data or attribution is offered or shown. Poomplex, a weak or worthless man. Poomplexes, plural of poomplex. Poomsy, alternative form of pumsy. Puss, alternative form of pumsy. A Chinese surname from Cantonese. Puda, to dress up in order to impress others. Puna, former name of Puna. Puna Bayabao, a municipality of Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Puna Kira, a type of cucumber with yellow-brown skin, originally from India. Puna Payagapo, a municipality of Lanao del Norte, Philippines. Puna, a kind of oil cake prepared from the coconut. Punax, plural of puna. Puna, archaic form of Puna. Puna, a Hindu female given name from Hindi. Punimali, alternative form of Punimali. Punimali, a neighborhood in Taluk in the west of Chennai, India. Punami, an act of defecation in which an infant produces a large amount of excrement, especially one that causes a nappy or diaper to overflow. A blowout. Punamis, plural of punami. Punams, plural of punam. Puns, a male homosexual. Punses, plural of puns. Pooch, a town and district of Jammu and Kashmir, India. Punak, simple past and past participle of punup. Pooter, a trans man who does not pass. A clocky trans man. Pooters, plural of pooner. Poonga oil, pungamia oil. Puji, alternative form of fagi. Punjis, plural of punji. Pudi, alternative form of panhi. Pudis, plural of punhi. Putting up, present participle and gerund of pun up. Punta, alternative form of punya. Poons, plural of poon. Poons up, third person singular simple present indicative of punam. Poonsters, plural of poonster. Poonte, female genitalia, the vulva or vagina. Poontangs, plural of poontang. Poons, rusts. To defecate. Poop bag, a bag into which pet feces, especially those of a dog, are collected for disposal. Poop bags, plural of poop bag. Poop shoot, anus or rectum. Poop shoots, plural of poop chute. Poop deck, a high, exposed deck at the stern of a ship on top of the cabin S. Poop decks, plural of poop deck. Poop factories, plural of poop factory. Poop factory, an umvent. Poop in one's pants. To defecate in one's pants while wearing them. Poop machine, an umvent. Poop machines, plural of poop machine. Poop one's pants, synonym of crap one's pants. Poop oneself, synonym of soil oneself. Poop out, to quit due to tiredness. Poop fed, the rectum, or a similar structure in another animal. Poop pipes, plural of poop fight. Poop sandwich, synonym of shit sandwich. Poop sandwiches, plural of poop sandwich. Poop scoop, a pooper scooper. Poop scoop is plural of poop scoop. Poop shoot, misspelling of poop shoot. Poop stoop, a toilet stool slash potty stool. Poop stoops, plural of poop stoop. Poop water, reclaimed wastewater. Poop bag, alternative form of poop bag. Poop bags, plural of poop bag. Poop deck, alternative form of poop deck. Poop decks, plural of poop deck. Poop, tired, exhausted. Pooped in one's pants, simple past and past participle of poop in one's pants. Pooped one's pants, simple past and past participle of poop one's pants. Pooped oneself, simple past and past participle of poop oneself. Pooped out, simple past and past participle of poop out. Pooper, alternative letter case form of pooper creator of YouTube poops. Pooper scooper, a scoop for the collection of pet excrement, especially that of dogs. Pooper scoopers, plural of pooper scooper. Pooper scooper, alternative spelling of pooper scooper. Pooper scoopers, plural of pooper scooper. Poopers, plural of pooper. Poopetrator, a person who defecates in public or otherwise commits an act of vandalism using feces. Poopetrators, plural of poopetrator. Poofet, an objectionable person. Poofets, plural of poofet. Poophole, anas. Poophole loophole, the idea that a woman can remain a virgin by engaging in anal rather than vaginal sex. Poophole loopholes, plural of poop. Hole loophole. Poop holes, plural of poop hole. Poophoria, a feeling of satisfaction when defecating. Poofside, a plant that grows best in grass-covered meadows. Poofites, plural of poofite. Poofite, alternative form of poopy. Okay, comparative form of poopy. More poopy. Poopies, plural of poopy. Poopist, superlative form of poopy, most poopy. Poopooey, in a poopy manner. Pronunciations. Spelling of pooping. Poopiness, the quality of being poopy. Pooping, the act of a wave or other vessel striking the poop stern of a vessel. Pooping in one's pants, present participle and gerund of poop in one's pants. Pooping one's pants, present participle participle and gerund of poop one's pants. Pooping oneself. Present participle and gerund of poop oneself. Pooping out. Present participle and gerund of poop out. Pooping wave. A wave of water that crashes over the stern of a ship and onto the deck. Pooping waves. Plural of pooping wave. Poopism. Any of it that Techniques used in YouTube poop videos. Poopisms. Plural of poopism. Poofus. Without poop feces. Poof-like. Resembling or characteristic of poop. Poopload. A large amount. Pooploads. Plural of poop. Load. Alternative form of poo-poo. Simple past and past participle of poo-poo. Poovry. Present participle and gerund of poo-poo. Third person singular simple present indicative of poo-poo. Poos. Plural of poop. Poops in one's pants. Third person singular simple present indicative of poop in one's pants. Poops one's pants. Third person singular simple present indicative of poop one's pants. Poops oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of poop oneself. Poops out. Third person singular simple present indicative of poop out. Poopsicle. Frozen excrement. Poopsicles. Plural of poopsicle. Poopsie. Alternative form of poopsie. Poopskin. A person with dark-colored skin. Poopskins. Plural of poopskin. Poopsai. To be engrossed in a video game so much as to not leave to go to the toilet. Poopsacked. Simple past and past participle of poopsuck. Poopsacking. Present participle and gerund of poopsuck. Poopsacks. Third person singular simple present indicative of poopsuck. Poopsick. A term of affection. Poop-tart. A term of abuse. Poop-tarts. Plural of poop-tart. Poop-tastic. Synonym of crap-tastic. Poopy. Freezies. Poopy suit. A waterproof overgarment worn by aircrew when flying over cold waters, which prevents hypothermia following ejection from the aircraft. Poopy suits. Plural of poopy suit. Poopiad. Alternative form of poofhead. Poopiads. Plural of poopy head. Poopithins. One who soils their pants. Poopa. Hard-shelled clam. Poopas. Plural of poopwa. With no or few possessions or money, particularly in relation to contemporaries who do have them. Poor as a barber's cat, very poor lacking money. Poor as a church mouse, very poor to the point of starving or begging, utterly destitute. Poor as a rat, synonym of poor as a church mouse. Poor as job, extremely poor, destitute. Poor as job's turkey, synonym of poor as job. Poor box, a locked box with a slot for depositing coins into, usually placed in churches to accept donations for the needy. Poor boxes, plural of poor box. Poor boy, a submarine sandwich, a po' boy. Poor boys, plural of poor boy. Poor Clare, a nun of the Poor Clares, a member of the Order of St. Clare. Poor Clares, the Order of St. Clare. Poor cod, Triceptrus minutus, a temperate marine fish of the cod family Gattidae. Poor cods, plural of poor cod. Poor dab, someone to be pitied. Poor thing. Poor dabs, plural of poor dab. Poor devil, poor thing. Poor devils, plural of poor devil. Poor diddums, alternative form of diddums. Poor door, a separate entrance to a housing development for those living in less expensive apartments. Poor doors, plural of poor door. Poor farm, a farm serving as a poorhouse, lodging poor people in exchange for their agricultural labor. Poor farms, plural of poor farm. Poor form, synonym of bad form. Poor house, alternative form of poor house. Poor houses, plural of poor house. Poor is a mindset. Synonym of poverty is a state of mind. Poor is a state of mind. Synonym of poverty is a state of mind. Poor John, alternative form of poor John. Poor Johns, plural of poor John. Poor Knights of Windsor, French toasts. Poor ladies, plural of poor lady. Poor lady, synonym of poor Clare, a nun of the Order of St. Clare. Poor law, a law providing for the support of paupers at the public expense. Poor laws, plural of poor law. Pub little yav, a fictional character who is both endearingly pathetic and extremely flawed or villainous. Po little yav, plural of po little yav. Poor little rich boy, an unhappy young man from a wealthy background. Poor little rich boys, plural of poor little rich boy. Poor little rich girl, an unhappy young woman from a wealthy background. Poor little rich girls, plural of poor little rich girl. Poor loser, synonym of sore loser. Poor losers, plural of poor loser. Poor man of mutton, cold mutton broiled, especially the shoulder. Poor man's, cheaper than, simpler than, a low-quality version of or inferior to. Poor man's asparagus, synonym of good King Henry. Poor man's black velvet, a cocktail of stout with cider or perry. Poor man's butter, margarine. Poor man's cabbage, the biennial herb Barbaria verna. Poor man's cake, a depression cake. Poor man's caviar, any of various dishes, such as terramazalata, that are prepared with fish roe but are less expensive than actual caviar. Poor man's cocaine, synonym of methamphetamine. Poor man's copyright, the practice of mailing a sealed, dated copy of one's work to oneself as a proof of copyright ownership, rather than registering the work with a copyright office.
Invincible.
Poor man's diamond, synonym of zircon. Poor man's fridge, a clay pot or clay cupboard used to store food or drink and keep it cool. Poor man's ginseng, the flowering plant Cotinopsis pilosella. Poor man's goose, any of various traditional dishes of baked meat and vegetables, cheaper than genuine goose. Poor man's latte, an Americano to which the purchaser adds a large amount of cream to simulate a latte in order to save money. Poor man's lattes, plural of poor man's latte. Poor man's manure, snow seen as a means of delivering airborne nitrogen to the soil. poor man's mustard. Synonym of garlic mustard, Alaria petiolata. Poor man's orchid. Schizenthus pinnatus, the butterfly flower. Poor man's pepper. The plant Lepidium campestre. Poor man's pizza. A snack resembling pizza, but made with cheaper or simpler ingredients, such as bread rolls instead of dough and tomato sauce instead of pizza sauce. Poor man's racehorse. A whippet used in racing. Poor man's sauce. Under. Poor man's shilling. Honesty. Poor man's soap. Synonym of summer sweet cleaver only. Folia. Poor man's steak. Fried meatloaf. Poor man's Tiffany. Synonym of carnival glass. Poor man's umbrella. Any of the large-leaved gunneras. Poor man's umbrellas. Plural of poor man's umbrella. Poor man's weather glass. A scarlet pimpernel Anagallis arvensis.
Here we go.
Poor man's weather glasses. Plural of poor man's weather glass. Poor metal. Any of various metallic elements in the P block of the periodic table, generally with higher electronegativity, lower melting and boiling points, and greater softness than the transition metals. Poor metals. Plural of poor metal. Poor mouth. Alternative spelling of poor mouth. But oh! Used to indicate that one has sympathy for something or someone familiar that does not have an optimal situation. Put power. Limited ability. Poor rate. A rate or tax for the support of the poor. Poor rates. Plural of poor rate. Poor relation. Something neglected or seen as an inferior. Poor relations. Plural of poor relation. Poor relief. Governmental and ecclesiastical action to relieve poverty. Poor shall. Used to express disapproval or dissatisfaction. Poor sport. Someone who exhibits ungracious behavior during a game, whether winning or losing. Poor sport. Plural of poor sport. Poor thing. Someone or something to be pitied. Poor things. Plural of poor thing. Poor Tom. Synonym of Abraham man. Poor Toms. Plural of poor Tom. Poor white trash. White person or people employed in a servile position, for example, as a butler. Pose box. Alternative spelling of poor box. Pose boxes. Plural of pose box. Pose row. The list of poor people who are litigants, but unable to pay the expenses of litigation, and therefore allowed to sue and form a pauperous. Poor John. A small European fish of inferior quality to the cod. Poor Johns. Plural of poor John. Poor mouth. Alternative spelling of poor mouth. Poor quality. Of a low or shoddy standard. Poor-spirited. Cowardly. Poor-spiritedness. The quality of being poor-spirited. Piranha. Archaic form of piranha. Piranhas. Plural of piranha. Perdia. Alternative form of Perbia. Perdi. Alternative form of Perbia. Perbies. Plural of Perbi. Perbias. Plural of Perbia. Poda. Alternative form of Perbia. Pobias. Plural of Pobia. Pobox. Alternative form of poor box. Poor boxes. Plural of poor box. Poboy. Alternative spelling of poor boy. Pobo. plural of Porbois. Put, an English surname. Put, simple past and past participle of poor. Poorer, comparative form of poor, more poor. Poorer quality, superlative form of poor quality, most poor quality. Poorest, superlative form of poor, most poor. Poorest quality, superlative form of poor quality, most poor quality. Poria, alternative form of purga. Purgas, plural of purga. House, a charitable institution where poor or homeless people are lodged.
Here we go.
Houses, plural of poorhouse. Puri, alternative form of puri type of unleavened bread. Puris, plural of puri. Puring, present participle and gerund of poor. Puris, plural of puri. Purish, somewhat poor. Tourism, slum tourism, recreational visits to impoverished areas. Poet, comparative form of poorly, more poorly. Poetist, superlative form of poorly, most poorly. Poorliness, the quality of being poorly, ill health. Poorly, one who is poor all senses. Poorlings, plural of poorling. Howe, in a poor manner or condition, without plenty or sufficiency or suitable provision for comfort. Howe, somewhat poorly. Poorman, a surname. Poormans, plural of poorman. Poormaster, a person employed to validate the claims of people applying for relief and to issue the funds where applicable. Poormasters, plural of poormaster. Poorma, to claim to be poor. Poormouth, simple past and past participle of poormouth. Poormouthing, present participle and gerund of poormouth. Poormouths, third person singular simple present indicative of poormouth. Poorness, the quality of being poor. Poorness is a state of mind. Synonym of poverty is a state of mind. Poornesses, plural of poorness. Poora, a poor and stupid person. Us, plural of poor. Percies, her people. Hut, a mountain pass. Huts, plural of port. Earl, Niger bird. Earls, plural of pearl. Plural of POO. Plural of poo. Poseback, Hedeback. So fart. Alternative form of poontang. Put, simple past and past part. Participle of poot. Pooter, a glass jar used for collecting small insects, etc. It has two tubes, one protected by a gauze which is sucked, the other up which the insect is drawn. Pooter, simple past and past participle of pooter. Pooteress, synonym of pooterish. Pootering, present participle and gerund of pooter. Pooterish, characteristic of the character Charles Pooter, of modest social status, especially when having pretensions of greater significance and status. Pooterism, taking oneself grotesquely seriously. Pooters, plural of pooter. Put, a baby's pacifier. Put, comparative form of pooty, more pooty. Pooties, plural of pooty. Pooties, superlative form of pooty, most pooty. Putin, Vladimir Putin. Putin, present participle in gerund of poot.
Here we go.
Poodle, a stroll, a wandering. Poodle along, to walk, ride, drive, etc. at a leisurely pace. Poodle, simple past and past participle of poodle. Poodled along, simple past and past participle of poodle along. Poodles, plural of poodle. Poodles along, third person singular simple present indicative of poodle along. Poodle, present participle and gerund of poodle. Poodling along, present participle and gerund of poodle along. Poot, synonym of Mount Putuo. Poot, plural of poot. Poot, alternative form of Puton. Poot, Vladimir Putin, born 1952, Russian politician who has served continuously as president or prime minister since 1999. Pooty Poot. Vladimir Putin, born 1952, Russian politician who has served continuously as president or prime minister since 1999. Synonym of poof, male homosexual. Poovery, alternative form of poofery. Poos, plural of poo. Pooty. The surname. Pooties, plural of poovy. Pooty. Homosexual, poovy. Acronym of point of presence. Popey, initialism of proof of personhood. Allowed. Pop a cap in someone's arse. Alternative form of pop a cap in someone's ass. Pop a cap in someone's ass. To shoot someone with a gun. Pop a use. To defecate. Pop a squat. To urinate in a public place. Pop art. A genre of art that uses elements of popular culture, often using techniques from commercial art and advertising. Pop chart. A list of the most popular or best-selling pop music at a given time. Pop charts. Plural of pop chart. Pop culture. Popular culture. Pop cultures. Plural of pop culture. Pop down. To place on a surface. Pop-eyed. Alternative spelling of Popey. Pop fastener. Synonym of snap fastener. Pop fasteners. Plural of pop fastener. Pop feminism. A populist, non-academic approach to feminism, suggesting that women can attain equality with men through a positive, go-getting attitude, without much need to organize politically or to examine or change cultural institutions and biases. Pop filter. Piece of recording equipment usually attached to a microphone stand used to protect a microphone from distorted popping sounds from plosives. Pop filters. Plural of pop filter. Pop flies. Plural of pop fly. Pop fly. A pop-up, a fly ball to the infield or the shallow outfield. Pop for it. To pay for something as a special treat or a gift to spring for. Pop group. A musical group specializing in pop music. Pop groups. Plural of pop group. Pop gun. A toy gun that emits a loud pop by firing a cork from a barrel in which a piston slides, compressing the air and forcing the cork out. The cork is traditionally attached to the toy by a piece of string. Pop guns. plural of pop gun. Pop I, clipped compound of population I. Pop Roman 2, clipped compound of population Roman 2. Pop Roman 3, clipped compound of population Roman 3. Pop in, to pay a visit in an impromptu manner. Pop metal, a variation of heavy metal which features prominent pop music elements such as catchy hooks and anthemic choruses. Pop music, music intended for or accepted by wide audience, usually with a commercial basis and distinguished from other genres such as classical music and folk music, and nowadays also from rock music. Pop musician, a person who composes, plays, or sings pop music. Pop musicians, plural of pop musician. Pop musics, plural of pop music. Hop off, to leave and return in a short time. Hop on, to turn on. Pop one's clogs, to die. Pop one's cork, to become explosively angry. Hop out, to leave a room or building with the expectation of returning soon. Pop out cake, a construction in parties and celebrations which appears to be and often partially consists of a large cake, but which really conceals a person inside who will jump out to surprise the partygoers. Pop out cakes, plural of pop out cake. Pop pills, to take pills regularly or too often, especially ones containing an illegal drug. Alternative spelling of pop pop. Alternative spelling of pop pop. Pop pups, plural of pop pop. Pop pups, plural of pop pop. Pop psych, abbreviation of popular psychology. Pop psychology, abbreviation of popular psychology. Pop punk, a genre that combines elements of punk rock with elements of pop music. Pop quiz, a quiz or test given without warning or prior announcement. Pop quizzes, plural of pop quiz. Pop rivet, a pin with a relatively small but expandable head. Pop rivets, plural of pop rivet. Pop rock, a musical genre combining elements of pop music and rock music. Pop shield, a pop filter. Pop shields, plural of pop shield. Hot shop, a pawn shop. Pop shops, plural of pop shop. Hot shot, a quickly aimed or haphazard shot with a firearm. Pop shots, plural of pop shot. Pop shove it, a trick combining an ollie and a shove it where the board rotates 180 degrees while in midair. Pop shove it, plural of pop shove it. Pop singer, a person or performer who sings pop songs. Pop singers, plural of pop singer. Pop smoke, to call for air extract with a smoke grenade. Pop sock, a type of short, knee-high stocking with an elasticated top. Pop socks, plural of pop sock. Pop someone's balloon, synonym of burst someone's
Here we go.
bubble. Pop someone's cherry, to take the virginity of someone. Pop song, a type of song from the genre of music derived from rock and roll music of the 1950s, characterized by a short, catchy tune and the frequent repetition of a chorus. Pop songs, plural of pop song. Pop socks, plural of pop sock. Pop star, a very successful pop musician. Pop stars, plural of pop star. Pop tags. To go shopping, especially for clothing, especially on Esprit. Pop tart. Alternative form of pop tart. Pop tart. A toaster pastry. Pop tarts. Plural of pop tart. Pop tarts. Plural of pop tart. Pop the cherry. To break the hymen. Pop the question. To propose marriage. Pop tune. A pop song. Pop tunes. Plural of pop tune. Pop to come up with a pop sound. Pop wine. Any kind of cheap, low alcohol wine with an artificial fruity taste. Pop wines. Plural of pop wine. Upward. Of a male to experience an erection. Popcorn. Archaic form of popcorn. Pop cultural. Pertaining to pop culture. Popeye. Alternative form of Popeye. Pop-eyed. Alternative. Spelling of Popey. Popeyes. Plural of Popeye. Haden. A performance issue in three-dimensional graphics, causing objects or textures to pop suddenly into view as they are loaded, rather than smoothly moving into view. Pop out. Alternative form of pop out. Pop out cake. Alternative form of pop out cake. Pop out cakes. Plural of pop out cake. Pop outs. Plural of pop out. Papa. Alternatives. Spelling of pop pop. Papa. One's grandfather. Pop-ups. Plural of pop pop. Pop-ups. Plural of pop pop. Pop-gunk. Alternative form of pop punk. Pop-rye. Synonym of pop rock. Pop-sci. Flipping of popular science. Pop science. Popular science. Pop skull. Alternatives. Spelling of pop skull. Pop out. A can usually for drinks opened by pulling or pushing a tab on its top, thus requiring no can opener or church key. Pop under. A pop-up advertisement that appears behind a window that triggers its appearance and thus cannot initially be seen. Pop unders. Plural of pop under. Pop coming into view suddenly from a concealed position. Pop-up advertisement. An advertisement that takes the form of a window that appears automatically on a computer screen when certain websites are visited. Pop-up advertisements. Plural of pop-up advertisement. Pop-up book. A book whose sturdy construction allows paper and artwork to rise up from each page when exposed to the air. Pop-up books. Plural of pop-up book. Pop-up menu. A context menu. Pop-up menus. Plural of pop-up menu. Pop-up store. A store, often portable, existing in one place for a short time only. Pop-up stores. Plural of pop-up store. Pop-ups. Plural of pop-up. Abbreviation of population. POP3. Acronym of Post Office Protocol version 3. A standard for receiving internet email. A surname. Papadum. Rare spelling of papadum. Papadum. Plural of papadum. Papadlic. Having the coolness or style of pop music or pop stars. Popadum. Uncommon spelling of popadum. Popadums. Plural of popadum. Opadum. Uncommon spelling of popadum. Pupetums, plural of pupettum. Popol, surname. Popals, plural of popol. Popanoceratid, any ammonite in the family Popanoceratidae. Popanoceratids, plural of Popanoceratid. Podas. Plural of Popa. Popasna. A city, the administrative center of Popasna Urban Hromada, Cyrus Godonsk Rayon, Luhansk Oblast, Ukraine, founded as a railway station in 1878, occupied by Russian forces since May 2022, heavily damaged during the war in Donbas and then razed to the ground during the Battle of Popasna. Popasnaya, Russian form of Popasna city in Popasna, Cyrus Godonsk, Luhansk, Ukraine. Popeda, a city in southern Colombia. Popcorn, a snack food made from corn or maize kernels popped by dry heating. Popcorn sealing, a sealing having a type of water-based spray-on treatment characterized by a rough, lumpy texture. Popcorn sealings, plural of popcorn sealing. Popcorn chicken, small morsels of boneless chicken, battered and fried, resulting in little nuggets that resemble popcorn. Popcorn effect, the tendency of larger particles to bounce higher than smaller ones on high-frequency vibrating screens. Popcorn effects, plural of popcorn effect. Popcorn film, synonym of popcorn movie. Popcorn films, plural of popcorn film. Popcorn flower, a plant of genus Cryptantha or Plagiabothries. Popcorn lung, Branchialitis obliterans. Popcorn lungs, plural of popcorn lung. Popcorn movie, a motion picture without serious dramatic content, a weighty message, or intellectual depth, which serves simply as enjoyable entertainment. Popcorn movies, plural of popcorn movie. Popcorn noise, synonym of burst noise. Popcorn pisser, one who pisses in the popcorn posts in a thread containing ongoing drama due to reading about it on another subreddit. Popcorn pissers, plural of popcorn pisser. Popcorn popper, a machine used to pop kernels or corn to make popcorn. Popcorn poppers, plural of popcorn popper. Popcorn reading, a reading routine used in schools in which students are called on one by one to read a small portion of a text aloud to the class. Popcorn readings, plural of popcorn reading. Popcorn shrimp, pieces of battered and fried shrimp. Popcorn snow. Rabel, popcorn tea, Genmatia. Popcorn, simple past and past participle of popcorn. Popcorning, a sporadic pronking behavior in guinea pigs. Popcornless, without popcorn. Popcorn-like, resembling or characteristic of popcorn. Popcorns, plural of popcorn. Popcorny, resembling or characteristic of popcorn. Popcraft, the art of composing or performing pop music. Popbeat, a genre of concrete poems assembled from images rather than words. Popcult, pop culture. Popcycle, misspelling of popsicle. Poptie, foxglove. Pop dogs, plural of pop dog. Pop dogs, the combination of popcorn and hot dogs. An English surname transferred from the nickname originating as a nickname. Pope County, one of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seat, Russellville, named after John Pope, Kentucky politician. Pope Day, synonym of Gunpowder Treason Day, now Guy Fawkes Day. Pope Hat, the mitre worn by popes. Pope hats, plural of Pope hat. Pope Joan, a mythical female pope who allegedly reigned for a few years during the Middle Ages. Pope Julius, a 16th century gambling card game about which little is known. Pope Knight, synonym of Guy Fawkes Knight. Pope's Eye, a cut of steak from the buttock muscles of a bovine. Pope's Head, a long-handled brush for dusting ceilings, washing windows, etc. Pope's living room, the inside of a tube, how you have a way of making a tube. Pope's nose, the tail and piece of a cooked fowl, chicken, turkey, etc. Pope's pear, synonym of choke. Pear. Pope Holy, sanctimonious. Papabile, thought to be among those likely to be elected Pope Papabile, capable. Popian, of or pertaining to Alexander Pope 1688-1744, English poet and satirist. Poped, simple past and past participle of Pope. Popedom, the jurisdiction of the Pope. Popedoms, plural of popedom. Poped, Halley. Popeds, plural of poped. Poped, the status of Pope papacy. Popiana, writings and other objects associated with the life of the English poet Alexander Pope. Popism, alternative form of Popism support for the Pope. Pope Shy, a surname. Pope Shies, plural of Pope Shy. Bovek, a surname from Polish. Popex, plural of Popek. Popeless, without a pope. Pope-like, resembling or characteristic of a pope. Popelin, a petty or deputy pope. Popelings, plural of Popelin. Popol, a surname. Popels, plural of Popel. Helpfully, of or befitting a pope. Popedile, any of various vehicles with bulletproof glass sides used to transport the Pope through crowds safely while allowing an open view. Popemobiles, plural of Popemobile. Opera, a crossover genre combining elements of pop music and classical opera. Operas, plural of popera. Popretta, of or pertaining to popera. Popretta, a light popera with a frivolous story. Poprettas, plural of popretta. Poperies, plural of popery. Popery, the teachings, practices, and accoutrements of the Roman Catholic Church. Popes, plural of pope. Pope's noses, plural of Pope's nose. Popescu, a surname from Romanian. Popeskis, plural of Popescu. Popeship, the state, quality, condition, or jurisdiction of being a pope papacy. Popeships, plural of popeship. Popes, alternative letter case form of popes. Popuses, plural of popes. Popsti, the name of a number of villages and communes in Romania. Bobai, a tough cartoon sailor, full name Popeye the Sailor, characterized by bulging forearm muscles, a squinty eye, and an affinity for spinach. Popeye Blacksmelt, a deepwater fish, Lipolagus achotensis, with a slender compressed body and an anal fin base slightly shorter than its dorsal fin base. Popeye Blacksmelts, plural of Popeye Blacksmelt. Popeye, having bulging eyes. Popeyes, plural of Popeye. Popgun, alternative spelling of popgun. Popguns, plural of popgun. Otto, a surname. Adams, plural of papa. Popo, a small door in the side of a chicken coop, normally connected to the ground via a ramp. Popholes, plural of pophole. Popit, initialism of Protection of Personal Information Act. Popia, alternative lettercase form of Popia, Protection of Personal Information Act. Popeye, a kind of spring roll. Popeyes, plural of Popeye. Popian, alternative form of Popian. Popia, a surname from Polish. Popiels, plural of Popio. Popify, converted into a popular form, such as pop music or pop art. Popifies, third-person singular simple present indicative of popify. Podify, to convert into a popular form, to adapt to the norms of pop music, to make poppy. Popify, present participle and gerund of popify. Pavel, a surname. Adana, an ancient Roman bar or bistro, selling wine and simple foods.
Here we go.
Popinac, Bachelia farnesiana syn. Acacia farnesiana, a widely cultivated thorny, shrubby acacia of the southern U.S. and tropical America, with fragrant ball-shaped yellow flowers. Popinac, alternative form of Popinac. Popinacs, plural of Popinac. Popinacs, plural of Popinac. Popini, plural of Popinac. Pope, present participle and gerund of Pope. Popinjay. Poet. Popinjays, plural of Popinjay. Popish, alternative lettercase form of Popish. Poppishly, in a Popish way. Poppiness, the state or condition of being Popish. Popism, support for the Pope. Hobbes, a supporter of the Pope. Hobbes, plural of Hobbes. Hobbes-Yar, a village in Alinivka, rural Hromada, Kramatorsk Rayon, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine, first mentioned. Then Akuger, in 1926, notable as the site in 2011 of archaeological excavations. Popov-Yar II, of Zerub-Metumila, which yielded a carved stone analmatic sundial that proved to be the oldest such sundial ever discovered. Popjoying, sport amusement. Popkin, a surname. Popkins, plural of Popkin. Other, acronym of parking on private land appeals. Poplar, a place name. Poplar Bluff, a city, the county seat of Butler County, Missouri, United States. Poplar borer, a North American beetle of species Saproda calcarata. Poplar borers, plural of poplar borer. Poplar Cotton Center. a census-designated place in Tulare County, California, United States. Poplar, planted with poplar trees. Popularism, the situation where a local council contravenes national directives and offers more generous welfare payments to citizens, as in the Poplarates Rebellion in Poplar, London, England, in 1921. Populi, resembling or characteristic of a poplar. Pavos, plural of poplar. Poplarville, a city, the county seat of Pearl River County, Mississippi, United States, named after Poplar Jim Smith. Popłowski, a surname from Polish. Popłowskis, plural of Popłowski. Popus, without popping sounds. Pop-like, resembling pop music. Poplar, a surname. Poplins, plural of poplin. Poplar, a shallow depression fossa located at the back of the knee joint, the popliteal fossa or knee pit. Popliteal, archaic form of popliteal. Popliteal, or pertaining to the popliteus area behind the knee. Popliteal artery, the main artery in the back of the knee that supplies blood to the lower leg. Popliteal fossa, a poplar, shallow depression located at the back of the knee joint. Popliteal fossae, plural of popliteal fossa. Popliteal fossae, plural of popliteal fossa.
Here we go.
Poplici, plural of popliteus. Poplitocrural, relating to the popliteus and the leg. Poplitophural, relating to the popliteus and femur. Popliteus, a small muscle at the back of the knee that aids in bending the knee and in the rotation of the lower leg. Poplitic, popliteal. Poplitical, popliteal. Poplets, plural of poplet. Populace, synonym of popcorn snack food. Popability, a form of aerobics performed to pop music. Popo, alternative spelling of popo. Top, a surname. Popocas, plural of popoca. Popocatépetl, alternative spelling of Popocatépetl. Popocatépetl, an active volcano in Mexico, located southeast of Mexico City. Papadum, rare spelling of Papadum. Papadums, plural of Papadum. Popadum, rare spelling of Papadum. Popadums, plural of Popodum. Papadum, rare spelling of Papadum. Papadums, plural of Papadum. Papa, surname. Pabos, plural of Papa. Pablo, black nightshade Solanum nigrum. Papaloca, alternative form of Papaluca. Papalos, plural of Papalo. Papaloca, any of various indigenous peoples of southeastern Veracruz and Oaxaca. Papanax, a thorny tree native to the Americas, Bechellia tortuosa. Penten, a barangay of Dagami, late Philippines. Popos, plural of popo. Papasaur, any archosaur in the family Papasauridae. Papasaurids, plural of Papasaurid. Papasaurii, any pseudosuchian of the clade Papasauroidea. Papasaurids, plural of Papasauroid. Popovsky, a transliteration of the masculine. Macedonian surname Popovsky, Popovsky. Papatio, a leafless desert shrub of the U.S. Southwest in the genus Ephedra, used to make an herbal tea. A pop fly that is caught in flight, resulting in an out. Plural of pop out. Havo, a transliteration of the Bulgarian surname Pe or Popov. Popavac, a municipality of Croatia. Popavaca, a city in Croatia. Popover, a light hollow muffin resembling an individual Yorkshire pudding. Popovers, plural of popover. Popovets, singular of popovci. Popovic, a surname from Serbo-Croatian. Popovic, a surname of Slavic origin. Popovizuz inequality, a particular inequality about convex functions similar to Jensen's inequality. Popovics, plural of Popovic. Podvaz, plural of Papa. Popovsky, a transliteration of the Macedonian surname Pe-Orga-Askar Popovsky. Popovsky, the members of one of the two principal movements along with the Bezpopovsky of the Old Believers. Popowski, a surname from Polish. Popowskis, plural of Popowski. Father, Papa. Popability, the quality of being capable. Popable, possible to pop, capable of being popped. Poppedom, uncommon spelling of poppedom. Poppedums, plural of poppedom. Poppedom, a thin, crisp Indian food made from lentil flour, optionally spiced or flavored in various ways and either grilled or deep fried, which may be eaten on its own as a snack, with chutneys as a starter, or as an accompaniment to a meal. Poppadums, plural of poppadom. Poppadom, alternative spelling of poppadom. Poppadums, plural of poppadom. A female given name from Latin. Podas, plural of papa. Papa squash, a peninsula in Bristol, Rhode Island, United States. Surname. Simple past and past participle of pop. Popped a cap in someone's ass. Simple past and past participle of pop a cap in someone's ass. Popped a squat. Simple past and past participle of pop a squat. Popped corn. Popcorn. Popped down. Simple past and past participle of pop down. Popped for. Simple past and past participle of pop for. Popped in. Simple past and past participle of pop in. Popped off. Simple past and past participle of pop off. Popped on. Simple past and past participle of pop on. Popped one's clogs. Simple past and past participle of pop one's clogs. Pop one's cord. Simple past and past participle of pop one's cord. Popped out. Simple past and past participle of pop out. Popped pills. Simple past and past participle of pop pills. Pop smoke. Simple past and past participle of pop smoke. Pop someone's balloon. Simple past and past participle of pop someone's balloon. Pop someone's cherry. Simple past and past participle of pop someone's cherry. Popped the cherry. Simple past and past participle of pop the cherry. Popped the question. Simple past and past participle of pop the question. Popped a simple past and past participle of pop up. Popped wood. Simple past and past participle of popwood. Adel. Surname. Adel. Plural of Pophill. Hoppen. A surname. Hoppenbüttel. A quarter in Wandsbek Borough, Hamburg, Germany. Hoppens. Plural of Poppen. Potter. A surname from German. Popper. To intoxicate with amyl nitrite, a recreational drug. Popper. Having a popper type of fastener. Popper. Simple past and past participle of popper up. Paperiet. Of or relating to the philosophy of philosopher Karl R. Popper. Papyrianism. Papyrian Elise. Papyrians. Plural of papyrian. Poppering up. Present participle of popper up. Popperism. An idea or theory of Karl Popper. Potters. Drugs of the alkyl nitrate class used recreationally as a sexual stimulant, especially among gay men. Poppers. Third person singular simple present indicative of popper up. Pottus. Plural of pop. Potter. An endearingly sweet or beautiful child. Poppet valve. A valve is in an internal combustion engine which consists of a sliding shaft with a disc on the end, the disc being shaped to alternately plug and unplug a matching port, and which is operated by springs and possibly cams interacting with the shaft. Poppet valves. Plural of poppet valve. Poppetry. The making of Poppet's voodoo doll. Poppets. Plural of poppet. Poppet. Full of, decorated with, or otherwise containing poppies. Poppet. Comparative form of poppy, more poppy. Pottis. Plural of poppy. Poppis. Superlative form of poppy, most poppy. Poppy. A greenish-brown monoclinic mineral that is a basic silicate of calcium, vanadium, iron, magnesium, and aluminium. Poppet. Pronunciation spelling of popping. Poppiness. The state of being poppy. Popping. The act or sound of something that pops. Popping a cap in someone's ass. Present participle and gerund of pop a cap in someone's ass. Popping a squat. Present participle and gerund of pop a squat. Popping candy. Small pieces of hard confectionery that create a popping reaction when they dissolve in the mouth. Popping crease. Either of two white lines, each drawn on the pitch in front of the wicket, between which the batsmen run, and from where the bowler may legally bowl. Popping creases. Plural of popping crease. Popping down. Present participle and gerund of pop down. Popping for. Present participle and gerund of pop for. Popping in. Present participle and gerund of pop in. Popping off. Present participle and gerund of pop off. Popping on. Present participle and gerund of pop on. Popping one's clogs. Present participle and gerund of pop one's clogs. Popping one's cork. Present participle and gerund of pop one's cork. Popping out. Present participle and gerund of pop out. Popping pills. Present participle of pop pills. Popping smoke. Present participle of pop smoke. Popping someone's balloon. Present participle and gerund of pop someone's balloon. Popping someone's cherry. Present participle and gerund of pop someone's cherry. Popping the cherry. present participle and gerund of pop the cherry. Popping the question. Present participle and gerund of pop the question. Popping out. Present participle and gerund of pop up. Popping wood. Present participle of pop wood. Popping jay. Obsolete form of pop. Popping jay. Popping jays. Plural of popping jay. Poppings. Plural of popping. Poppin' jay. Alternative spelling of poppin' jay. Poppin' jays. Plural of poppin' jay. Popish. Pertaining to pop. Popism. The act of making a smack sound with the lip. Popisms. Plural of popism. Alternative form of poppet. Hobbits. Plural of poppet. Hovel. Hover. Hovel. Simple past and past participle of popple. Hoddles. Plural of popple. Hopplestone. A surname transferred from the nickname in turn from Old English. Hopplestones. Plural of Hopplestone. Hoppleton. A surname from Old English. Hoppletons. Plural of Hoppleson. Hopplewell. A surname from Old English. Hopplewells. Plural of Hopplewell. Hopfully. Present participle and gerund of popple. Hopley. Shoppy. Bubbling. Turbulent. Poppadom. Rare spelling of poppadom. Poppadoms. Plural of poppadom. Hoppadom. Rare spelling of poppadom. Hoppadoms. Plural of hoppadom. Hottie. A female given name from English, a flower name used since the end of the 19th century. Poppy bee. A leaf-cutting bee, Hoplites papiferus. Poppy bees. Plural of poppy bee. Poppy day. Remembrance day. Poppy head. Alternative form of poppy head. Poppy heads. Plural of poppy head. Poppy mallow. Any of the flowering plants in the genus Callirhoe. Poppy mallows. Plural of poppy mallow. Poppy seed. Alternative spelling of poppy seed. Poppy seed tests. A diagnostic test used before surgery to predict the location of a fistula. The patient is fed poppy seeds and his or her urine is examined to see whether the seeds are present. Poppy seed tests. Plural of poppy seed tests. Poppy seeds. Plural of poppy seed. Poppy straw. The dried remnant of the opium poppy after the seed pods have been removed, still useful for the manufacture of opium and other opioids. Poppy tears. Opium. Hot but high. Foolish talk. Nonsense. Poppycockish. Full of poppycock. Nonsensical. Ridiculous. Poppycocks. Plural of poppycock. Poppyhead. The seed head of a poppy. Hopheads. Plural of poppyhead. Poppylite. Resembling a poppy flower. Poppy seed. The seed of the poppy, used as a flavoring in bread. Poppy seed oil. An edible oil obtained from poppy seeds, specifically seeds of opium poppies Papaver somniferum. Poppy seed oils. Plural of poppy seed oil. Poppy seeds. Plural of poppy seed. Papichot. Alternative form of papichot. Papichots. Plural of papichot. Poppywort. The herbaceous just plant styloforum de film. Poppyorks, plural of poppy york. Pobricani, a village and commune of Iași County, Romania. Pavis, initialism of privately owned public space. Plural of POP. Pavis, plural of pop. Pops a cap in someone's ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of pop a cap in someone's ass. Pops a squat. Third person singular simple present indicative of pop a squat. Pops down. Third person singular simple present indicative of pop down. Pops for. Third person singular simple present indicative of pop for. Pop. Say. Third person singular simple present indicative of pop in. Pops off. Third person singular simple present indicative of pop off. Pops on. Third person singular simple present indicative of pop on. Pops one's clogs. Third person singular simple present indicative of pop one's clogs. Pops one's court. Third person singular simple present indicative of pop one's court. Pops orchestra, an orchestra that plays popular music and show tunes as well as well-known classical works. Pops orchestras, plural of pops orchestra. Pops out, third person singular simple present indicative of pop out. Pops pills, third person singular simple present indicative of pop pills. Pops smoke, third person singular simple present indicative of pop smoke. Pops someone's balloon, third person singular simple present indicative of pop someone's balloon. Pops someone's cherry, third person singular simple present indicative of pop someone's cherry. Pops the cherry. Third person singular simple present indicative of pop the cherry. Pops the question. Third person singular simple present indicative of pop the question. Pops up. Third person singular simple present indicative of pop up. Pops wood. Third person singular simple present indicative of pop wood. Poppus. Plural of pop. Pops up. Alternative form of pop shop on shop. Pop shops. Plural of pop shop. Popsicle. A popsicle brand popsicle, a type of ice lolly. Popsicles. Plural of popsicle. Popsy. Alternative form of popsy. Popsies. Plural of popsy. Popski. British Special Forces Officer Vladimir Piniakov. Popskull. Cheap inferior whiskey, sometimes illegally distilled. Popsluck. Slash fan fiction which pairs pop musicians, especially ones belonging to the same boy band. Popsmith. A pop musician. Popsmiths. Plural of popsmith. Popsock. A short form of nylon stocking with an elasticated top reaching to the knee. Pop socks. Plural of pop sock. Pop star. Alternative spelling of pop star. Pop stars. Plural of pop star. Popster. A pop musician. Popsters. Plural of popster. Popstream. The musical mainstream is typified by pop music. Popstrol, a female pop singer. Popstrolls, plural of popstrol. Popstress, a female popster. Popstresses, plural of popstress. Popsy, grandfather. Pop. Simple past and past participle of pop. Popto. an alcoholic popsicle. Popfills, plural of popto. Poptastic, excellent, very good, especially of pop music. Optimism, the belief that pop music is worthy of professional critique and interest. Optimist, a proponent of poptimism. Optimistic, of or relating to poptimism. Poptimist, plural of poptimists. Poppy-pay, a microwave oven. Other, abbreviation of problematic online pornography use. Popufer, an influential or famous furry, a micro-celebrity or influencer in furry fandom subculture. Popufers, plural of popufer. Populace, the common people of a nation. Populaces, plural of populace. Populacy, obsolete form of populace. Popular, a member of any political party with popular in the title, such as the Partito Popolare in Spain or Popolare d'Italia de Magni in Italy. Popular action, an action in which any person may sue for penalty imposed by statute. Popular actions, plural of popular action. Popular assemblies, plural of popular assembly. Popular assembly, a localized citizen gathering to address issues of importance to the community. Popular beat combo, a pop group. Popular beat combos, plural of popular beat combo. Popular culture, the prevailing vernacular culture in any given society, including art, cooking, clothing / fashion, entertainment, fads, films, mass media, music, sports, and style. Popular cultures, plural of popular culture. Popular etymologies, plural of popular etymology. Popular etymology, a folk etymology. Popular Front, a broad coalition of different political groupings, usually made up of leftists and centrists. Popular Fronts, plural of Popular Front. Popular Initiative, a petition whereby, upon reaching a specified number of signatures by registered voters, the populace forces the government to either enact a law or hold a public vote on the matter. Popular music, any genre of music that has wide appeal amongst the general public of a society, typically distributed widely by the music industry, typically as seen in contrast to classical music and folk music. Popular music, plural of popular music. Popular opinion, synonym of public opinion. Popular psychology, the lay theory or practice of psychology. Popular science, an interpretation of science intended for a general audience rather than for other scientists or students. Popular vote, the total number of votes among a populace as an electorate. Popular votes, plural of popular vote. Popularization, alternative spelling of popularization. Popularizations, plural of popularization. Popularize, to make something popular. Popularize, simple past and past participle of popularize. Popularizer, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of popularizer. Popularizers, plural of popularizer. Popularizes, third person singular simple present indicative of popularize. Popularizing, present participle and gerund of popularize. Popularism, any political doctrine doctrine chosen to appeal to a majority of the electorate. Populism. Popularists, reflecting popular taste and opinion. Popularists, plural of popularists. Popularities, plural of popularity. Popularity, the quality or state of being popular, especially the state of being widely liked or in favor with the people at large. Popularity contests, a contest that is won purely based on votes awarded by others. Popularity contests, plural of popularity contests. Popularizable, able to be made popular. Popularization, the act of making something popular to the general public. Popularizational, of or relating to popularization. Popularizations, plural of popularization. Popularize, American and Oxford British spelling of popularize. Popularize, simple past and past participle of popularize. Popularize, one who popularizes something. Popularizers, plural of popularizer. Popularizes, third person singular simple present indicative of popularize. Popularizing, present participle and gerund of popularize. Populate, in a popular manner. Popularness, the quality or state of being popular. Popularity. Populars, plural of popular. Populatable, able to be populated. Populate, to supply with inhabitants to people. Populated, that has or is supplied with inhabitants or content. Populates, third person singular simple present indicative of populate. Populating, present participle and gerund of populate. Population, the people living within a political or geographical boundary. Population biologist, one who studies population biology. Population biologists, plural of population biologists. Population biology, the study of populations of organisms, especially the growth and regulation of population sizes and genetics, and the effects of interactions between species. Population bottleneck, a sudden and normally temporary decrease in a population typically due to a stressful situation. Population bottlenecks, plural of population bottleneck. Population densities, plural of population density. Population density, average population per unit area, especially the average number of people who live per square kilometer or square mile of land. Population dynamics, a branch of mathematics used to model and study the size and age composition of populations as dynamical systems. Population genetics, the study of the allele frequency, distribution, and change under the influence of the four evolutionary processes: natural selection, genetic drift, mutation, and gene flow. Population I, a population or group of stars formed relatively late in the history of the universe, characterized by having a high metallicity. Population Roman II, a population or group of stars formed early in the history of the universe, characterized by having a low metallicity. Population Roman III, a hypothetical population or group of stars which may have existed in the early history of the universe, characterized by being extremely massive and hot and having an extremely low metallicity. Population inversion, the creation of a system in which more atoms or molecules are in an excited state than in a ground state. Population inversions, plural of population inversion. Population mean, the mean usually arithmetic, but possibly geometric of all members of a population or all possible values from which a sample can be taken, as opposed to a sample mean. Population means. Plural of population mean. Population pyramid. A graphical illustration of the distribution of a population, typically that of a country or region of the world by age groups and sex. It typically forms the shape of a pyramid when the population is growing. Population pyramids. Plural of population pyramid. Populational. Of or pertaining to population. Populationally. In terms of population. Populationism. The idea that the power of a state depends upon the size of its population. Populationist. A follower of populationism. Populationistic. Of or relating to populationism. Populationless. Devoid of population. Unpeopled. Populations. Plural of population. Populator. One who, or that which, populates. Populators. Plural of populator. Populatum. A wood or plantation of poplar trees. Populicide. Of or pertaining to populicide, lethal to many people. Populicide. The deliberate slaughter of a people or a nation. Populicides. Plural of populicide. Populin. A glycoside related to salicin, found in the bark of certain species of the poplar populace. Populizer. Alternative form of populizer. Populizers. Plural of populizer. Populism. A political doctrine or philosophy that proposes that the rights and powers of ordinary people are exploited by a privileged elite and supports their struggle to overcome this. Populism. Plural of populism. Populist. A person who advocates populism in movement against ruling elites who are presumed not to act in the interests of the ordinary citizen. Populistic. Populist. Populistically. In a populist manner. Populists. Plural of populists. Populizer. A person who can communicate technical or scientific ideas to a general public. Populizers. Plural of populizer. Populomics. The study of entire populations. Populosity. Populousness. Populace. Having a large population. Populously. In a populous manner. Populousness. The quality of being populous. Populux. An optimistic, futuristic consumer culture and aesthetic in the United States in the 1950s and 1960s. Pop under. Alternative form of pop under. Pop unders. Plural of pop under. Other. Alternative form of pop up. Pop-up blocker. A piece of software that prevents pop-up advertisements from being displayed. Pop-up blockers. Plural of pop-up blocker. Pop-up menu. Alternative spelling of pop-up menu. Pop-up menus. Plural of pop-up menu. Pop-ups. Plural of pop-up. Hopway. Ladder pie. Popwell. A surname. Popwells. Plural of Popwell. Pacamam. A Mayan language spoken in parts of Guatemala. Pacole. A dolmen cairn or similar ancient structure on the island of Jersey. Pacole. Plural of Pacole. Pagat. A surname. Pagats. Plural of Paquette. Pakwasan. Alternative form of Pakistan. Pakwasans. Plural of Pakwasan. Abbreviation of Portugal. Por qué no las dos? Why not both? Both.
Invincible.
Correct. A municipality of Pampanga, Philippines. Poracanthidae. Any extinct gnathostome of the family Poracanthididae. Poracanthidids, plural of Poracanthidae. Poractin. A pulmonary surfactant derived from porcine lung surfactant. Hurry. A marine ray fin fish of species Nemodactylus douglasii found around Australia and New Zealand. Porridge. Obsolete form of porridge. Porridges. Plural of porridge. Rajmos. The planned and attended genocide of the Romani people during the Second World War by Nazi Germany and its allies. Poricad. Obsolete form of Puricad. Poricad. Obsolete form of Puricad. Hurl. Relating to pores. Porimbo. Land belonging to the government, on which no revenue is assessed. Porimbokes, plural of Porimbo. Porimbo, alternative form of Porimbo. Porimpokes, plural of Porimpo. Porandorus, releasing the pollen through a pore or partial aperture in the anther. Carni, any starfish of the family Pornii. Pornis, plural of Pornii. Pornasa. A particular steroid glycoside. Pornthuri. A polycyclic alkaloid obtained from the shrub Pornthura corimbosa. Pares, a surname from French. Paredes, plural of porous. Porate, of or relating to a pore. Porat, a surname. Poras, plural of porat. Poration, the formation of pores in a surface, or the pattern of such pores. Porations, plural of poration. Porbigo, a large pelagic predatory shark, Laminaceus of the Atlantic. Porbeagles, plural of porbeagle. Obsolete form of Puricat. Porcari, a surname. Porcaro, a surname from Italian. Porcaros, plural of porcaro. Porcate, having grooves or furrows broader than the intervening ridges, furrowed. Porcated, alternative form of porcate. Porcao, a surname from Spanish. Porcaos, plural of porcao. Porcelain, a hard white translucent ceramic originally made by firing kaolin, quartz, and feldspar at high temperatures, but now also inclusive of similar artificial materials, also often figurative, such a material as a symbol of the fragility, elegance, etc. traditionally associated with porcelain goods. Porcelain aorta, extensive atherosclerotic calcification of the ascending aorta or aortic arch. Porcelain aortas, plural of porcelain aorta. Porcelain bus, a toilet bowl. Porcelain buses, plural of porcelain bus. Porcelain crab, any member of the family Porcellanidae of decapod crustaceans, superficially resembling true crabs. Porcelain crabs, plural of porcelain crab. Porcelain doll, a doll made partially or wholly out of bespoke porcelain. Porcelain Dolls, plural of porcelain doll. Porcelain god. A commode, a toilet bowl. Porcelain goddess. Metaphor for a woman, often stressing paleness, delicateness, or lack of emotion. Porcelain goddesses. Plural of porcelain goddess. Porcelain gods. Plural of porcelain god. Porcelain shell. A cowrie. Porcelain shells. Plural of porcelain shell. Porcelain skin. Smooth skin. Porcelain skins. Plural of porcelain skin. Porcelainberry. Ampelopsis glandulosa, a vine native to East Asia but invasive in the eastern U.S., which produces blue or purple berries. Porcelain. Simple past and past participle of porcelain. Porcelain flower. Hoya carnosa. Porcelain flowers. Plural of porcelain flower. Porcelaning. Present participle and gerund of porcelain. Porcelainite. Synonym of mullite. Porcelainites. Plural of porcelainite. Porcelainization. The act or process of porcelainizing. Porcelainize. To bake like porcelain. Porcelainize. Simple past and past participle of porcelainize. Porcelainizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of porcelainize. Porcelainizing. Present participle and gerund of porcelainize. Porcelain-like. Resembling porcelain or some aspect of it. Porcelainous. Synonym of porcelaneous. Porcelains. Plural of porcelain. Porcelainware. Items made from porcelain. Porcelainwares. Plural of porcelainware. Porcelaneous. Alternative spelling of porcelaneous. Porcelainite. A semi-vitrified clay or shale, somewhat resembling jasper, porcelain jasper. Porcelainites. Plural of porcelainite. Porcelainitic. Alternative form of porcelainitic. Porcelainize. Alternative form of porcelainize. Porcelainize. Simple past and past participle of porcelainize. Porcelainizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of porcelainize. Porcelainizing. Present participle and gerund of porcelainize. Porcelaneous. Alternative form of porcelaneous. Porcelainesterid. Any sea star of the family Porcelainesteridii. Porcelainesterid. Plural of porcelainesterid. Porcelaneous. Of or relating to porcelain, resembling porcelain. Porcelaina. Any member of the family Porcelainidae of crab-like crustaceans. Porcelainus. Plural of porcelanin. Porcelainite. Alternative form of porcelainite. Porcelainites. Plural of porcelainite. Porcelainitic. Of or relating to porcelainite. Porcelainous. Alternative form of porcelaneous. Porcelli. A surname. Porcelian. Of or relating to the Porcelain Club, a final club at Harvard University. Porcelians. Plural of porcelian. Porceli. Any gastropod in the family Porcelidae. Porcelids. Plural of porcelain. Porcellina. Any woodlouse in the family Porcellinidae. Porcellinids. Plural of porcelainin. Porcellas. Plural of porcelli. Porcello. A surname from Italian. Porcello. Plural of porcello. A surname. Porch monkey. A lazy black person. Porch monkeys. Plural of porch monkey. Porch piracy. The crime of stealing a delivered package from a porch. Porch pirate. A criminal who steals a delivered package from a porch. Porch pirate. Plural of porch pirate. Porch swing. A swing on a porch, often made of wood and having space for two people to sit and rock back and forth. A porch swing is often connected to the roof of the porch with chains and hooks in the ceiling. Porch swings. Plural of porch swing. Porch. The surname. Porch. Having a porch. Porcher. The surname. Porchers. Plural of porcher. Porches. Plural of porch. Porchetta. A savory and moist boneless pork roast. Part of Italian cuisine. Porchettas. Plural of porchetta. Porchville. A commune in Yvelines department, Isle of France, France. Porchfield. A village in Calbourne, Newtown, and Porchfield Parish, Northern Isle of Wight, England. OS Grid Ref SC 4491. Porchful. The amount that fills a porch. Porchfuls. Plural of porchful. Pargia. A surname from Italian. Pargias. Plural of pargia. Porchless. Without a porch. Porchlessness. Absence of a porch. Porch light. A light on or above a porch. Porch lights. Plural of porch light. Porch light. Resembling or characteristic of a porch. Porchscape. The arrangement of plants, furniture, and other decorations on a porch or patio. Porchscapes. Plural of porchscape. Porchway. A porch. Porchways. Plural of porchway. Porcicide. The killing of a pig or pigs. Porciculture. The raising of pigs. Porciform. Having the qualities of a pig. Porcine. Of or pertaining to pigs. Porcine measles. Synonym of cysticercosis. Porcine reproductive and respiratory syndrome. A viral disease of pigs. Porcine stress syndrome. A form of hyperthermia in pigs triggered by stress, exercise, or halothian anesthesia. Porcinely. In a porcine manner. Porcini. An edible mushroom Boltus agilis, prized for its flavor. Porcines. Plural of porcini. Porcino. Alternative form of porcini type of mushroom. Porcinophila. That is attracted to pigs. Porco. A surname. Porcophilia. Love or admiration for pigs. Porcophobia. A fear or dislike of pigs. Porcos. Plural of porco. Porcpus. Obsolete spelling of porpoise. Porpoises. Plural of porpoise. Porcupats. A baby porcupine. Porcupets. Plural of porcupet. Porcupine. Any of several rodents of either of the taxonomic families Hystericidae, Old World porcupines, or Erethizonidae, New World porcupines, both from the infraorder Hystricognathi, noted for their sharp spines or quills, which are raised when the animal is attacked or surprised. Porcupine anno, synonym of Macae green twig anno. Porcupine annals, plural of porcupine anno. Porcupine crab, a king crab, a species Neolithos grimaldii found in cold, deep waters in the North Atlantic. Porcupine Creek, a river in Haines, Alaska, United States. Porcupine fish, any of several tropical fish species in the family Diodontidae that are covered with sharp spines and inflate themselves when threatened. Porcupine fishes, plural of porcupine fish. Porcupine grass, any of several grasses with barbed leaves or seeds. Porcupine grasses, plural of porcupine grass. Porcupine puffer, a pufferfish of the families Diodontidae or Tetraodontidae. Porcupine puffers, plural of porcupine puffer. Porcupine fish, ovifish. Porcupine fishes, plural of porcupine fish. Porcupines, plural of porcupine. Porcupinish, resembling or characteristic of the porcupine or its spines, defensive, prickly. Pordenone, a province of the Friuli Venezia Giulia Autonomous Region, Italy. Put, a tiny opening in the skin. Pour over, to examine something, especially written material, carefully and attentively. Pore space, all the pores in a rock, the volume of such pores. Pore spaces, plural of pore space. Pore strip, an adhesive strip used to remove blackheads, etc. from the skin. Pore strips, plural of pore strip. Pore water pressure, the pressure of groundwater held within a soil or rock in gaps between particles pores. Pore water pressure, plural of pore water pressure. Purblind, obsolete spelling of purblind. Porski, a surname from Polish. Porskis, plural of Porpski. A town and municipality of Istoyakati, Croatia. Por, simple past and past participle of pour. Poured over, simple past and past participle of pour over. Porphyl, an area of pores in the valve of the diadem, through which mucopolysaccharides extrude to make stalks and pets. Pore fields, plural of pore field. Poreless, without pores. Porelessness, absence of pores. Porli, resembling or characteristic of pores. Poriliportuli, plural of Poriliportula. Porncephalia, alternative form of porencephaly. Porencephalic, of or relating to porencephaly. Porencephaly, a rare cephalic disorder involving encephalomalacia. It is a neurological disorder of the central nervous system characterized by cysts or cavities within the cerebral hemisphere. Purr, one who pores or studies closely. Purrs, plural of pore. Purrs, plural of pore. Pores over, third person singular, simple present indicative of pour over. Water, the water that fills the pores between the grains of sediment, etc. Pour waters, plural of pour water. Porphymer, any of several oligomeric porphyrins used in photodynamic therapy. Porphymer sodium, a photosensitizer used in photodynamic therapy and radiation therapy and for palliative treatment of certain lung carcinomata and obstructing esophageal cancer. Porphymers, plural of porphymer. Porphyrion, of or relating to Porfirio Diaz Jose de la Cruz Porfirio Diaz Mori, 1830-1915, Mexican soldier and politician who served 7 terms as President of Mexico. Porfiado, the year in Mexican history during which Porfirio Diaz was in power. Porviromycin, an antineoplastic antibiotic. 4s, 6s, 7r8s, 11 amino, 7-methoxy, 5,12-dimethyl, 10,13-dioxo-2,5-diazetatriocyclose 7.4.0.02, 7.046 trideca, 1,9,11-dene 8-hilmethylcarbonate. Porgy. Obsolete form of porgy. Porgies, plural of porgy. Porgy, alternative form of porgy. Porgies, plural of porgy. Porgy, any of several fish of the family Sparidae of sea beans. Pori, a municipality, the capital city of the region of Satakunta, Finland. Pode, plural of porion. Poribacteria, plural of poribacterium. Poribacterial, relating to poribacteria. Poribacterium, the bacterium of the proposed phylum Poribacteria, present in sea sponges of the phylum Porphyra. Poricidal, relating to poricide. Poricidally, in a poricidal manner. Poricide, dehiscence through a pore. Porifera, an animal of the phylum Porifera, a sponge. Poriferal, of or relating to the phylum Porifera of sponges. Porifera, any sponge of the phylum Porifera. Poriferans, plural of poriferan. Porphyrasterol, a particular sterol found in marine sponges. Porphyric, relating to porifera. Porphyrologists, a biologist whose specialty is the study of poriferous sponges of the phylum Porifera. Porphyrologists, plural of porphyrologists. Poriferous, having pores. Poriferous, plural of porifer. Poriform, resembling a pore. Porin, any of a class of proteins that cross cellular membranes and act as pores through which small molecules can diffuse. Porium, any fungus of the family Porinaceae. Porians, plural of porine. Porinus, porosity. Proinflammatory, misspelling of proinflammatory. Pouring, present participle and gerund of pour. Pouring over, present participle and gerund of pour over. Pouringly, so as to pour, with intense study or focus. Pourings, plural of pouring. Pourins, plural of pouring. Paramania, an impulsive tendency to wander away. Paria, the point on the human skull located at the upper margin of each ear canal and underlying the tragus. Horayo, a city in the Wellington region, New Zealand. Horism, a proposition affirming the possibility of finding such conditions as will render a certain determinate problem indeterminate or capable of innumerable solutions. Porisbatic, of or relating to a porism, poristic. Porisbatical, porisbatic. Porisbatically, in a porisbatic manner. Porisms, plural of porism. Poristic, of or relating to a porism, of the nature of a porism. Poristical, poristic. Pori, any coral of the genus Porites or family Poritidae. Porites, plural of Porites. Poritid, any member of the family Poritidae of corals. Poritids, plural of Porte. Poritz, a wealthy landowner who controls a SH title. Pork, the meat of a pig. Pork and beans, a culinary dish whose main ingredients are pork and beans, often in a sauce. Pork and beans war, synonym of Aroostook war. Pork barrel, a barrel used to store pork. Pork barreling, alternative form of pork barreling. Pork barrels, plural of pork barrel. Pork bellies, plural of pork belly. Pork belly, a boneless cut of fatty meat from the belly of a pig. Pork butcher, one who slaughters hogs for sale. Pork butchers, plural of pork butcher. Pork cheese, head cheese brawn. Pork cheeses, plural of pork cheese. Pork chop, a loin cut taken perpendicular to the spine of the pig, usually a rib or part of a vertebra. Pork Chop Island, an intersection traffic control island which splits the flow of traffic in two, one to turn using the slip lanes, and one to go through or cross traffic lanes. Pork Chop Islands, plural of Pork Chop Island. Pork chops, plural of pork chop. Pork floss, synonym of Rowsong. Pork knocker, alternative form of pork knocker. Pork knockers, plural of pork knocker. Pork loin, a cut of pig meat from along the top of the rib cage. Pork loins, plural of pork loin. Pork mommy, a mommy soup dish of noodles and pork. Pork out, synonym of pig out to eat greedily. Pork pie, a short crisp pie containing chopped pork. Pork pie hat, a flat-topped, round man's hat popular among musicians of jazz, blues, and ska, made famous by the actor Buster Keaton and the jazz musician Lester Young. Pork pie hats, plural of pork pie hat. Pork pies, plural of pork pie. Pork rind, the rind of pork meat. Pork rinds, plural of pork rind. Pork roe, a processed pork product commonly consumed for breakfast in the Northeast. Pork rolls, plural of pork roll. Pork scratching, a snack food normally available in pubs made from cured pork skin that has been salted and deep fried. Pork scratchings, plural of pork scratching. Pork steak, a steak cut from usually the shoulder of a pig. Pork steaks, plural of pork steak. Pork son, synonym of Rowsong. Pork sword, the penis. Pork swords, plural of pork sword. Pork tapeworm, a species of parasitic flatworm, Taenia solium, which uses pigs as an intermediate host. Pork tapeworms, plural of pork tapeworm. Pork up, to grow fat. Pork Wellington, a variant of beef Wellington, where a pork tenderloin replaces the beef tenderloin. Pork Wellingtons, plural of pork Wellington. Pork barrel, alternative spelling of pork barrel. Pork barreling, alternative form of pork barreling. Pork barreling, the practice of giving favors or money to voters in connection with a candidate for a current or future election in order to sway enough voters so that the candidate will win. Pork barrels, plural of pork barrel. Pork cat syndrome, an allergy to pork, usually after adolescence, that is related to cat allergy. Pork Chop Island. Alternative form of Pork Chop Island. Pork Chop Island. Plural of Pork Chop Island. Pork Knocker. A freelance gold or diamond prospector in Guyana. Pork Knockers. Plural of Pork Knocker. Porkalicious. Delicious or tantalizing because of the pork it is made from or contains. Pork barrel. Alternative spelling of pork barrel. Pork barreling. Alternative form of pork barreling. Pork barrels. Plural of pork barrel. Pork burger. A burger made with pork instead of beef. Pork burgers. Plural of pork burger. Pork bush. Synonym of spackboom. Pork chop. Alternative form of pork chop. Pork Chop Island. Alternative form of Pork Chop Island. Pork Chop Island. Plural of Pork Chop Island. Pork chops. Plural of pork chop. Pork. Extensively broken or beyond repair. Porked out. Simple past and past participle of pork out. Pork up. Simple past and past participle of pork up. Burger. A pig, especially a castrated male, being fastened and raised for slaughter. Porkeries. Plural of porkery. Porkers. Plural of porker. Porkery. A place that sells pork. Porkin. A young hog. A pig. Porkets. Plural of porket. Porchetta. Alternative form of porchetta. Porchettas. Plural of porchetta. Porkfest. A period or event that is dedicated to pork and the eating of pork items, sausages, bacon, etc. Porkfests. Plural of porkfest. Porkfish. Any grunt fish of the species Anisotromus virginicus. Porky. Alternative spelling of porky. Porky. Comparative form of porky, more porky. Porkies. Plural of porky. Porkiest. Superlative form of porky, most porky. Portui. In a porky manner. Porkiness. The quality of being porky. Porking. Present participle and gerund of pork. Porking out. Present participle and gerund of pork out. Porking up. Present participle and gerund of pork up. Portage. Resembling or characteristic of pork. Porkishly. In a porkish manner. Porkishness. The state or quality of being porkish. Porkala. A peninsula in Finland, on the Gulf of Finland. Porknocker. Alternative form of pork knocker. Porknockers. Plural of porknocker. Porkless. Without pork. Porklet. A young pig, especially one that is to be raised to produce pork. Porklets. Plural of porklet. Pork-like. Resembling or characteristic of pork. Porkling. A young pig, a porket. Porklings. Plural of porkling. Portman. A person who produces and sells pork. Porkmeister. A politician involved in pork barrel politics, using central funds for regional projects designed to appeal to voters. Porkmeisters. Plural of porkmeister. Porkman. Plural of porkman. Porknocker. Alternative spelling of porknocker. Porknockers. Plural of porknocker. Porkopolis. The city of Cincinnati. Pork pie, alternative form of pork pie. Pork pie hat, alternative spelling of pork pie hat. Pork pie hats, plural of pork pie hats. Pork bees, plural of pork pie. Porkrin, alternative spelling of pork rind. Porkrins, plural of porkrin. Horse, plural of pork. Horse out. Third person singular simple present indicative of pork out. Pork's up. Third person singular simple present indicative of pork up. Pork steak, alternative form of pork steak. Pork steaks, plural of pork steak. Porculus, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009. Porkhood, the wood of the specboom tree Portulacaria of Frab. Hood, resembling or characteristic of pork. Porky pie, a life false statement. Porky pies, plural of porky pie. Porcupine, pronunciation spelling of porcupine. Porcupines, plural of porcupine. Portlamar, a city and major seaport in the state of Nueva Esparta, Venezuela. Porlock, a coastal village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District, West Grid Ref SS 8846. Porlock Weir, a coastal settlement in Porlock Parish, Somerset, England, West Grid Ref SS 8647. Porlock, simple past and past participle of Porlock. Porlockian, relating to an inconvenient interruption that prevents the completion of something important. Porlocking, present participle and gerund of porlock. Porlocks, third person singular simple present indicative of porlock. Pornography. Porn 2.0. The generation of pornographic websites on the internet hosting user-generated amateur content, in contrast to the Web 1.0 generation of largely static web pages and ostensibly professional pornography. Porn 3.0. The hypothetical third generation of pornographic websites on the World Wide Web, often predicted to incorporate artificial intelligence, virtual reality, the metaverse, and other physically immersive future technologies. Porn and Prawn, a social event featuring adult entertainment. Porn Baron, a man prominent in the pornography industry for owning one or more pornographic publications. Porn Barons, plural of porn baron. Porn group, the style of music often used as a soundtrack for pornographic films, typically involving the electric guitar with wah-wah pedal. Porn shop, a shop that sells sexual items. Porn shops, plural of porn shop. Porn site, a pornographic website. Porn sites, plural of porn site. Porn star, an actor or actress famous for appearing in pornographic films. Porn star experience, alternative form of porn star experience. Porn star experiences, plural of porn star experience. Porn star martini, a passion fruit flavored cocktail made with vanilla flavored vodka, passoa, passion fruit juice, and lime juice. Porn star martinis, plural of porn star martini. Porn star name, a comical name for a person, typically derived from the name of their first pet and the name of the first street on which they resided. Porn star names, plural of porn star name. Porn stars, plural of porn star. Porn tube, a pornographic video sharing or hosting website. Porn tubes, plural of porn tube. Porn Valley, synonym of Silicon Valley. Porn, alternative form of porno used before a vowel. Porn site, alternative form of porn site. Porn sites, plural of porn site. Porn star martini, alternative form of porn star martini. Porn star martinis, plural of porn star martini. Porn star name, alternative form of porn star name. Porn star names, plural of porn star name. Pornobilly, alternative form of pornobilly. Pornado, a flood of pornographic material. Pornados, plural of pornado. Pornaholic, alternative spelling of pornaholic. Pornaholics, plural of pornaholic. Pornbot, an automated account on a social media platform that spams users with advertisements for pornographic content or sexual services. Pornorastic, lascivious, licentious. Pornfus, a film, event, etc. that is full of pornography. Pornfus, plural of pornfus. Porngate, the Karnataka video clip controversy of 2012 in which two ministers of the state cabinet of India reside over claims that they watch pornography on a mobile device while the legislature was in session. Porn grind, alternative form of pornogrind. Pornhue, a pornographic manhue, a Chinese comic. Pornhuers, plural of pornhue. Pornhub, a pornographic video sharing website. Pornhuber, a person who creates and uploads videos to the pornographic video sharing website Pornhub. Pornhubers, plural of pornhuber. Pornhubs, plural of pornhub. Pornowon, a pornographic manhwa Korean comic. Pornoas, plural of pornhwa. Porny, porn, pornography. Honey, comparative form of porny, more porny.
Here we go.
Pornies, plural of porny. Porniest, superlative form of porny, most porny. Pornification, conversion to the style or level of pornography. Pornify, having undergone pornification, altered to the style or quality of pornography. Pornifies, third person, singular simple present indicative of pornify. Pornify, to make or regard as pornographic. Pornifying, present participle and gerund of pornify. Porniness, equality being punny. Pornless, without porn. Porn-like, resembling pornography, pornographic. Porn maker, someone who creates pornography, a pornographer. Porno, pornographic. Porno chic, positive mainstream attention towards sexually explicit films, beginning in the late 1960s with commercial American pornography. Pornomag, a pornographic magazine. Pornomags, plural of pornomag. Porno, relating to prostitutes or prostitution. Pornophobia, alternative form of pornophobia. Pornocopias, plural of pornophobia. Pornoption, any actions, behaviors, or forms of dress considered immoral in public due to sexual mores. Pornobili, a genre of rockabilly music with raunchy lyrics and stylings. Pornochanchada, a kind of comedic sexploitation film popular in Brazil during the 1970s and 1980s. Pornochanchadas, plural of pornochanchada. Pornocopia, an abundance of pornography, sexual imagery, or nudity. Pornocopias, plural of pornocopia. Pornocore, a style of hip-hop music with sexually explicit themes. Pornocracies, plural of pornocracy. Pornocracy, alternative lettercase form of pornocracy. Pornocrat, a supporter of pornocracy. Pornocratic, relating to or pertaining to a pornocracy. Pornocrats, plural of pornocrat. Pornograph, pornographer. Pornograph, displaying or depicting material of an explicit sexual nature. Pornographer, one who is involved in the creation or dissemination of pornography. Pornographers, plural of pornographer. Pornographess, a female pornographer. Pornographisses, plural of pornographess. Pornographer, containing an explicit depiction of sexual activity. Pornographical, synonym of pornographic. Pornographically, in a pornographic manner. Pornographico-devotional, both pornographic and devotional. Pornographies, plural of pornography. Pornographic, the creation of pornography. Pornographization, alternative form of pornographization. Pornographize, alternative form of pornographize. Pornographize, simple past and past participle of pornographize. Pornographizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pornographize. Pornographizing, present participle and gerund of pornographize. Pornographist, a pornographer. Pornographists, plural of pornographists. Pornographization, the process of making something pornographic. Pornographize, to make pornographic. Pornographize, simple past and past participle of pornographize. Pornographizes, third person singular simple present indicative of pornographize. Pornographizing, present participle and gerund of pornographize. Pornographomania, addiction to pornography. Pornographs, plural of pornograph. Pornography, the explicit literary or visual depiction of sexual subject matter, any display of material of an erotic nature. Pornogrind, a musical subgenre of grindcore and death metal that deals with sexual themes. Pornoholic, a pornography addict. Pornoholics, plural of pornoholic. Pornoisor, a person who consumes pornographic media. Pornoisors, plural of pornoisor. Pornological, describing the sex act and sexual perversions. Pornology, explicit writing about sex. Pornomania, an obsession with pornography. Pornomaniac, a person who has an obsession with pornography. Pornomaniacs, plural of pornomaniac. Pornonormative, of or relating to pornonormativity. Pornonormativity, the phenomenon of human sexual expression being shaped by the conventions of mainstream pornography. Pornophile, a fervent consumer of pornography. Pornophiles, plural of pornophile. Pornophilia, a love of pornography. Pornophilia, relating to or exhibiting pornophilia. Pornophobe, a person opposed to or that hates pornography and sexuality in the arts. Pornophobes, plural of pornophobe. Pornophobia, an aversion to pornography. Pornophobic, relating to or characteristic of pornophobia or pornophobes. Pornophone, a smartphone with or without any pornographic content. Pornophony, obscene or erotic sounds or music. Pornorific, synonym of pornographic. Pornos, plural of porno. Pornoscopy, observation of copulation typically of insects. Pornosexual, a person who prefers pornography to actual sex. Pornosexuality, the preference of pornography over actual sex. Pornosexuals, plural of pornosexual. Pornotopia, a fantasy world in which everyone is ready and willing to indulge in all kinds of sexual activity. Pornotopia, of or relating to pornotopia. Pornotopias, plural of pornotopia. Pornotopic, of or relating to pornotopia. Pornotrope, to transform a person into nothing more than a physical body, enslaved to gratify violent and or sexual impulses. Pornotrope, simple past and past participle of pornotrope. Pornotropes, third-person singular simple present indicative of pornotrope. Pornotripping, the process of reducing a person or group of people to mere flesh, stripped of personhood and made into the object of violent and sexual impulses. Pornoviolence, graphic written or audiovisual depictions of violence intended to appeal to a prurient audience interest. Porns, plural of porn. Pornscape, a part of a city where the sale of pornography is concentrated. Pornscapes, plural of pornscape. Pornsick, psychologically damaged, sadistic, misogynistic, etc. as a result of excessive viewing of pornography. Porn site, alternative form of porn site. Porn misogynistic, etc. as a result of excessive viewing of pornography. Porn site, alternative form of porn site. Porn sites, plural of porn site. Porn stash, a mustache that resembles one worn by an adult film actor, especially associated with the 1970s. Porn stashes, plural of porn stash. Porn star, alternative form of porn star. Porn star experience, a type of sexual encounter with a sex worker that is very similar to the type seen in a pornographic film, i.e. hardcore sex with a wide range of positions. Porn star experiences, plural of porn star experience. Porn star martini, alternative form of porn star martini. Porn star martinis, plural of porn star martini. Porn stars, plural of porn star. Porntoon, a pornographic cartoon. Porntoons, plural of porntoon. Pornucopia, alternative form of pornucopia. Pornucopias, plural of pornucopia. Pornware, pornographic software or malware. Porty, reminiscent of pornography, somewhat pornographic. Hua, a municipality of Cebu, Philippines. Hua, porous. Poricalisis, plural of poricalix. Poricalix, a sunken aperture in some spirophores used for respiration. Poricalixes, plural of poricalix. porocarcinoma, cancer associated with the sweat glands. Porocarcinomas, plural of porocarcinoma. Porosphaliasis, a parasitic infection by species in the closely related genera Porosphalus and Armalifer and other tumworms in order Porosphalida. Porosphalid, any tumworm of the order Porosphalida. Porosphalids, plural of porosphalid. Porosphalosis, infection by parasitic crustaceans of genera Porosphalus or Armalifer. Porocyte, one of the tubular cells that make up the pores of a sponge. Porocyte, plural of porocyte. Porocytosis, the secretion of neurotransmitters through an array of duct vesicle/secretory pore complexes. Porotinous, amorphous rather than crystalline. Poroelastic, describing a material whose solid matrix is elastic and whose fluid is viscous. Poroelasticity, the state or condition of being poroelastic. Poroelastogram, an image produced by poroelastography. Poroelastogram, plural of poroelastogram. Poroelastography, the graphical representation of poroelastic properties. Porogam, any porogamic plant. Porogamic, exhibiting or relating to porogamy. Poroidamus, exhibiting or relating to porogamy. Porogams, plural of porogam. Porogamy, the property of having the pollen tube in a seed. Plant enter the ovule by way of the micropyle. Porogen, any of a mass of particles of a specified shape and size used to make pores in molded structures used for tissue engineering. They are dissolved away after the structure has set. Porogenic, that creates pores or increases porosity. Porogens, plural of porogen. Porohyperelastic, porous and hyperelastic. Porohyperelasticity, the condition of being porohyperelastic. Poroid, having or associated with pores. Poroids, plural of poroid. Poronomer, a village and commune of Mehedinti County, Romania. Porocaeweria, pigeonworm. Porokeratosis, a disorder of keratinization that is characterized by the presence of a cornoid lamella, a thin column of closely stacked parakeratotic cells extending through the stratum corneum with a thin or absent granular layer. Poralpiform, characteristic of prehistoric fish of the order Poralpiform. Poralpiforms, plural of Poralpiform. Poromo, Acrospiroma. Poromas, plural of poroma. Poromchanical, describing the mechanics of pores and their formation. Poromchanics, the study of porous materials. Poromeric, a kind of artificial leather made from a plastic coating, usually a polyurethane, on a fibrous base layer, typically a polyester. Poromerics, plural of poromeric. Porometer, a device that measures the areas of the pores of a leaf by measuring the amount of gas passing through it. Porometers, plural of porometer. Porometric, relating to porometry. Porometry, the measurement of pore sizes in membranes or the measurement of flow through pores. Poromid, any clam in the family Poromidi. Poromids, plural of poromid. Porotera, a locality in the Waikato region, New Zealand, between Te Kuiti and Taumarunui. Porotat, a surname. Poroperm, relating to porosity and permeability. Porophore, any structure that supports a pore. Porophores, plural of porophore. Poroporo, the plant Solanum aviculaire. Poroca, a tidal flood, especially at the mouth of the Amazon River, that rushes with a roaring noise into the river and proceeds in one or more waves that often present a very abrupt front of considerable height. Pororocas, plural of pororoca. Poroscope, a device for measuring porosity. Poroscopes, plural of poroscope. Poroscopic, relating to poroscopy. Poroscopy, the study of microscopic skin pores in forensic science. Poros, alternative form of porous. Poros, plural of porosis. Poroshenko, a transliteration of the Ukrainian surname Pel or Sher, Enker or Poroshenko. Poroshkovo, a village in Ukraine. Porosification, the process of making or becoming porous. Porosimeter, a device that measures the porosity of materials. Porosimeters, plural of porosimeter. Porosymmetric, relating to porosymmetry. Porosymmetrically, by means of or in terms of porosymmetry. Porosymmetry, the measurement of porosity. Porosis, the formation of callus, the knitting together of broken bones. Porosities, plural of porosity. Porosity, the state of being porous. Porosome, any of many cup-shaped structures in the cell membranes of eukaryotic cells where vesicles dock in the process of vesicle fusion and secretion. Porosomes, plural of porosome. Porotaxic, relating to porotaxy. Porotaxy, the characteristic arrangement of pores on a species. Porotic, having or relating to porosis. Porotics, plural of porotic. Portiti, a kind of pumped drill used in the Maori culture. Alternative form of parata. Poratas, plural of porata. Portite, a copy of a print or document made by placing it upon a chemically prepared paper which is acted upon by a gas that permeates the original. Porotypes, plural of poroti. Porous, full of tiny pores that allow fluids or gases to pass through. Porous portal, a type of extended and perforated tunnel portal on high-speed railways designed to reduce the buildup of pressure when a train enters a tunnel at high speed. Porous portals, plural of porous portal. Porously, in a porous way, allowing liquid or gas to pass through. Porousness, the quality of being porous. Porousnesses, plural of porousness. Poroviscoelastic, relating to or exhibiting poroviscoelasticity. Poroviscoelasticity, viscoelasticity at a pore of a plant or mineral. Poroxidase, misspelling of peroxidase. Porpentine, porcupine. Porpentines, plural of porpentine. Porpoise, obsolete form of porpoise. Porpoise, obsolete form of porpoise. Porpoises, plural of porpoise. Porpoisite, a naturally occurring alloy composed of gold with a palladium content ranging from 5% to 10%. Porphyrin, a ring or four chiral rings linked by methine groups, is the structure at the center of hemoglobin, chlorophyll, and other porphyrins. Porphine, alternative spelling of porphin. Porphines. Plural of porphine. Porphinoid. An anion derived from a porphin. A salt containing this anion. Porphinoids. Plural of porphinoid. Porphins. Plural of porphin. Porphobilinogen. A pyrrole involved in porphyrin metabolism, generated by aminolveolinate and the enzyme ALA dehydratase. Porphobilinogens. Plural of porphobilinogen. Porphodimethine. A porphyrin that contains two free methylene radicals. Porphodimethines. Plural of porphodimethine. Porphomethine. A porphyrin that contains a free methylene radical. Porphomethines. Plural of porphomethine. Porphysine. A structural isomer of porphyrin that acts as a photosensitizer. Porphysines. Plural of porphysine. Porphyraceous. Porphyridin. Porphyrin. A sulfated carbohydrate derived from red algae of the genus Porphyra. Porphyranic. Any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of a porphyrin. Porphyranases. Plural of porphyranase. Porphyrins. Plural of porphyrin. Porphyr. Obsolete form of porphyry. Porphyrious. Alternative form of porphyrus. Porphyrs. Plural of porphyr. Porphyria. Any of several usually hereditary abnormalities of porphyrin metabolism characterized by expression of excess porphyrins in the urine. Porphyrion. Of or relating to the ancient Greek Neoplatonist philosopher and logician Porphyry. Porphyrian tree. A tree-like hierarchical diagram illustrating a scale of being. Porphyrian trees. Plural of Porphyrian tree. Porphyrius. Plural of Porphyria. Porphyric. Pertaining to porphyry. Porphyrically. In a porphyric way. Pertaining to porphyry. Porphyries. Plural of porphyry. Porphyrylic acid. A carboxylic acid derived from a lichen containing two benzofuran units with EUPAC name 4-10-hydroxy 8-methyl-3-oxo-1-H2 benzofuro-5-4-B1 benzofuran 7 carboxylic acid. Porphyrin. Any of a class of heterocyclic compounds containing pyrrole rings arranged in a square or other similar shape. They are important in biochemistry in a form with a metal atom in the central cavity, hemoglobin with iron, chlorophyll with magnesium, etc. Porphyrinate. A porphyrin that has a metal ion coordinated to it. Porphyrin. Alternative form of porphyrin. Porphyrines. Plural of porphyrin. Porphyrin. Of, pertaining to, or derived from a porphyrin. Porphyrinogen. A reduced form of porphyrin that is an intermediate in the biosynthesis of heme. Porphyrinogenic. That results in the production of porphyrins. Porphyrinogenicity. The quality or degree of being porphyrinogenic. Porphyrinogens. Plural of porphyrinogen. Porphyrinoid. Based on a porphyrin. Porphyrinoids. Plural of porphyrinoid. Porphyrinopathies. Plural of porphyrinopathy. Porphyrinopathy. A disorder of porphyrin metabolism. Porphyria. Porphyrins. Plural of porphyrin. Porphyrinuria. The presence of porphyrins in the urine. Porphyrio. A swamp fun. Porphyrios. Plural of porphyrio. Porphyrize. Alternative form of porphyrize. Porphyrize. Simple past and past participle of porphyrize. Porphyrizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of porphyrize. Porphyrizing. Present participle and gerund of porphyrize. Porphyrite. Any porphyritic rock. Porphyrites. Plural of porphyrite. Porphyritic. Of or pertaining to porphyry. Porphyrization. The act of porphyrizing or the state of being porphyrized. Porphyrizations. Plural of porphyrization. Porphyrize. To cause to resemble porphyry. To render spotted like porphyry. Porphyrize. Simple past and past participle of porphyrize. Porphyrizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of porphyrize. Porphyrizing. Present participle and gerund of porphyrize. Porphyroblasts. A relatively large crystal within a metamorphic rock. Porphyroblastic. Of or relating to a porphyroblast. Porphyroblasts. Plural of porphyroblasts. Porphyroclasts. A clast or mineral fragments in a metamorphic rock, surrounded by a ground mass of finer grained crystals. Porphyroclastic, relating to porphyroclasts. Porphyrogene, born into the purple royalty or the ruling class. Porphyrogenite, an honorific title given to a son of a reigning emperor in the Byzantine Empire, notably borne by Constantine Roman VII Porphyrogenitus. Porphyrogenites, plural of porphyrogenite. Porphyrogeniti, plural of porphyrogenitus. Porphyrogenitic, of or relating to a porphyrogenite. Porphyrogenitism, the principle of succession in royal families, especially among the Eastern Roman emperors, by which a younger son, if born after the accession of his father to the throne, was preferred to an elder son who was born prior to it. Porphyrogenitor, plural of porphyrogenitos. Porphyrogenitos, alternative form of porphyrogenite. Porphyrogeniture, the principle of royal succession in which the first son born after his father's accession to the throne has the first claim, even if he has older brothers who were born before the father's crowning. Porphyrogenitus, alternative form of porphyrogenite. Porphyrogenitos, alternative form of porphyrogenite. Porphyroid, a crystalline and schistose rock containing porphyritic crystals of feldspar. Porphyroids, plural of porphyroid. Porphyromonad, any bacterium of the family Porphyromonidaceae. Porphyromonads, plural of porphyromonad. Porphyrophobia, the fear of the color purple. Porphyrophobia, exhibiting porphyrophobia. Porphyrophobics, plural of porphyrophobic. Porphyropsin, any of a group of purple carotenoid pigments, similar to rhodopsin in the retinas of some fish. Porphyropsins, plural of porphyropsin. Porphyrus, of or crafted from porphyry. Porphyroxine, Papaveribine D, a minor alkaloid of opium. Porphyry, a Tyrian Neoplatonic philosopher. Porphyry shell, the shell of a particular marine gastropod known as the tent oliva porphyria, having a dark red or brown polished surface marked with light spots, like porphyry. Porphyry shells, plural of porphyry shell. Porpoiside, the killing of porpoises by bottlenose dolphins. Porpentine, alternative form of porpentine. Porpentines, plural of porpentine. Porpita, a marine organism. Porpita, the blue button. Porpitas, plural of Porpita. Porpita, any hydrozoan of the family Porpitidae. Porpitids, plural of Porpitid. Porpitoi, relating to or characteristic of the Porpitids. Pardos, any small cetacean of the family Phoconidae, related to dolphins and whales. Partus, simple past and past participle of porpoise. Porpoise-like, resembling or characteristic of a porpoise. Porpoises, plural of porpoise. Porpoising, present participle and gerund of porpoise. Porporino, a composition of mercury, tin, and sulfur, forming a yellow powder, sometimes used by medieval artists as a cheaper alternative to gold. Porpus macavirus, any DNA virus of the genus Porpus macavirus. Porpus macaviruses, plural of Porpus macavirus. Porpoise, obsolete spelling of porpoise. Porpuses, plural of porpoise. A person of Portuguese heritage, language, or descent. Horaceous, resembling the lichen color, greenish. Porachmos, alternative spelling of Porachmos. Porras, a surname from Spanish. Porrazid, plural of Porras. Porata, a surname. Poradas, plural of Porata. Pore, a medieval pudding or stew of leeks and other vegetables, and sometimes meat simmered in fresh almond milk and slash or meat broth. Orica, a surname from Italian. Oricas, plural of Orica. Oric, stretched out or forward. Corrected, simple past and past participle of correct. Correcti, plural of correctus. Correcting, present participle and gerund of correct. Correction, the act of stretching forth or holding forward as if offering. Corrections, plural of correction. Correctly, in a correct manner, straightforward way. Porrex, third person singular simple present indicative of porrect. Porrectus, a noun denoting a set of three tones which first fall from the original tone, then rise. Porringer, obsolete form of porringer. Porringers, plural of porringer. Porretry, a municipality in Zurich Canton, Switzerland. Uris, a scallion, a leek, or small onion. Ports, plural of ports. Port, a surname transferred from the given name. Porridge, a dish made of grain or legumes, milk or water, heated and stirred until thick and typically eaten for breakfast. Porridge belly, a large fat abdomen. Porridge drawer, a drawer in which freshly cooked porridge was left to cool, to be served in hardened slices later on. Porridge drawers, plural of porridge drawer. Porridge pot, the pot in which porridge is cooked or flesh and vegetables are boiled for food. Porridge pots, plural of porridge pot. Porridge time, the time for breakfast. Porridge stick, a wooden stick used to stir porridge when cooking. Porridge sticks, plural of porridge stick. Porridgeless, without porridge. Porridge-like, resembling porridge or some aspect of it. Porridges, plural of porridge. Porridgy, alternative spelling of porridgy. Porridgy, resembling or characteristic of porridge. Porride, obsolete form of porridge. Porriginous, having or relating to the disease Porigo. Porigo, any of various skin diseases. Porigos, plural of Porigo. Porima, the goddess Antavorta. Purir, a small cup or bowl, usually with a handle commonly used for porridge. Porringerful, the amount that a porringer will hold. Porringerfuls, plural of porringerful. Porringers, plural of porringer. Porringersful, plural of porringerful. Porotoxinol, the phytotoxin 6,2,3-dihydroxy-3-methylbutoxy-4-methoxy-5-methylphthalide present in the fungus alternaria pori. Poet, a surname transferred from the given name. Porus, plural of porus. Poriwiggle, a tadpole. Poriwiggles, plural of Poriwiggle. Oh, a surname. Poroprism, a reflection prism used in optical instruments to alter the orientation of an image. It consists of a block of glass shaped as a right geometric prism with right-angle triangular end faces. Poroprisms, plural of poroprism. Oh, a tribal system of religion and taboos in Sierra Leone. Parin, a glass container for wine for table use, with a long neck at the top for filling and holding, and a long thin spout at the side to enable pouring into the mouth from a distance. Parens, plural of porin. Poros, plural of poro. Plural of poi. Parson. Efresiani in Port Aosta Valley Autonomous Region, Italy. Poscia, a female given name originating as a coinage of latter 20th century African American usage. Osh, the German sports car manufacturer founded in 1931 and based in Stuttgart. Porjus, plural of Porsche. Porsgrunn, a town and municipality in Telemark County, Norway. Parson, a surname. Porsonian, of or relating to Richard Porson, 1759-1808, English classical scholar. What? Abbreviation of Public Order Response Team. What? Archaic form of Porto, a city in Portugal. Port Adelaide, an area and port in Adelaide in the city of Port Adelaide Enfield, South Australia. Port Adelaide Enfield, the city of Port Adelaide Enfield, a local government area near Adelaide, South Australia. Port Alberni, a city in British Columbia, Canada, in Vancouver Island. Port Allen, a populated place in Hawaii County, Hawaii, United States. Port and policy. Plural of port and policy. Port and policy. The weekly meeting of the Oxford University Conservative Association. Port Angeles, a city, the county seat of Clallam County, Washington, United States. Port Anson, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Port Antonio, a town, the parish capital of Portland Parish, Jamaica. Port Area, a district of Manila, Metro Manila, Philippines. Port Arms, the position of a weapon carried diagonally in front of the body. Port Arthur, former name of Lushan, a port in China. Port Au Choix, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Port Au Port East, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Port Au Port West Ague, Thuna Felix Pope, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Port Augusta, a city in South Australia. Port authorities, plural of port authority. Port authority, a public authority which operates a port or other transportation infrastructure. Port aux Basques, a village and port in Channel Port aux Basques, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Port Bell, an industrial center and ferry port on Lake Victoria in Greater Kampala, Uganda. Port Blair, the capital city of the Union Territory of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, India. Port Blair Mean Time, the local mean time used in Port Blair, the capital of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands in India before the establishment of standard time zones. Port Blandford, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Port Canaveral, a port in Brevard County, Florida. Port Carlisle, a coastal village and former port in Bowness Parish, Cumberland District, Cumbria, England, previously in Allerdale Borough, OS Grid Ref, NY 2462. Port Chalmers, a town on Otago Harbour, Otago, New Zealand, which is the main port for Dunedin. Port Chicago, a former town in Contra Costa County, California, United States. Port cities, plural of port city. Port city, a city built around a port for its defense to provide infrastructural support or as parasitic urban sprawl. Port Clarence, a village in Stockton-on-Tees Borough, County Durham, England, OS Grid Ref NZ 4921. Port Clinton, a city, the county seat of Ottawa County, Ohio, United States, named after DeWitt Clinton. Port Coquitlam, a city in British Columbia, Canada. Port Costa, a census-designated place in Contra Costa County, California, United States. Port de Bras, an exercise in which the arms are moved to different positions, sometimes also incorporating upper body movements. Port Dickson, a town and district in Negeri Sembilan, Malaysia. Port de Norway, former name of Fellingheli, Gwynedd, Wales. Port du Salut, alternative form of Port Salut type of cheese. Port Dundas, a suburban area and old canal port in Glasgow, City of Glasgow Council area, Scotland, north of the city centre, OS Grid Ref NS 5966. Port Eglinton, a neighbourhood on the south side of Glasgow, Glasgow Council area, Scotland, OS Grid Ref NS 5863. Port Elizabeth, a city and port in the Eastern Cape Province, South Africa, officially now named Gqeberha. Port Ellen, a small town on the south coast of Islay, Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland, OS Grid Ref FNR 3645. Port Erin, a town on the Isle of Man, OS Grid Ref SC 1969. Port Errol, a settlement and harbour next to Cruden Bay, Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland, OS Grid Ref NK 0936. Port Einon, a coastal village and community in the city and county of Swansea, Wales, OS Grid Ref SS 4685. Port Flip, alternative spelling of Porto Flip. Port Flips, plural of Port Flip. Port Forwarding, the forwarding of a network port from one device to another, especially such forwarding when done to provide an external user with access to a port on a private IP address. Port Fuad, a city in Egypt located at the northwestern tip of the Sinai Peninsula. Port Gavern, a hamlet and cove in St. Endelian Parish, east of Port Isaac, on the north coast of Cornwall, England, OS Grid Ref SX 0080. Port Gibson, a city, the county seat of Claiborne County, Mississippi, United States. Port Glasgow, a town on the Firth of Clyde in Inverclyde Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 3274. Port Gordon, alternative form of Port Gordon, Scotland. Port Harcourt, the largest city and state capital of Rivers State, Nigeria. Port Harcourtian, alternative form of Harcourtian. Port Harcourtian, alternative form of Harcourtian. Port Harcourtians, plural of Port Harcourtian. Port Hawkesbury, a town in Nova Scotia, Canada. Port Hedland, a town, port, and local government area, the town of Port Hedland in the Pilbara region, Western Australia. Port Hills, a range of hills between Christchurch and Lyttelton, Canterbury, New Zealand. Port Holland, Zone I, a barangay of Maluso, Basilan, Philippines. Port Holland, Zone Roman II, Philippines. Port Holland, Zone Roman III, a barangay of Maluso, Basilan, Philippines. Port Holland, Zone Roman IV, a barangay of Maluso, Basilan, Philippines. Port Holland, Zone B, a barangay of Maluso, Basilan, Philippines. Port Hope, a municipality in Nagambuan Cati, Ontario, Canada, on Lake Ontario. Port Hope Simpson, a town in Labrador, Newfoundland and Labrador. Port Hueneme, a city in Ventura County, California, United States. Port Huron, a city, the county seat of St. Clair County, Michigan, United States, located at the south end of Lake Huron. Port Isaac, a coastal village in St. Endellion Parish, on the north coast of Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SW 9980. Port Isabel, a city in Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, United States. Port Jackson, the Ria or Natural Harbor of Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Port Jackson Pidgin English, a former pidgin used between Australian Aboriginal peoples and non-Aboriginal settlers in the Sydney area in the early days of the British settlement of Australia, later developing into the more widespread Australian Pidgin English. Port Jackson Pine, synonym of Oyster Bay Pine. Port Jervis, developing into the more widespread Australian Pidgin English. Port Jackson Pine, synonym of Oyster Bay Pine. Port Jervis, a city in Orange County, New York, United States. Port Kembla, a suburb and port in the city of Wollongong, New South Wales, Australia. Port Curwen, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Port Klang, a town and port in the Klang district, Selangor, Malaysia. Port knocking, a means of securing ports on a firewall by requiring the host to attempt to connect to a specified sequence of closed ports before being allowed access to the desired port. Port Legais, alternative form of Port Leisha. Port Leisha, the county town of County Leois, Ireland, former name Maryborough. Port Lavaca, a city and seaport, the county seat of Calhoun County, Texas, United States. Port Lincoln, a coastal city on the Lower Eyre Peninsula in South Australia, Australia. Port Louis, the capital city of Mauritius. Port Waiadi, former name of Kenitra, Morocco, from 1932 to 1956. Port Mac, clipping of Port Macquarie, a city in New South Wales, Australia. Port Macquarie, a city in New South Wales, Australia. Port Macquarie funnel web spider, a venomous spider, Hadronich macquariensis, native to the northeastern coast of New South Wales. Port Macquarie funnel web spiders, plural of Port Macquarie funnel web spider. Port Macquarie Hastings, a local government area in the mid-North Coast region, New South Wales, Australia. Port Maria, a town, the parish capital of St. Mary Parish, Jamaica. Port Melbourne, an inner suburb and port in Melbourne, Victoria, Australia, historically known as Sandridge. Port Moody, a city in Metro Vancouver Regional District, British Columbia, Canada. Port Moresby, the capital city of Papua New Guinea. Port Nulloth, a town and small port in Namaqualand, Northern Cape Province, South Africa. Port of call, any port except its home port being visited by a ship, especially to load or unload cargo or passengers, or to take on supplies. Port of entry, a harbor, airport, or border crossing where goods or immigrants enter a country. Port of Menteith, a small village on the Lake of Menteith, Stirling Council area, Scotland OS Gridref NN 5801. Port of registry, the port where a boat or ship is officially registered, which determines legal consequences such as taxation. Port of Spain, the capital city of Trinidad and Tobago. Port Orchard, a strait in Washington, United States, which is a branch of Puget Sound. Port Orford, a city in Curry County, Oregon, United States. Port Orford Cedar, the conifer Chamaecyparis lawsoniana. Port Orford Cedars, plural of Port Orford Cedar. Port Penrhyn, a small port in Indigai community, east of Bangor, Gwynedd, Wales, OS Gridref SH 5972. Port Pirie, a coastal city and local government area, Port Pirie Regional Council in South Australia. Port Poyohan, a barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Port Providence, an unincorporated community in Upper Providence Township, Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, United States. Port Quinn, a hamlet and cove in St. Endelian Parish on the north coast of Cornwall, England OS Gridref SW 9780. Port Radium, a ghost town in Port Radium, Cameron Bay, Great Bear Lake, Northwest Territories, Canada. Port Richmond, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Port Royal, a town and former capital of Jamaica. Port Royal Island, an island of Beaufort County, South Carolina, United States. Port Said, a large city and governorate in northeastern Egypt. Port Salford, a freight terminal on the Manchester Ship Canal between Earlham and Barton upon Irwell, Metropolitan Borough of Salford, Greater Manchester, England OS Gridref SJ 7496. Port Salat, a semi-soft pasteurized cow's milk cheese from Pays de la Loire, France, with a distinctive orange rind and a mild flavor. Port Sandwich, an Austronesian language spoken in Vanuatu. Port Sanilac, a village in Sanilac County, Michigan. Port Saunders, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Port Seton, the eastern half of the town of Cockenzie, and Port Seton, East Lothian Council area. Scotland OS Gridref NT 4075. Port Sodrin, a coastal hamlet south of Douglas, Isle of Man OS Gridref SC 3472. Port St. Mary, a town and harbor in the southwest of the Isle of Man OS Gridref SC 2067. Port St. Duff, a city, the county seat of Gulf County, Florida, United States. Port St. Lucie, a city in St. Lucie County, Florida, United States. Port Stanley, the capital of the Falkland Islands. Port Stephens, a local government area and region of Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia. Port Sudan, a city and port in eastern Sudan. Port Suez, alternative form of Suez Port. Port Sunlight, a suburb and model village by the Mersey in the metropolitan borough of Wirral, Merseyside, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 3483. Port Swettenham, former name of Port Klang, Malaysia. Port Talbot, a town and community without a council in Neath Port Talbot Borough, County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SS 7689. Port Tuvik, former name of Suez Port, Egypt. Port Tong, a ton/pair of tons used to open wine bottles, especially old bottles of port with heat stress fracturing. The tons are designed to be heated red hot, then applied to the neck of the bottle, for which the tongue is shaped to fit around, heating the glass. Port Tongs, plural of Port Tong. Port Townsend, a city, the county seat of Jefferson County, Washington, United States. Port Triggering, a configuration option on NAT-enabled router that controls communication between internal and external host machines on an IP network. Port Triggerings, plural of Port Triggering. Port Victoria, a town on the York Peninsula, South Australia. Port Vila, the capital and largest city of Vanuatu. Port Washington, a hamlet and census-designated place in Nassau County, New York, United States. Port Weld, synonym of Kuala Sepetang, Malaysia. Port Williams, a village in Nova Scotia, Canada. Port Wine, a type of fortified wine traditionally made in Portugal. Port Wines, plural of port wine. Portakabin, alternative form of Portakabin. Portakabins, plural of Portakabin. Port-au-Prince, the capital city of Haiti. Port Crayon, alternative spelling of Port Crayon. Port Crayons, plural of Port Crayon. Port-en-Bessin, a coastal town in Port-en-Bessin, Haute-Pain, Calvados Department, Normandy, France. Port Gentil, a city and seaport in Gabon. Porto John, a portable toilet. Porto Johns, plural of Porto John. Portolet, alternative form of portalet. Portolets, plural of portolet. Portopotes, plural of portopotty. Portopotty, a portable toilet. Port Royal, alternative form of Port Royal. Port Royalist, one of the inhabitants in the Cistercian convent of Port Royal des Champs, and later of Port Royal Abbey near Paris, France. Port Royalists, plural of Port Royalists. Port Vila, alternative form of Port Vila. Port Wine Mark, Mavis Flamies. Port Wine Marks, plural of Port Wine Mark. Port Wine Stain, synonym of Mavis Flamies. Port Wine Stains, plural of Port Wine Stain. Port Wine, alternative form of Port Wine. Port Wine, having the taste, smell, color, or other qualities of port wine. Put, abbreviation of Portugal. Puta, a surname. Puta, portable. Portapotas, plural of portapotty. Portapotty, a portable toilet in UK, particularly a chemical toilet comprising only the fixture rather than an entire enclosure. Porta-puppies. Plural of porta-puppy. Porta-puppy, a submissive furry, especially a dog whose mouth is used for urinating into. Portobello, alternative spelling of portobello. Portobello, plural of portobello. Portabello, alternative spelling of portobello. Portabellos, plural of portabello. Portabilities, plural of portability. Portability, the quality of being portable. Portabilization, the process of making something portable. Portable, able to be carried or easily moved. Portable art, small pieces of prehistoric art that could be carried as opposed to art applied to walls or cliffs, for example. Portable computer, a microcomputer powered by batteries with an integral display screen and integral input device such as a keyboard that can be used on the move. Portable computers, plural of portable computer. Portable executable, a file format used for executable programs, DLL, fonts, etc. in Microsoft Windows and some other operating systems. Portable executables, plural of portable executable. Portable network graphics, a raster image file format designed to succeed static GIF87A. Portable stove, synonym of camp stove. Portable stoves, plural of portable stove. Portable toilet, a movable toilet, particularly a portable outhouse used where other lavatories are unavailable as at a construction site or insufficient as at special events. Portable toilets, plural of portable toilets. Portabilness, the state or quality of being portable. Portability. Portables, plural of portable. Portably, in a portable manner. Porta-cabin, a prefabricated hut that is transportable, often used as an office or for storage. Porta-cabins, plural of porta-cabin. Porta-cable, alternative form of porta-cable. Portes, obsolete form of portas. Portaces, plural of portes. Porta-cot, a movable cot for an infant. Porta-cots, plural of porta-cot. Porta-crib, a movable crib for an infant. Porta-cribs, plural of porta-crib. Portadown, a town in County Armagh, Northern Ireland. Porty, plural of porta. Portafilter, a holder for ground espresso coffee that is attached to a group in an espresso machine to produce espresso. Portafilters, plural of portafilter. Portage, a community in Cape Breton Regional Municipality on Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia, Canada. Portage County, one of 88 counties in Ohio, United States. County seat, Ravenna. Portage La Prairie, a city in the Central Plains region of Manitoba, Canada. Portage Pack, synonym of Duluth Pack. Portage Packs, plural of portage pack. Portage, simple past and past participle of portage. Portagee, a person from Portugal or a person of Portuguese descent. Portagees, plural of portagee. Portaging, present participle and gerund of portage. Portages, plural of portage. Portaging, present participle and gerund of portage. Portae, an old Portuguese gold coin from the 16th century, the Portuguese. Portags, plural of portae. Portainer, a crane for moving shipping containers. Portainers, plural of portainer. Porta-john, a portable restroom. Porta-johns, plural of porta-john. Porta-cabin, a type of mobile building. Porta-cabins, plural of porta-cabin. Portal, a place in the United States. Portal hypertension, increased blood pressure in the hepatic portal system, the system of veins comprising the hepatic portal vein and its tributaries. Portal rendering, an algorithm for determining the visibility of objects in a three-dimensional world based on partitioning the space into polygonal, generally convex regions that can be used to form generalizations about the visibility of objects within those regions. Portal site, a website with various features and content of its own, but also with many links to other sites, its aim being that users would make it their home page. Portal sites, plural of portal site. Portal systemic, alternative form of porta-systemic. Portal triad, a distinctive component of a hepatic lobule, found running along each of the lobule's corners that consists of branches of the hepatic artery proper, hepatic portal vein and bile ducts, as well as other structures. Portal triads, plural of portal triad. Portal vein, a short, wide vein located in the abdominal cavity formed by the union of the superior mesenteric and splenic veins that channels blood from the gastrointestinal tract and spleen to capillary beds in the liver. Portal veins, plural of portal vein. Portal venous, relating to the portal vein. Portal systemic, alternative form of porta-systemic. Portal to portal, relating to an employee's travel time between the entrance to the work site and the location where work is actually being done. Porta Latin, a surname from Spanish. Porta Latin, plural of Porta Latin. Portal, simple past and past participle of portal. Portalage, a portable tent system used by rock climbers to sleep in during a climb lasting multiple days. Portalages, plural of portalage. Portalegre, a municipality and district in Portugal. Portales, a city, the county seat of Roosevelt County, New Mexico, United States. Portales, a porta potty, a portable toilet. Portales, plural of portales. Portalian, of or relating to Diego Portales 1793-1837, Chilean statesman and entrepreneur who played a pivotal role in shaping the state and government politics in the 19th century. Portale, present participle and gerund of portal. Portalization, conversion into a portal. Portalize, joined together by portals. Portal, simple past and past participle of portal. Portale, present participle and gerund of portal. Portaloo, a portable toilet. Portaloos, plural of portaloo. Portals, plural of portal. Portalvenous, alternative form of portal Venice. Portamenti, plural of portamento. Portamento, a smooth, gliding transition from one note to another, used especially with stringed instruments and sometimes on brass. Portamento, played with a portamento. Portamentos, plural of portamento. Portents, the manner in which one carries oneself, behavior. Portanova, a surname from Italian. Portanovas, plural of Portanova. Portapac, alternative form of portapac. Portapacs, plural of portapac. Portapac, a portable, battery-powered, self-contained video recording system.
Here we go.
Portapax, plural of portapat. Portapotas, plural of portapotty. Portabody, alternative form of portapotty. Port Harlington, a town in County Leys, Ireland, Irish grid ref N5412. Pardes, plural of porta. Portaces, plural of portas. Portas, a breviary, a prayer book. Portaces, plural of portas. Porte Studio, a 4-track recorder based on a standard compact audio cassette tape. Porte Studios, plural of Porte Studio. Porta Systemic, alternative form of Porta Systemic. Porte, worn diagonally athwart an escutcheon with a central column going from dexter chief to sinister base across tilted the opposite way is porte reversed, especially as a T-shaped or St. Anthony's cross. Portati, plural of portato. Portative, a portative organ. Portatives, plural of portative. Portatile, portable. Portation, the act of carrying or transporting something. Transportation. Portative, a portative organ. Portable, portative organ, a small pipe organ with one rank of flue pipes, sometimes arranged in 2 rows to be played while strapped to the performer at a right angle. Portative organs, plural of portative organ. Portatives, plural of portative. Portatives, plural of portative. Portado, in an unconnected manner as opposed to legato, but not as short as staccato. Portados, plural of portado. Portu, a town and municipality in the province of Girona, Catalonia, Spain, on the border with France. Portbury, a village and civil parish in North Somerset District, Somerset, England. The Royal Portbury Dock is a mile to the north-west grid ref SD 5075. The surname. Porches, plural of porch. Porchester, a residential area of Fareham Borough. Hampshire, England, a West Grid Ref SU 6105. Portgoose, obsolete form of portcullis. Portgooses, plural of portgoose. Port crane, obsolete form of port crayon. Port crayons, plural of port crane. Portculise, rare form of portcullis. Portculises, plural of portculise. Portculises, plural of portculise. Portulays, archaic form of portcullis. Portculises, plural of portcullis. Portcullis, archaic form of portcullis. Portcullises, plural of portcullis. Portcullises, plural of portcullis. Portculli, plural of portcullis. Portcullis, a gate in the form of a grating which is lowered into place at the gateway of a castle, a fort, etc. Portcullis, simple past and past participle of portcullis. Portcullises, plural of portcullis. Portcullising, present participle and gerund of portcullis. Portcullises, plural of portcullis. Port, the Ottoman court, hence the government of the Ottoman Empire. Portkotcher, alternative form of portkotcher. Portkotcher, a gateway through which horse carriages pass, often into a courtyard. Portkotchers, plural of portcotcher. Portcotcher, alternative form of portcotcher. Portcotcher, alternative form of portcotcher. Portcotchers, plural of portcotcher, alternative form of portcotchers. Portcrayon, an instrument typically a metallic tube with a clasp used to hold a pencil, lead, etc. for drawing. Portcrayons, plural of portcrayon. Portepee, a strap, buckle, or other fastening by which a sword or scabbard is held attached to a person's belt, clothing, etc. Portemonnaie, a wallet. Portemonnaies, plural of portemonnaie. Porte-parole, a spokesperson, one who speaks on another's behalf. Parted, simple past and past participle of port. Porty, a surname. Porties, plural of porty. Portfolio, an artist's portfolio. Portafuels, plural of portafuel. Portico, a characteristic compositional element of the Venetian civil buildings built during the years of the Republic of Venice, similar to a reception hall but having peculiar features. Portigos, plural of portigo. Portae, obsolete form of portae. Portex, plural of portae. Portal, a surname from Galician. Portalis, plural of portala. Portal, a surname. Portali, a surname from Italian. Portalas, plural of portelli. Portals, plural of portal. Portmanteau, alternative form of portmanteau traveling case. Portmanteaus, plural of portmanteau. Portmanteau, plural of portmanteau. Portemone, alternative form of portemone. Portemonnaise, plural of portemone. Portend, to serve as a warning or omen of. Portended, simple past and past participle of portend. Portender, one who or that which portends. Portenders, plural of portender. Portenda, third person singular simple present indicative of portend. Portending, present participle and gerund of portend. Portendment, an omen. Portendments, plural of portendment. Portendorfer, a surname. Portends, third person singular simple present indicative of portend. Porteño, a male inhabitant of the city of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Porteños, plural of porteño. Portention, the act of foreshowing, foreboding. Portentions, plural of portention. Portent, something that portends an event about to occur, especially an unfortunate or evil event, an omen. Portention, portent, omen. Portentions, plural of portention. Portentous, misconstruction of portentous. Portentive, portentous, prophetic, acting as a presage. Portentosity, the quality of being portentous. Portentous, of momentous or ominous significance. Portentously, in an ominous manner. Portentousness, the quality of being portentous. Portents, plural of portent. Portentous, obsolete form of portentous. Porteous, a surname. Portauses, plural of Porteous. Porter, a surname originating as an occupation. Porter County, one of 92 counties in Indiana, United States. County seat, Valparaiso. Porter Ranch, a neighborhood of the San Fernando Valley, Los Angeles, California, United States. Porter's Knot, a double shoulder pad worn with a strap around the forehead, used by hawkers and market porters for supporting burdens on the head. Porter's Lodge, a building for the porters near the gate of a castle, college, etc. Historical, formerly used as a place of punishment for the staff. Porter Duff Compositing, a technique for image compositing using an alpha channel. Portera, a surname from Italian. Porterage, the carrying or transportation of goods by a porter person who carries luggage and related objects or other person. Porterages, plural of porterage. Porteres, plural of portera. Porter, simple past and past participle of porter. Porteress, alternative form of portress. Porteresses, plural of porter. Porterfield, a Scottish surname. Porterfields, plural of Porterfield. Porterhouse, a cut of beef taken from the thick end of the short loin. It has a T-shaped bone and a large piece of tenderloin. Porterhouse steak. Porterhouse steak, a porterhouse meat. Porterhouse steaks, plural of porterhouse steak. Porterhouses, plural of porterhouse. Portering, present participle and gerund of porter. Porterless, without a porter. Porter-like, resembling or characteristic of a porter person employed to carry things. Porterly, characteristic of a porter. Porters, plural of porter. Porter's lodges, plural of porter's lodge. Portership, the ordity of a porter. Porterships, plural of portership. Porterville, a city in Tulare County, California, United States. Porterweed, any of various plants in the genus Stachytarfida of the verbena family. Porterweed is plural of porterweed. Ports, a surname from Catalan. Portices, plural of ports. Portisham, a village and civil parish served by Chesilbank Parish Group Council in Dorset, England, previously in West Dorset District OS Grid Ref SY 6085. Portas, obsolete, form of portas. Portas, obsolete spelling of portius. Portesses, plural of portes. Portessie, a coastal village east of Bucky, Moray Council area. Scotland OS Grid Ref NJ 4466.
Here we go.
Portes, a surname. Portfield, a place in England. Portfire, a fuse for cannons or other artillery consisting of a strong paper filled with a niter, sulfur, and meal powder used principally to ignite the priming in proving guns and as an incendiary material in shells. Portfires, plural of portfire. Portfolio, a case for carrying papers, drawings, photographs, maps, and other flat documents. Portfolio career, a career involving several simultaneous part-time jobs. Portfolio careers, plural of portfolio career. Portfolio frontier, synonym of efficient frontier. Portfolio worker, a person who has a portfolio career. Portfolio workers, plural of portfolio worker. Portfolios, plural of portfolio. Portfuries, plural of portfury. Portfury, obsolete form of portaforium. Port Gordon, a coastal village in Moray Council area, Scotland, historically in Banshire OS Grid Ref NJ 3964. Portgower, a small coastal village near Helmsdale, Sutherland, Island Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref ND 0013. Portgrave, synonym of Portree. Portgraves, plural of Portgrave. Portgrave, synonym of Portree. Portgraves, plural of Portgrave. Hood, a town and community in Rundisine and Taff Borough, County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SD 0291. Porth Novice, a small coastal village in Constantine Parish, southwest Cornwall, England OS Grid Ref SW 7527. Porth Wyween, a village in Annibladwell Parish, northwest Shropshire, England OS Grid Ref SJ 2623. Portcall, a coastal town and community with a town council in Bridgeon Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SS 8176. Porthgurno, a coastal village in St Leven Parish, southwest Cornwall, England OS Grid Ref SW 3822. Porthimlane, a small coastal village on a narrow promontory in Neffin Community, Lane Peninsula, Gwynedd, Wales OS Grid Ref SH 2741. Portbury, a hamlet in Roos Community, Vale of Glamorgan Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref SD 0866. Porthleven, a small coastal town and civil parish with a town council in Cornwall, England OS Grid Ref SW 6225. Porthmadai, a small coastal town and community with a town council in Gwynedd, Wales OS Grid Ref SH 5638. Porthole, a circular window set in the hull of a ship. Porthole, fitted with portholes. Porthole-like, resembling or characteristic of a porthole. Portholes, plural of porthole. Portholing, a circular vignette-like defect where the image fades at the borders. Portholland, two coastal settlements, East Portholland in St Michael Hayes Parish and West Portholland in Rianne Parish, on the south coast of Cornwall, England OS Grid Refs SW 9541, SW 9641. Porters, alternative spelling of Porteous. Porthouse, a building that contains the offices of officials responsible for running a port, space for customs, etc. Porthouses, plural of porthouse. Horse, plural of porth. Portia, a female given name from Latin. Portia tree, a flowering plant of the species the Specia poplonia. Portias, plural of Portia. Portici, plural of portico. Portico, the Stoic philosophy after the public porch on the Agora of Athens where Zeno taught. Portico, that includes a portico, furnished with a portico or porticos. Porticos, plural of portico. Portico-like, resembling or characteristic of a portico. Porticos, plural of portico. Porticus, a small room in a church commonly forming extensions to the north and south sides of it, giving the building a cruciform plan, which may function as a chapel, rudimentary transept or burial place. Porticuses, plural of porticus. Portic, a surname from French, equivalent to English border. Portière, alternative spelling of portière. Portière, a car door. Porter, alternative spelling of porter. Porter, having portières curtains of the sort hung across doorways. Portières, plural of portière. Portières, plural of portière. Portefeuille, plural of portefeuille. Portefeuilles, plural of portefeuille. Portefeuille, a breviary. Portefeuille, synonym of portefeuille. Portée, alternative form of porte. Portives, plural of portée. Portella, a surname. Portellas, plural of portilla. Portalista, a political supporter of Michael Portillo, born 1953, British journalist, broadcaster, and former conservative politician. Portalistas, plural of portalista. Portillo, a surname from Spanish. Portillo moment, an election loss for a prominent politician. Portillo moments, plural of Portillo moment. Portilloism, the political stance of Michael Portillo, born 1953, former Member of Parliament, Deputy Conservative Party leader and cabinet minister. Portillos, plural of Portillo. Porting, present participle and gerund of port. Portingal, Portuguese. Portingale, obsolete form of Portugal. Portingales, plural of Portingale. Portugal, obsolete form of Portugal. Portugal, obsolete form of Portugal. Portingals, plural of Portugal. Portingals, plural of Portugal. Portings, plural of porting. Portion, an allocated amount. Portion control, a method of moderating one's diet by determining the number of calories in each serving of food and keeping one's consumption below a predetermined number. Portion off, to separate. Portion out,
Here we go.
to distribute in portions or shares, to a portion or a lot. Portionable, capable of being divided into portions. Portion, simple past and past participle of portion. Portioned off, simple past and past participle of portion off. Portioned out, simple past and past participle of portion out. Portioner, a person who receives a portion or share of something. Portions, plural of portioner. Portioner, third person singular simple present indicative of portion. Portioning, present participle and gerund of portion. Portioning off, present participle and gerund of portion off. Portioning out, present participle and gerund of portion out. Portionness, one of the incumbents of a benefice that has two or more rectors or vicars. Portionists, plural of portionists. Portionless, lacking a portion, especially without a dowry. Portions, plural of portion. Portions off, third person singular simple present indicative of portion off. Portions out, third person singular simple present indicative of portion out. Portion-wise, one portion at a time. Pordies, obsolete form of portas. Pordies, plural of portais. Portishead, a coastal town and civil parish with a town council and North Somerset district, Somerset, England, on the Bristol Channel OS Grid Ref SD 4676. Portnocky, a coastal village in Moray Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NJ 4868. Portland, the largest city in Oregon, United States, and the county seat of Multnomah County, named for the city in Maine. Portlandville, a headland and nearby hamlet on the Isle of Portland, Dorset, England. OS grid ref SY 6768. Portland cement, a finely ground powder made by heating and pulverizing limestone and clay. Portland cement, plural of Portland cement. Portland ribbon wave, the geometric moth idea degeneraria. Portland ribbon waves, plural of Portland ribbon wave. Portland stone, a limestone from the Tithonian stage of the Jurassic period, quarried on the Isle of Portland, Dorset, and used extensively for building in the British Isles. Portland stones, plural of Portland stone. Portlander, someone from Portland, Oregon. Portlanders, plural of Portlander. Portlandian, the Tithonian stage or age, now considered strata about 150 million years old. Portlandite, someone from Portland, Oregon. Portlandites, plural of Portlandite. Portlands, plural of Portland. Portly Kives, alternative form of Portlaoise. Portlaoise, alternative form of Portlaoise. Portlass, the Portus. Portlasts, plural of Portlast. Portless, without a port. Portless, a pluggable user interface component making up part of a portal, such as a fragment displaying weather or news headlines. Portalden, a town in Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland, historically in Kincardineshire. OS grid ref no 9196. Portlets, plural of Portland. Portly, comparative form of portly, more portly. Portliest, superlative form of portly, most portly. Portlight, a window on a porthole. Portlights, plural of portlight. Portlight, resembling or characteristic of fortified wine. Portly, in a portly manner. Portliness, the quality of being courtly. Portlock, a surname. Portlocks, plural of Portlock. Portlow, a coastal village in Rianne Parish, Cornwall, England. OS grid ref SW 9339. Portly, somewhat fat, pudgy, overweight. Portmadoc, the former official spelling of Porthmadog, Wales, until 1974. Portnahomac, a coastal village by Dornoch Firth in Easter Ross, Highland Council area, Scotland. OS grid ref NH 9184. Portman, a surname originating as an occupation. Portmanbro, a portmanteau word incorporating the term bro, denoting a concept related to bro culture. Portmanbros, plural of portmanbro. Portmanteau, a large traveling case usually made of leather and opening into two equal sections. Portmanteau agreement, the situation where a single morpheme encodes features from multiple arguments. Portmanteau film, a film that combines two or more distinct stories, frequently connected by a single theme, premise, or author. Portmanteau film. Films, plural of portmanteau film. Portmanteau word, a word which combines the meaning of two words or, rarely, more than two words, formed by combining the words, usually, but not always, by adjoining the first part of one word and the last part of the other, the adjoining parts often having a common vowel. Portmanteau words, plural of portmanteau word. Portmanteau. Simple past and past participle of portmanteau. Portmanteauing. Present participle and gerund of portmanteau. Portmanteaus. Plural of portmanteau. Portmanteau. Plural of portmanteau. Portmantle. Obsolete form of portmanteau. Portmantles. Plural of portmantle. Portmantologism. A portmanteau word. Portmantologisms. Plural of portmantologism. Portmanteau. Obsolete form of portmanteau case. Portmanteaus. Plural of portmanteau. Portmapper. A software service that maps programs to the ports they will use to communicate over a network. Portmappers. Plural of portmapper. Portmarnock. A coastal settlement in Fingal, formerly County Dublin, Ireland. Portmaster. An official in charge of running a port. Portmasters. Plural of portmaster. Portmeirion. A small coastal tourist village in Penrhyn-Udreath community. Gwynedd, Wales, Ywesgrid Ref SH 5937. Portman. Plural of Portman. Portport. A city in the parish of St. Catherine, Jamaica. Portmoat. A court or moat held in a port town. Portmoat. A city in the parish of St. Catherine, Jamaica. Portmoat. A court or moat held in a port town. Portmoats. Plural of Portmoat. Portmothian. A person from Portsmouth, England. Portmothians. Plural of Portmothian. Portner. A surname. Portners. Plural of Portner. Portu. A settlement west of Norrin, on the west coast of County Donegal, Ireland. Portnoy. A surname. Portnoys. Plural of Portnoy. Porto. A city and municipality, the district capital of Porto District, Portugal. Porto Alegre. A municipality, the state capital of Rio Grande do Sul, Brazil. Porto do Sun. A municipality of A Coruña, Galicia, Spain. Portoferreo. Obsolete spelling of Portoferreo. Portoferracho. Obsolete spelling of Portoferreo. Portoflip. A cocktail made from brandy, port wine, and egg yolk. Portoflips. Plural of Portoflip. Porto Grande. A municipality of Amapá, Brazil. Porto Inglares, former name of Cidade do Meio, though it is colloquially still uses. Porto Novo, a municipality on the island of Santo Antão, Cape Verde. Porto Pequeno, Saptagram. Porto Pequeno, alternative form of Porto Pequeno. Puerto Rican, former name of Puerto Rican. Puerto Ricans, plural of Puerto Rican. Puerto Rico, former name of Puerto Rico. Puerto Torres, a city, commune, and port in Sassari province, northern Sardinia, Italy. Porto Vecchio, a city and commune of Corsusa department, Corsica. Portobello, a municipality, the state capital of Rondônia, Brazil. Porto, Porto Vane. Porto Novo, the official capital of Benin. The de facto capital is Cotonou. Porto Vecchio, alternative form of Porto Vecchio. Portobello, an area of Berkeley, metropolitan borough of Gateshead, Tyne and Ware, England, Ywesgrid Ref NZ 2755. Portobello, plural of Portobello. Portobello, a historic port and corregimiento in Portobello District, Colón Province, Panama. Portabiliary, relating to the portal vein and the bile duct. Porta Carrera, a surname from Spanish. Portocarreros, plural of Portocarrera. Porta cavo, relating to the portal vein and the vena cava. Portoenteric, relating to the portal vein and the intestines. Portoenterostomies, plural of portoenterostomy. Portoenterostomy, a form of anastomosis of the jejunum to the porta hepatis region. Portoferrao, a city and commune in the province of Livorno, Tuscany, Italy, in the north of Elba, featuring a prominent harbor. Portofino, a coastal town and commune in the metropolitan city of Genoa, Liguria, Italy. Portogram, an image obtained through portography. Portograms, plural of portogram. Portographic, relating to portography. Portography, imaging of the portal system and its circulation after injection of pack material. Portoguerra, a town and commune in the metropolitan city of Venice, Veneto, Italy. Porto hepatic, relating to or connecting the portal vein and the hepatic vein, relating to the hepatic portal vein. Portus, the gunwale of a ship. Portuses, plural of portus. Portola, a city in Plumas County, California, United States. Portola Valley, a town in San Mateo County, California, United States. Portolan, a chart of European navigable waters based on descriptions of coasts. Portolani, plural of Portolano. Portolano, alternative form of Portolan. Portolanos, plural of Portolano. Portolan, plural of Portolan. Portum centeric, relating to the Porta and the mesentery. Porton, a village in Idmiston Parish, near Salisbury, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SU 1936. Porton Down, a science park near Porton, Wiltshire, England, that is home to 2 British military research facilities. Porta Portal, relating to or connecting left and right portal veins. Porta Pulmonary, of or relating to the portal system and the lungs. Putter, a black and yellow variety of marble from northern Italy. Portoyel, a surname from Spanish. Portoyels, plural of Portorio. Portas, plural of Porto. Portasen, a portable toilet. Portasens, plural of Portasen. Portus blanchnic, relating to the portal vein and the viscera. Portus systemic, relating to or connecting the portal and systemic venous circulation systems. Portus, alternative spelling of Porteus. Portauses, plural of Portus. Portognography, portography of the portal vein. Portovness, relating to a portal vein. Portpass, a document or documentation allowing for legal entry into another land, a passport. Portpasses, plural of portpass. Portatrick, a coastal village and harbour in Dumfries and Galloway Council area, Scotland, originally in Wigtownshire. OS Grid Ref NW 9954. Port piece, a smaller cannon or gun mounted on the side of a ship. These were often used for close-range engagements or for firing at smaller targets. Port pieces, plural of port piece. Portrack, a suburb, housing, and industrial estate in Stockton-on-Tees, County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 4619. Portrait, a painting or other picture of a person, especially the head and shoulders. Portraited, simple past and past participle of portrait. Portrait Gate, a 2009 controversy that occurred when art galleries in Dublin displayed two oil paintings depicting Brian Cohen, Taoiseach of Ireland, in the nude. Portraiting, present participle and gerund of portrait. Portraitist, a painter or photographer who makes portraits. Portraitists, plural of portraitists. Portrait-like, resembling or characteristic of a portrait. Portraiter, one who makes portraits. Portraiters, plural of portraiter. Portraits, plural of portrait. Portraiture, a portrait, a likeness, a painted resemblance, hence that which is copied from some example or model. Portraitures, plural of portraiture. Portray, to paint or draw the likeness of. Portrayability, the quality of being portrayable. Portrayable, capable of being portrayed. Portrayal, the act of portraying. Portrayals, plural of portrayal. Portray, simple past and past participle of portray. Portrayed, one who is portrayed. Portrays, plural of portrayed. Portrayer, agent noun of portray, one who portrays. Portrays, plural of portray. Portray, third person singular simple present indicative of portray. Portraying, present participle and gerund of portray. Portrayist, one who portrays or depicts. Portrayists, plural of portrayist. Portrayment, portrayal. Portrayments, plural of portrayment. Portrays, third person singular simple present indicative of portray. Portree, a village, fishing port, and civil parish on the north coast of West Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SW 6545. Portree, the largest town on the Isle of Skye, Highland Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NG 4843. Portree, a borough-reed, an office equivalent to a mayor historical in several major English towns or dialect in various minor boroughs of Wales and southwest England. Portrees, plural of portree. Portreeship, the state or business of a portree. Portress, a female porter person in control of the entrance to a building. Portresses, plural of portress. Portrush, a coastal town in County Antrim, Northern Ireland. Ports, a commune of Indre-et-Loire Department, France. Ports of call, plural of port of call. Ports of entry, plural of port of entry. Ports, abbreviation of portraits. Portsa, public or open sale. Auction. Port sales, plural of port sale. Portsalon, a coastal townland in County Donegal, Ireland. Port scan, to scan a network host in order to detect open ports. Port scanned, simple past and past participle of port scan. Port scanner, a software program that performs port scans. Port scanners, plural of port scanner. Port scanning, present participle and gerund of port scan. Port scans, third person singular simple present indicative of port scan. Portcullis, plural of portcullis. Portsea, an urban area in Portsmouth, Hampshire, England, named after Portsea Island. OS Grid Ref SU 6300. Port side, on the port left side of a ship. Courtsider, a left-handed pitcher, boxer, hockey player, etc. A southpaw. Courtsiders, plural of courtsider. Courtsides, plural of courtside. Courtsill, a horizontal wooden member that forms the sill of a gun port. Portsills, plural of portsill. Portskewt, a village and community in Monmouthshire, Wales, OS Grid Ref SD 4988. Portslade, a suburban area in the city of Brighton and Hove, East Sussex, England, OS Grid Ref TQ 2506/2605. Portsman, an inhabitant of the Cinque Ports. Portsman, plural of portsman. Portsmouth, a number of places in the United States. Portsmouth Defense, Gay Panic Defense. Portside, a coastal town in Aberdeenshire Council area, Scotland, originally in Banshire OS Grid Ref NJ 5866. Portstewart, a coastal town in County Londonderry, Northern Ireland. Portswake, a portskin that connects to numerous host computers in search of a specific open port rather than scanning a single computer for any open port. Portsweeps, plural of portsweep. Portsoy, a northern suburb of Southampton, Hampshire, England, OS Grid Ref SU 4214. Portuaries, plural of portuary. Portuary, a portable breviary. A porteus. Portug, abbreviation of Portuguese. Portuguese, a Portuguese person. Portugal, a Canadian Southern European Peninsula. Official name, Portuguese Republic. Capital and largest city, Lisbon. Portugal Coast, South. A town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Portugal Cove, Felix, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Portugalism, a word or other feature originating in the Portuguese language that has been borrowed by another language. Portugalisms, plural of Portugalism. Portugal, obsolete form of Portugal. Portugals, plural of Portugal. Portugals, plural of Portugal. Portuguese, alternative form of Portuguese. Portuguese, plural of Portuguese. Portuguese, plural of Portuguese. Portugueser, a Portuguese person. Portuguesers, plural of Portugueser. Portuguese, misspelling of Portuguese. Portugoose, a Portuguese person occasionally considered offensive. Portugal, misspelling of Portugal. Portuguese, of or pertaining to Portugal. Portuguese Congo, a former colony of Portugal in Africa, now forming the Cabinda province of Angola. Portuguese cubit, synonym of cavado. Portuguese cubits, plural of Portuguese cubit. Portuguese East Africa, a former colony of Portugal in East Africa, now called Mozambique. Portuguese Empire, a colonial empire that existed from 1415 to 1999. Portuguese Guiana, the former name of the Brazilian state of Amapá during the colonial period. Portuguese Guinea, a former colony of Portugal in West Africa, now called Guinea-Bissau. Portuguese guitar, a plucked guitar with a pear-shaped body and round sound holes, with 12 strings and 6 double courses, associated most prominently with Portuguese music, especially fado. Portuguese guitar, plural of Portuguese guitar. Portuguese India, a former colony of Portugal and Asia, now forming the Goa, Daman and Diu Union territories of India. Portuguese man-o-war, alternative form of Portuguese man-of-war. Portuguese man-o-war, alternative form of Portuguese man-of-war. Portuguese man-of-war, Physalia physalis, a marine cnidarian consisting of a floating colony of hydrozoans attached to a float, superficially resembling a jellyfish. Portuguese man-o-war, plural of Portuguese man-o-war. Portuguese man-of-war, plural of Portuguese man-of-war. Portuguese oak, a species of oak, Quercus vaginea, native to the western Mediterranean region of the Iberian Peninsula and the Balearic Islands. Portuguese oaks, plural of Portuguese oak. Portuguese opening, an open game characterized by the moves 1.e4, e5, ab5. Portuguese pavement, a pavement consisting of small flat pieces of various different stones arranged in a mosaic pattern. Portuguese pavements, plural of Portuguese pavement. Portuguese podengo, a hound-site dog and scent dog breed from Portugal. Portuguese podengo pequeno, a smaller sized version of the Portuguese podengo canine breed. Portuguese pointer, a breed of dog developed as a gun dog in Portugal. Portuguese Republic, official name of Portugal, a country in southern Europe. Portuguese roll, a light bread roll with a crisp crust sprinkled with flour. Portuguese rolls, plural of Portuguese roll. Portuguese sauce, in Macanese cuisine, a sauce made from curry powder and coconut milk. Portuguese sheepdog, a medium-sized breed of dog of the herding dog type, one of the indigenous regional dogs of Portugal. Portuguese sheepdog, plural of Portuguese sheepdog. Portuguese squill, a plant of species Scilla peruviana, native to the western Mediterranean region and cultivated as an ornamental. Portuguese water dog, a water spaniel breed of gun dog originating in Portugal. Portuguese water dogs, plural of Portuguese water dog. Portuguese West Africa, a former colony of Portugal in Africa, now called Angola. Portugesian, Portuguese. Portuguesely, in a Portuguese manner. Portugueseness, the quality, state, or character of being Portuguese. Portuguese, plural of Portuguese. Portuguese, synonym of Judeo-Portuguese. Portuguesification, synonym of Lusitanization, the act or process of making Portuguese or more Portuguese-like. Portuguesify, simple past and past participle of Portuguesify. Portuguesifies, third person singular simple present indicative of Portuguesify. Portuguesify, synonym of Lusitanize, to make Portuguese or more Portuguese-like. Portuguesifying, present participle and gerund of Portuguesify. Portuguesism, Portuguese attitudes and beliefs generally.
Here we go.
Portuguesisms, plural of Portuguesism. Portuguese, obsolete form of Portuguese. Portugueses, plural of Portuguese. Portulaca, any plant in the genus Portulaca. Portulacaceous, of or relating to the family Portulacaceae of plants purslane. Portulacas, plural of Portulaca. Portulaceous, belonging to the family Portulaceae, preferably Portulacaceae of purslanes. Portulon, alternative form of portolan. Portulans, plural of portolan. Portulent, overweight. Portapan, a market town in southeast County Galway, Ireland, on the border with County Tipperary. Portunalia, the ancient Roman festival of the god Portunus, celebrated on August 17, when keys were thrown into a fire for good luck. Portinhall, alternative form of Portugnol. Portuna, any crab of the family Portunidae, a swimming crab. Portunid, plural of Portunid. Portugnol, a mix of Portuguese and Spanish. Portunus, a minor Roman god, protector of harbors, also called Paliman. Portuando, a surname from Spanish in turn from Basque. Portuando, plural of Portuando. Portus, a large artificial harbor of ancient Rome situated on the north bank of the mouth of the river Tiber, established and enlarged respectively by the emperors Claudius X BC AD 54 and Trajan AD 53 117, and connected to Pons Aemilius of Rome by the Via Portuensis. Portus Julius, a port on the Gulf of Naples, Mediterranean in Veii, Italia, Roman Empire, the primary naval base of the Western Empire. Porthoy, a number of places in England. Porthoy, an English surname that is said to mean town of the gate by the wood. The name has been known in the U.S. since 1679. Porty, resembling or characteristic of port wine. Pordenga, a cotton wrapping worn in place of the sock by the Russian military to avoid chafing, absorb sweat, and improve the foothold. Pordiangas, plural of Pordianga. Pordiangi, plural of Pordianga. Ports, a surname. Portsalki, a Mennonite dish of raisin fritters, fried, roughly ball-shaped pieces of dough with raisins in them, eaten especially on New Year's Day. Portses, plural of ports. Poro, a small pore. Porlos, having porals. Porulus, synonym of porlos. Porumbacu de Jos, a commune and village in Sibiu County, Romania. Paris, a village in Manchester Parish, Jamaica. Urish, a surname. Urwa, a decorated wooden platform used for traditional Sinhalese wedding ceremonies. Porwas, plural of Porwa. Porvu, a city and municipality of Uusimaa in southern Finland, east of Helsinki. Pururim, a town in Goa, India. Porwego, alternative form of Poliwag. Porwegals, plural of Porwego. Porwego, obsolete form of Poliwag. Porwegals, plural of Porwego. Hoi, Paris. Portal, rare spelling of Portselki. Hoazeo, a surname from Italian. Porzeos, plural of Porzio. Us, initialism of proof of service. Plural of Payao. Poes, initialism of part of speech. Us, clipping of positive. Hospron, abbreviation of possessive pronoun. Hosprons, plural of hospron. POS terminal, synonym of payments terminal. POS terminals, plural of POS terminal. Posable, able to be posed. Hosexanazole, a triazole antifungal drug used to treat invasive infections in severely immunocompromised patients. Hasada, a surname. Hasadas, plural of posada. Posadero, an innkeeper in a Spanish-speaking place. Posadism, a form of Trotskyism based on the politics of posadas. Posadis, relating to Posadism. Posadnik, a mayor in some East Slavic cities, towns, and oblasts. Posadniks, plural of Posadnik. Posada, a commune of Alba County, Romania. Pasament, alternative form of passment. Passaments, plural of passament. Potes, a surname from Catalan. Possesses, plural of poses. Posityrene, a thyrotropin-releasing hormone analog. Passon, trombone. Passons, plural of passon. Posavina, a geographical region of Croatia. Passavirus, any of the porcine stool-associated RNA viruses, sometimes considered species of genus Passavirus, unplaced in order Piconavirales. Passaviruses, plural of Passavirus. Initialism of people's own savings bank. Passaga, a drink in ancient Rome and Greece, made by mixing sour wine or vinegar with water and herbs. Post, common cold, head cold, catarrh. Posay, held in position for a prolonged period. Posable, alternative form of posable. Pose, simple past and past participle of pose. Posedness, the condition of being posed in a stated manner. Pose down, the final part of a competition in which two or more bodybuilders pose freestyle on stage side by side, rather than individually. Pose down, plural of pose down. Posek, synonym of base. Poseidon, the god of the sea and other waters, earthquakes and horses, corresponds to the Roman god Neptune. Poseidonia, a place name. Poseidonian, of or relating to Poseidon. Osek, decisor, legal scholar who decides the halacha in cases where previous authorities are inconclusive or no halakhic precedent exists. Pothex, plural of posek. Poslet, a component of the pose adopted by a person, used in computerized gesture recognition systems. Poslets, plural of poslet. Posen, dated form of Poznan. Posek, alternative form of Posek. Polar, a surname from German. Polish, synonym of Posurish. Posterolaterally, misspelling of posterolaterally. Posers, plural of poser. Possess, plural of POS. Poses, plural of pose. Poses plastiques, a form of tableau vivant consisting of nearly nude women posing, once a form of salacious entertainment. Possess, misspelling of possess. Possession, misspelling of possession. Possess, second person singular simple present indicative of pose. Hosti, a commune of Prahova County, Romania. Hazat, a partially ordered set. Posto, antisymmetric. Posa, third person singular simple present indicative of pose. Posats, plural of posat. Poser, one who affects some behavior, style, attitude, or other condition, often to impress or influence others. Posierge, like a poster. Posers, plural of poser. Posus, a female poser. Posusis, plural of Posus. Posi, a place in the United States. Posey County, one of 92 counties in Indiana, United States. County seat, Mount Vernon, named after Thomas Posey. Posey vest, a vest used to restrain a patient on a bed or chair. Posey vests, plural of Posey vests. Posnam, alternative form of Poscam. But Peterborough United FCA Football Club from Peterborough, England. Posh and Bex, sex the act of fornicating. Posh nosh, hot cuisine. Posh duck, to make posh or posher to poshin. Posh wank, an act of male masturbation with a condom placed over the penis. Posh wanks, plural of posh wank. Poshdom, the condition or world of the upper class, refinement, elegance. Posheth, partially ordered sheaf. Posheaves, plural of posheav. Audit, simple past and past participle of posh. Poshdot, simple past and past participle of posh up. Poshin, to make or become posh, to posh up. Poshant, simple past and past participle of poshin. Poshening, present participle and gerund of poshin. Poshins, third person singular simple present indicative of poshin. Posher, comparative form of posh, more posh. Others, third person singular simple present indicative of posh. Pot is the third person singular simple present indicative of posh up. Poshis, superlative form of posh, most posh. Posh, comparative form of posh, more poshy. Poshius, superlative form of poshy, most poshy. Poshing, present participle and gerund of posh. Poshing up, present participle and gerund of posh up. Poshintang, alternative spelling of Bosintang. Pailast, in Russian culture, a negative human character trait, variously defined as petty evil, self-satisfied vulgarity, or obscenity and bad taste. Poshly, in a posh way. Poshness, the state or condition of being posh. Locho, Bashocracy, a social elite. Poshocrat, a member of a poshocracy. Poshocrats, plural of poshocrat. Poshus, plural of posho. Poshos, plural of posho. Poshteen, alternative form of posteen sheepskin cloak. Poshteens, plural of poshteen. Hostel, an upscale or luxury hostel. Hostels, plural of poshtel. Poshtin, alternative form of posteen sheepskin cloak. Poshtins, plural of poshtin. Pashto, alternative spelling of pashto. Hoti, of land, sticky clay, binding. Posy, positive, optimistic, uplifting. Posy vibes, clipped compound of positive vibes, positive energy, good vibes. Posy, combining form of positive. Posy vibes, alternative spelling of posy vibes. Posidonius, a male given name of historical usage, notably born by Posidonius, an ancient Greek polymath of the Hellenistic period, best known for his studies of philosophy. Posy ring, a finger ring with a short inscription, once popular as lovers' tokens in England. Posy rings, plural of posy ring. Posy, containing or decorated with a posy or posies. Posier, comparative form of posy, more posy. Povies, plural of posy. Poviest, superlative form of posy, most posy. Posigrade, a small rocket that gives additional forward thrust. Posigrades, plural of posigrade. Absolutely, positively, and absolutely. Posily, in an ostentatious and pretentious manner. Posing, present participle and gerund of pose. Posing pouch, a skimpy thong worn by male strippers, bodybuilders, etc. Posing pouches, plural of posing pouch. Posing strap, a thong-style undergarment worn by male bodybuilders or models for physique magazines. Posing straps, plural of posing strap. Posingly, in a posing, puzzling, challenging manner. Posings, plural of posing. Posinomial, alternative form of posinomial. Posinomials, plural of posinomial. Posentang, alternative spelling of Bosentang. Povel, a municipality of Lapland, Finland. Posesh, flipping of position. Posses, plural of posesh. Possessor, a thermistor whose resistance increases with temperature. Possessors, plural of possessor. Something that is posited, a postulate. Is it an acronym of person of ordinary skill in the art? Positive, simple past and past participle of posit. Positor, one who posits something. Positors, plural of positor. Positive organ, alternative form of positive organ. Positive organs, plural of positive organ. Positing, present participle and gerund of posit. Positings, plural of positing. Position, a place or location. Position argument, the claim that a writer or speaker makes about a controversial issue. Position arguments, plural of position argument. Position of strength, a strategic posture that is advantageous. Position of trust, a role that grants authority over other people or valuable items, carrying an obligation to appropriately exercise that authority. Position paper, an essay or report which expresses a position, conclusion, or recommendation concerning a contested issue or undecided question, and which usually contains arguments or reasons in support of this position. Position papers, plural of position paper. Position vector, of a point, a vector going from the origin to that point, equivalently the transpose of the point. Position vectors, plural of position vector. Positionability, a condition of being positionable. Positionable, capable of being positioned. Positional, relating to the position of something. Positional asphyxia, a form of asphyxia which occurs when one's position prevents them from breathing adequately. Positional good, a good valued only by how it is distributed among a population and whose value comes solely from its desirability as a status symbol. Positional goods. Plural of positional good. Positional isomer. Any isomer that differs from another isomer only in the position of a substituent, or of a double or triple bond. Positional isomers. Plural of positional isomer. Positional notation. A notation for numbers in which the value of a digit depends on its position in the string, examples of which include the decimal system and the binary system. Positional notations. Plural of positional notation. Positional parameter. A parameter that is passed by position rather than by name in a function call. Positional parameters. Plural of positional parameter. Positional voting. A ranked voting electoral system in which the options or candidates receive points based on their rank position on each ballot. Positionalities. Plural of positionality. Positionality. The quality of being positional. Positionaling. In a positional context, in terms of position. Positionals. Plural of positional. Position. Being in a particular position, figuratively suitable. Positioner. That which positions. Positioners. Plural of position.
Here we go.
Positioning. Present participle and gerund of position. Positioning time. Random access time. The time required to move the hard disk arm to the desired cylinder seek time and for the desired sector to rotate under the disk head rotational latency. Positionings. Plural of positioning. Positionless. Without a position social rank. Being an outcast. Positionlessness. Absence of position. Positions. Plural of position. Positive organ. Alternative form of positive organ. Positive organs. Plural of positive organ. Positive. Included. Present. Characterized by affirmation. Positive action. A form of affirmative action that attempts to assist members of an underrepresented group without prejudicing the criteria of selection by merit. Positive airway pressure. A mode of respiratory ventilation used in the treatment of sleep apnea. Positive airway pressure. Plural of positive airway pressure. Positive assortative mating. Synonym of assortative mating. Positive assortative matings. Plural of positive assortative mating. Positive atheist. A person who is certain that no deities exist or who thinks that the existence of deities can be disproven. Positive column. A glowing region. And a glow discharge between the Faraday dark space and the anode glow. Positive columns. Plural of positive column. Positive control. The air traffic control practice of controlling aircraft whose position are determined by direct radar observation. Positive crystal. A doubly refracting crystal in which the index of refraction for the extraordinary ray is greater than for the ordinary ray, and the former is refracted nearer to the axis than the latter, such as quartz and ice, as opposed to negative crystal, one in which this characteristic is reversed, such as Iceland spar or tourmaline. Positive crystals. Plural of positive crystal. Positive definite. Alternative form of positive definite. Positive degree. That state of an adjective or adverb indicating simple quality, without comparison or relation to increase or diminution, as in wise, noble. Positive discrimination. Synonym of reverse discrimination. Positive displacement pump. A pump which operates by periodically changing the volume of a cavity. Positive displacement pumps. Plural of positive displacement pump. Positive drainage. The drainage condition in which consideration has been made during design for all loading deflection to the deck and additional roof slope has been provided to ensure drainage within 48 hours following rainfall during conditions conducive to drying. Positive economics. The branch of economics that concerns the description and explanation of economic phenomena and their causal relationships. Positive edge. The point in time when the signal's value becomes high. Positive edge trigger. Alternative form of positive edge trigger. Positive edges. Plural of positive edge. Positive education. An educational approach rooted in positive psychology, prioritizing individual strengths and personal motivation to foster learning. Positive eugenics. The applied science of selecting positive or desirable traits in a species. Positive feedback. A situation where some function of the output of a system, process, or mechanism is fed back in a manner that tends to increase any divergence of the output from its initial value. Positive law. Law explicitly made as compared to natural law, law prescribed by express enactment or institution. Positive laws. Plural of positive law. Positive linear functional. A kind of linear functional which yields a non-negative scalar when given a non-negative function as parameter. Positive linear functionals. Plural of positive linear functional. Positive logic. The use of the higher voltage level to represent the Boolean value 1 and the lower voltage level to represent the Boolean value 0. For instance, tilde 5 via is equal to logical 1, 2, and tilde 0 via is equal to 0, 2. Positive look ahead. The analysis of the subsequent character's presence before the regular expression is matched symbol equals. Positive look aheads. Plural of positive look ahead. Positive look around. The analysis of the character's presence before the regular expression is matched. Positive look behind. The analysis of the preceding character's presence before the regular expression is matched symbol, less or equal. Positive material identification. The process of ensuring the composition of a material, especially a metal alloy, meets specifications and standards by determining its elemental composition. Positive measure. A function whose domain is a sigma algebra, whose codomain is 0, and which is countably additive. Positive measures. Plural of positive measure. Positive mental attitude. That philosophy which asserts that having an optimistic disposition in every situation in one's life attracts positive changes and increases achievement. Positive neutralism. Synonym of positive neutrality. Positive neutrality. A friendly and cooperative stance toward other countries or parties while avoiding involvement in any conflicts between them. Positive numbers. Plural of positive number. Positive organ. A small pipe organ designed for portability, common in sacred and secular music between the 10th and 18th centuries. Positive organs. Plural of positive organ. Positive polarity item. A polarity item that only appears in an affirmative positive licensing context. Positive polarity items. Plural of positive polarity item. Positive punk. Gothic rock. Positive recurrence. The quality of being positive recurrent. Positive recurrent. Recurrent with finite expected return time. Positive reinforcement. The giving of encouragement to a person who exhibits a particular behavior with the result that such behavior is repeated. Positive sense. Referring to an RNA strand that can serve directly as messenger RNA and be transcribed into DNA. Positive side waterproofing. An application where the waterproofing systems and source of hydrostatic pressure are on the same side of the structural element. Positive side waterproofings. Plural of positive side waterproofing. Positive statement. A statement concerning what is, was, or will be, based on empirical evidence. Positive statements. Plural of positive statement. Positive thinking. Focusing on thoughts of success as a strategy for achievement. Positive transfer. The successful use by a language learner of a construct from the learner's source language in the target language, such that the resulting utterance in the target language is correct. Positive transfers. Plural of positive transfer. Positive transition. One of 4 archetypal dramatic structures of commercials, characterized by an emotionally neutral beginning with an enormous leap in positive emotions generated by seeing the branded product in use. Positive zero. A sign magnitude representation of 0 in which the sign bit indicates a positive number. Positive zeros. Plural of positive zero. Positive zeros. Plural of positive zero. Positive definite. Set of a real, square matrix, that the product of it with a column vector on its right side and the transpose of that column vector on its left side is greater or equal to 0, only equaling 0 if the vector itself is 0. Positive edge trigger, describing a circuit or component that changes its state only when an input signal becomes high. Positive sum, pertaining to a game or situation where overall benefits to all participants can increase. Positively, in a positive manner. Positiveness, the quality of being positive, positivity. Positivenesses, plural of positiveness. Positive, comparative form of positive. More positive. Positives, plural of positive. Positive-s, superlative form of positive, most positive. Positivism, a doctrine that states that the only authentic knowledge is scientific knowledge, and that such knowledge can only come from positive affirmation of theories through strict scientific method, refusing every form of metaphysics. Positivisms, plural of positivism. Positivist, a believer in positivism. Positivistic, of or pertaining to positivism. Positivistically, in a positivistic manner. Positivists, plural of positivists. Positivities, plural of positivity. Positivity, the condition of being positive in all senses. Positivism, optimism. Positivity effect, the cognitive ability to analyze a failure constructively and develop positive feedback to improve in the future. Positivity effects, plural of positivity effect. Positivity rate, the percentage of people who have tested positive out of all of those who have been tested for a given pathogen. Positivity rates, plural of positivity rate. Positivization, the act or the result of positivizing. Positivizations, plural of positivization. Positivize, to make positive or to emphasize a positive aspect. Positon, a positron, especially when compared with a negaton. Positone, of a particular kind of eigenvalue problem involving a nonlinear function on the reals that is continuous, positive, and monotone. Positons, plural of positon. Positor, alternative form of positor. Positors, plural of positor. Positration, limited slip differential. Positrino, a hypothetical positively charged particle similar to a neutrino. Positrinos, plural of positrino. Positroid, a matroid of a real matrix with non-negative maximal minors. Positroids, plural of positroid. Positron, the antimatter equivalent of an electron, having the same mass but a positive charge. Positron emission tomographies, plural of positron emission tomography. Positron emission tomography, a medical imaging technique which detects the gamma rays produced by positrons emitted from injected radionuclides. Positron emission tomography, alternative form of positron emission tomography. Positronium, plural of positronium. Positronic, of or pertaining to positrons. Positronium, an exotic atom, specifically an onium consisting of a positron anti-electron and an electron as a particle-anti-particle bound pair with no nucleus. Positronium hydride, a molecule of the form PSH, where PS is an exotic atom positronium and H is a normal atom hydrogen. Positroniums, plural of positronium. Positrons, plural of positron. Pods, plural of posit. Positura, a stroke added to a medieval punctus, a punctuation mark created by addition of such a stroke. Pository, plural of positura. Positure, obsolete form of posture. Positures, plural of positure. Positively, and absolutely. See absolutely, positively. POSIX, acronym of Portable Operating System Interface, a set of IEEE standards designed to provide application portability between Unix variants. POSIX time, synonym of Unix time. POSIX times, plural of POSIX time. POSCAM, a county of Kashmir Prefecture, Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. POSCAM, to make an official ruling or decision. POSCAM, plural of POSIC. POSMA, plural. POSMA, plural of POSMA. POSA, abbreviation of position. Poznanian, of or relating to the Polish city of Poznan. Poznanians, plural of Poznanian. Pozner, a surname from German. Poznera, of or relating to Richard Posner, born 1939, American jurist and economist. Pozners, plural of Posner. Posnet, a little basin, a poriner, a skillet. Posnet, plural of posnet. Posnet, a cooking pot or saucepan. Posnets, plural of posnet. Posjaki, a particular mineral containing copper, sulfur, hydrogen, and oxygen. Possums, plural of possum. Poso, synonym of Pam monolanguage. Pozo Park, a census-designated place in Tulare County, California, United States. Posobike, a surname from Polish. Posobikes, plural of posobike. Poso, alternative form of puzzle. Puzzles, plural of puzzle. Posologic, of or pertaining to posology. Posological. Posological, of or pertaining to posology. Posologically, in terms of posology. Posologies, plural of posology. Posologist, one who studies posology. Posologists, plural of posologists. Posology, the study of the dosages of drugs, especially the determination of appropriate dosages. Absolutely, positively, and absolutely. Oscillite, a positive electrolyte. Oscillites, plural of oscillite. Hospital, a surname from Czech. Hospitals, plural of hospital. Hospaviroid, any viroid in the family Hospaviroidae. Hospaviroids, plural of hospaviroid. Hospavirus, any viroid of the family Hospaviroidae. Hospaviruses, plural of hospavirus. Hospolide, a former militia in the Kingdom of Poland and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, consisting of the gentry, which was summoned to defend the country in the event of an invasion. Hospolites, plural of hospolite. Hoscom, plural of posuk. Hus, plural of POS. Hus, alternative form of pos. Hus, abbreviation of possessive form. Asa, plural of possum. Asi, a group or company of people, originally, especially one having hostile intent, a throng, a crowd. Posse comitatus, the able-bodied men over 15 in a given county who can be summoned by the sheriff to help keep the peace, or arrest a felon, also a group of men so gathered. Pos, simple past and past participle of pos. Possaman, a male member of a posse. Possaman, plural of possaman. Possentry, possumwood. Posser, a tool for possing, or agitating laundry in a tub. It usually takes the form of L shape or a circular plate with poles and vertical handle attached at the center. Possers, plural of posser. Pause, plural of pos. Azap, misspelling of possession. Alas, to have something as or as if as an owner, to have, to own. Possess, simple past and past participle of possess. Possessa, plural of possessum. Possessable, that can be possessed. Possess, simple past and past participle of possess. Possessedly, so as to be possessed. Possessness, the quality of being possessed. Possessing, verb complement in some languages or some constructions of a given language, the noun which is possessed. Possesses, plural of possessi. Possessor, alternative form of possessor. Possessors, plural of possessor. Possesses, third person singular simple present indicative of possess. Possesses, second person singular simple present indicative of possess. Possessa, third person singular simple present indicative of possess. Possessing, present participle and gerund of possess. Possessingly, in a possessing manner. Possessingness, the property of possessing something, state of possession. Possession, control or occupancy of something for which one does not necessarily have private property rights. Possession arrow, an arrow that determines which side possesses the ball in cases where it is otherwise unclear. In such cases, possession of the ball is awarded to the team that is moving in the direction of the possession arrow on offense. Possession arrows, plural of possession arrow. Possession is 9 points of the law. Dated form of possession is 9/10 of the law. Possession is 9/10 of the law. One who has possession of a thing has some right to it. A popular statement of the doctrine of adverse possession. Possession with intent to supply, The criminal offense of being in possession of an illegal drug with the intent to deal or otherwise supply it to another person, typically by being in possession of a quantity sufficiently large that it is implausible to claim that it is for personal use under the circumstances. Possession with the intent to supply. Alternative form of possession with intent to supply. Possession. No. Relating to possession. Possessional adjective. An adjective indicating that a noun is in possession of or has the quality of some other noun, usually formed in English by the affixation of the suffix ed, full, y, whose, able, yule, ish, are, or esque, or the suffix oid like to the noun being possessed. Possessional adjectives. Plural of possessional adjective. Possessionalism. A worldview focusing on the acquisition of material possessions. Possessionary. Of or pertaining to possession. Possession Vegra. A village in the commune of Ferrara province, Emilia-Romagna, Italy. Possession. Simple past and past participle of possession. Possessor. A possessor. A holder of property. Possessioners. Plural of possession. Possessioning. Present participle and gerund of possession. Possessionism. The tendency to expand one's ownership of property without regard for its ethical implications. Possessionist. A proponent of possessionism. Possessionistic. Pertaining to possessionism. Possessionists. Plural of possessionists. Possessionless. The state or condition of having no possessions. Possessions. Plural of possession. Possessible. Of or pertaining to the possessive case. Possessive. Of or pertaining to ownership or possession. Possessive adjective. An adjective expressing possession. Possessive adjectives. Plural of possessive adjective. Possessive case. Case used to express direct possession, ownership, origin, etc. Though similar in many ways to the genitive case, it is not always the same. Languages that have the possessive case include English and Quenya. Possessive cases. Plural of possessive case. Possessive determiner. A determiner used to demonstrate the possession of the object referenced by the following noun. In English, they include mine, his, her, our, your, its, and their. Possessive determiners. Plural of possessive determiner. Possessive pronoun. A pronoun which expresses possession. Possessive pronouns. Plural of possessive pronoun. Possessive suffix. A suffix that indicates possession occurs in some Uralic, Turkic, Semitic, and Indo-European languages. Possessive suffixes. Plural of possessive suffix. Possessively. In a possessive manner. Possessiveness. The quality of being possessive. Possessive. Plural of possessive. Possessivity. The quality of being possessive indicating ownership, possession, origin, etc. Possessor. Agent noun of possess. One who possesses. Possessoress. A female possessor. Possessoriness. The quality of being possessory. Possessors. Plural of possessor. Possessorship. The state of possessing something. Possession. Possessory. Of. Pertaining to. Having or arising from possession. Possessor. Obsolete form of possessor. Possessors. Plural of possessor. Possess. Simple past and past participle of possess. Possessum. Something which is possessed. Possessums. Plural of possessum. Possess. Simple past and past participle of possess. Posset, a beverage composed of hot milk curdled by some strong infusion, such as wine. Possette, simple past and past participle of posset. Possetting, the regurgitation of milk after feeding in newborn babies. Possess, plural of posset. Possuomen, a female member of a posse. Possibility, plural of possibilium. Possibilism, the belief that possible things exist as well as actual things. Possibilism, plural of possibilism. Possibilis, someone who advocates possibilism, the position that things do not need to actually exist in order to have properties. Possibilistic, of pertaining to or derived using possibility. Possibilis, plural of possibilis. Possibilitate, to make possible. Possibilitative, simple past and past participle of possibilitate. Possibilitates, third person singular simple present indicative of possibilitate. Possibilitating, present participle and gerund of possibilitate. Possibilities, plural of possibility. Possibilities of reverter, plural of possibility of reverter. Possibility, the quality of being passable. Possibility of reverter, where a grantor of an estate in land has created a fee simple determinable a condition on the grant which would give the grantor the right to reclaim ownership of the property, the grantor's remaining interest in the property. Possibilium, something that is possible. Possible, able but not certain to happen, neither inevitable nor impossible. Possible world, a world conceived in the imagination of persons and concluded to be metaphysically and logically possible because it can be so conceived. Possible worlds, plural of possible world. Possibleness, quality of being passable. Possible, comparative form of possible, more possible. Possibles, plural of possible. Possibles bag, a hunter's day bag of highly varying designs and materials, but usually a kind of a satchel intended for carrying whatever small gear is necessary for the day's hunt. Possibles bags, plural of possibles bag. Possible sack, a bag carried by American frontiersmen, containing daily tools and personal items. See possibles bag. Possibilist, superlative form of possible, most possible. Possibly, misspelling of possibly. Possibilities, misspelling of possibilities. Possibly, perhaps, indicates that the proposition may be true is not certainly false regardless of any facts or circumstances known to, stated by or implied by the speaker. Posse, a firing position. Posses, plural of posse. Postle Park, an inner suburb of the city of Glasgow, Scotland, north of the city centre Westgrid Ref NS 5968. Passing, present participle and gerund of pass. Puzzled, abbreviation of person of the opposite sex sharing living quarters. Puzzled, plural of puzzled. Possum, abbreviation of possession. Possums, plural of posson. Possum, invalid for ceremonial or official purposes. Possum, a possum, a marsupial of the family Deadly of the Americas. Possum bellies, plural of possum belly. Possum belly, a makeshift compartment underneath a wagon. Possum pie, a pie made with vanilla pudding, cream cheese, chocolate custard, and sour cream. Possumed, simple past and past participle of possum. Possum-aw. Deciduous holly, Ilex decidua. Possuming. Present participle and gerund of possum. Possum-like. Resembling a possum or some aspect of it. Possums. Plural of possum. Possumwood. Any of a few species or of the wood of such trees. Post. Acronym of Power on Self-Test. Post. A common name often in combination for a newspaper or periodical, such as the Washington Post or the New York Post. Post and pair is 16th century English gambling card game. Post-baccalaureate. Alternative spelling of post-baccalaureate. Post-back. Alternative form of post-bag. Post-bags. Plural of post-bag. Post-box. A box in which post can be left by sender to be picked up by courier or postman postal worker. Post-boxes. Plural of post-box. Post-boy. Alternative form of post-boy. Post-boys. Plural of post-boy. Post-captain. Alternative form of post-captain. Post-captains. Plural of post-captain. Postcard. Dated form of postcard. Postcards. Plural of postcard. Post-chaise. An enclosed horse-drawn carriage with 4 wheels used to transport mail and passengers. Post-chaises. Plural of post-chaise. Postcode. Alternative form of postcode. Postcodes. Plural of postcode. Postconception. Alternative form of postconception. Postcount. The number of messages is written by a user on an internet forum or message board. Postcounts. Plural of postcount. Post-COVID. Synonym of long COVID. Post-day. The day on which the post is to be collected or delivered. Post-days. Plural of post-day. Post-factum. After the fact. After the focus of an activity has already occurred. Post-festum. After the fact. Too late. Post-game. Alternative form of post-game. Post-games. Plural of post-game. Post-hanger. A bearing for a revolving shaft adapted to be fastened to a post. Post-hangers. Plural of post-hanger. Post-haste. Alternative form of post-haste. Post-hoc. After the fact. Post-hocs. Plural of post-hoc. Post-horn. A type of brass horn used to signal the arrival or departure of a post-rider or mail coach. Post-horns. Plural of post-horn. Post-horse. Alternative spelling of post-horse. Post-horses. Plural of post-horse. Post-house. Alternative form of post-house. Post-ladies. Plural of post-lady. Post-lady. A female postal worker. Post-married. Afternoon in the afternoon. Post-mill. A form of windmill constructed so that the whole building rests on a vertical axis firmly fastened to the ground. It is capable of being turned as the direction of the wind varies. Post-mills. Plural of post-mill. Post-mold. An infilled soil cavity interpreted to be the result of a human-made post that was once embedded in the ground. Post-molds. Plural of post-mold. Post-mortem. After that. Postmortem auctorus, after the death date of the author of a work. Postmortems, plural of postmortem. Postnote, a note issued by a bank, payable at some future specified time, as distinguished from a note payable on demand. Postnotes, plural of postnote. Postnut clarity, alternative form of postnut clarity. Post oak, a tree of the species Quercus stellata family Fagaceae, native to North America. Post oak bluff, a type of bluff in no-limit poker, where a player bets a small amount to suggest that he or she has a strong hand and would like to be called. Post oak bluffs, plural of post oak bluff. Post oaks, plural of post oak. Post ob item, after that. Post off, to send away through the postal service to mail. Post office, a place, building, office, shop, or counter concerned with the business of delivering letters, post or mail, and selling stamps, etc. Post office box, a uniquely addressable lockable box located on the premises of a post office that may be hired as collection point for mail. Post office boxes, plural of post office box. Post office order, alternative form of post office order. Post office orders, plural of post office order. Post offices, plural of post office. Post parade, the movement of the horses from the paddock to the starting gate post, past the grandstands. Post position, an individual horses or dogs stall at the starting gate from which the race is begun. Post positions, plural of post position.
Here we go.
Post prison, the prison of a regimental post. Post prisons, plural of post prison. Post rider, alternative form of post rider. Post riders, plural of post rider. Post rock, alternative spelling of post rock. Post romantic, alternative spelling of post romantic. Postscript, alternative spelling of postscript. Postscript, plural of postscriptum. Postscripts, plural of postscript. Postscriptum, alternative form of postscriptum. Postscriptums, plural of postscriptum. Post the coal, to lay money on a contest. Post time, the time of day when a race is scheduled to begin. Post times, plural of post time. Post town, a locality for the purpose of classifying postal mail by delivery area. Post towns, plural of post town. Post-traumatic stress disorder, alternative form of post-traumatic stress disorder. Post up, to affix a notice, announcement, etc. to a post, board, wall, or the like. Post, after, later. Post accelerate, to accelerate an electron or other subatomic particle after it is deflected in a magnetic field. Post accelerated, simple past and past participle of post accelerate. Post accelerates, third person singular simple present indicative of post accelerate. Post accelerating, present participle and gerund of post accelerate. Post acute,
Invincible.
alternative form of post acute. Post acute sequel of COVID-19, synonym of long COVID. Post Adamic, alternative letter case form of post Adamic. Post affiliation, after an affiliation. Post alveolar, alternative spelling of post alveolar. Post anarchism, any of a number of anarchist theories emphasizing post-structuralist and post-modernist views. Post-anarchists of supporting, relating to, or advocating post-anarchism. Post-anarchists, plural of post-anarchists. Post-apocalypse, alternative spelling of post-apocalypse. Post-apocalypses, plural of post-apocalypse. Post-apocalyptic, after the apocalypse. Post-authoritarian, after an especially authoritarian social order. Post-back, flipping of post-baccalaureate. Post-back, flipping of post-baccalaureate. Post-baccalaureate, alternative spelling of post-baccalaureate. Post-bellum, alternative spelling of post-bellum. Post-blackness, alternative form of post-blackness. Post-bop, a style of jazz derived from hard bop, but influenced by more traditional jazz styles like swing. Post-box, alternative spelling of post-box. Post-boxes, plural of post-box. Post-Brexit, referring to the time after the UK leaves the EU. Post-build, after the build step that creates an executable program from source code. Post-capitalism, alternative spelling of post-capitalism. Post-capitalist, alternative spelling of post-capitalist. Post-capitalists, plural of post-capitalists. Post-captain, a captain of the 18th or 19th century Royal Navy in command of a vessel, with his subsequent promotions almost always determined by seniority rather than merit or ability. Post-captains, plural of post-captain. Postcard, alternative form of postcard. Post-catheterization, alternative form of post-catheterization. Post-catheterization, after a catheterization. Post-Catholic, pertaining to a society where Catholic values are no longer relevant. Post-chaste, alternative form of post-chaste. Post-chased, inflection of post-chaste. Post-chases, plural of post-chase. Post-chasing, simple past and past participle of post-chase. Post-cholecystectomy, alternative form of post-cholecystectomy. Post-chorus, a section that appears after the chorus. Post-circumcision, alternative form of post-circumcision. Post-classical, alternative spelling of post-classical. Post-coital, alternative form of post-coital. Post-colonial, alternative form of post-colonial. Post-colonialism, alternative spelling of post-colonialism. Post-Columbian, referring to the cultures of the American continent after the European influence, specifically to the era after the continent was visited by Christopher Columbus. Post-combat, alternative form of post-combat. Post-communist, alternative spelling of post-communist. Post-con depression, a feeling of depression and loneliness that follows after attending a fun convention. Post-conception, alternative form of post-conception. Post-conciliar, alternative form of post-conciliar. Post-conciliar, alternative form of post-conciliar. Post-concussion syndrome, a syndrome where the effects of a concussion extend well beyond the normal time period. Post-concussion syndromes, plural of post-concussion syndrome. Post-concussive, alternative form of post-concussive. Post-concussive syndrome, Synonym of post-concussion syndrome. Post-concussive syndromes. Plural of post-concussive syndrome. Post-COVID. Alternative letter case form of post-COVID. Post-COVID. After the COVID-19 pandemic. Post-COVID syndrome. Synonym of long COVID. Post-COVID-19 condition. Synonym of long COVID. Post-COVID-19 syndrome. Synonym of long COVID. Post-viol. Alternative form of post-viol. Post-creole continuum. Plural of post-creole continuum. Post-creole continuum. A situation wherein a Creole language consists of a spectrum of varieties between those most and least similar to the superstrate language. Post-crime. Alternative form of post-crime. Post-crystallization. Alternative form of post-crystallization. Post-crystallization. After a crystallization.
Here we go.
Post-cubist. An artist who works in a style of art that developed from cubism. Post-cubists. Plural of post-cubists. Post-date. Alternative form of post-date. Post-dated. Simple past and past participle of post-date. Post-dates. Plural of post-date. Post-dating. Present participle and gerund of post-date. Post-decrement. A decrement operation that takes place after evaluation of the expression that contains the variable being decremented. Post-decremented. Simple past and past participle of post-decrement. Post-decrementing. Present participle and gerund of post-decrement. Post-decrements. Plural of post-decrement. Post-democracies. Plural of post-democracy. Post-democracy. A society where democratic procedure is only superficially relevant. Post-democratic. Pertaining to a society where democratic procedure is only superficially relevant. Post-digital. Alternative form of post-digital. Post-disaster. Alternative spelling of post-disaster. Post-disco. A genre of dance music formulated in the late 1900s. 70s, after a backlash against disco. Post-Dobbs, after the decision of Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization 2022, holding that abortion is not a constitutional right in the United States. Post-doc, alternative form of post-doc. Post-docs, plural of post-doc. Post-donation, alternative form of post-donation. Post-dubstep, a range of musical styles that have been influenced by UK dubstep. Post-dynastic, after the dynasties. Post-entry, plural of post-entry. Post-entry, an additional entry of merchandise at a custom house. Post-epidemic, alternative spelling of post-epidemic. Post-exposure prophylaxis, plural of post-exposure prophylaxis. Post-exposure prophylaxis, a form of prevention, usually medication, taken after exposure or probable exposure to a pathogen, preventing development of disease after such exposure, especially as against HIV. Post-factual, synonym of post-truth. Post-fascism, alternative spelling of post-fascism. Post-fascism, alternative spelling of post-fascism. Post-fascist, alternative spelling of post-fascist. Post-fascist, alternative spelling of post-fascist. Post-feminism, alternative spelling of post-feminism. Post-finasteride syndrome, a cluster of symptoms characterized by sexual, neurological, hormonal, and psychological side effects that persist in males who have taken finasteride. Post-fine, a duty paid to the king by the cognizee in a fine of lands when the same was fully passed, the king's silver. Post-fines, plural of post-fine. Post-Fordism, the dominant economic system following Fordism in most industrialized countries. Post-foundational, alternative form of post-foundational. Post-foundationalism, alternative form of post-foundationalism. Post-foundationalist, alternative form of post-foundationalist. Post-foundationally, alternative form of post-foundationally. Post-free, supply by post-mail to a customer without an additional charge for postage. Post-ganglionic, alternative form of post-ganglionic. Post-gasm, alternative spelling of post-gasm. Post-gasms, plural of post-gasm. Postgraduate, alternative form of postgraduate. Post-grad, subsequent to Gregory, Georgia, a 1976 legal case that reaffirmed the United States Supreme Court's acceptance of the use of the death penalty in the United States. Post-grunge, a genre of grunge music influenced by pop music and heavy metal. Post-hardcore, alternative form of post-hardcore. Post-haste, alternative spelling of post-haste. Post-historical, alternative spelling of post-historical. Post-Homeric, after Homer. Post-horn, alternative form of post-horn. Post-horns, plural of post-horn. Post-horse, alternative spelling of post-horse. Post-horses, plural of post-horse. Post-hospitalization, alternative form of post-hospitalization. Post-hospitalization, alternative form of post-hospitalization. Post-house, after one's time in the House, typically the House of Representatives. Post-house, alternative form of post-house. Post-human, alternative form of post-human. Post-humanism, alternative spelling of post-humanism. Post-humanisms, plural of post-humanism. Post-humans, plural of post-human. Posthumous, alternative form of posthumous. Posthumously, alternative spelling of posthumously. Post-hyperventilation, after a hyperventilation. Post-ideological, alternative spelling of post-ideological. Post-impressionism, alternative spelling of post-impressionism. Post-impressionisms, plural of post-impressionism. Post-increment, an increment operation that takes place after evaluation of the expression that contains the variable being incremented. Post-incremented, simple past and past participle of post-increment. Post-incrementing, present participle and gerund of post-increment. Post-increments, plural of post-increment. Post-industrialization, alternative form of post-industrialization. Post-industrialization, alternative form of post-industrialization. Post-internet, alternative spelling of post-internet. Post-ironic, exhibiting or relating to post-irony. Post-ironies, plural of post-irony. Post-irony, a state in which earnest and ironic intents become muddled. Post-it, a post-it note. Post-it note, a small piece of paper with an adhesive strip on one side. Post-it notes. Plural of post-it note. Post-its. Plural of post-it. Post-judgment. After a judgment. Post-juvenile. Pertaining to the developmental stage immediately following the juvenile period. Post-juveniles. Plural of post-juvenile. Post-kinetic. Following destructive warfare. Post-left. Designating a form of anarchism that aims to move away from traditional leftism. Post-liberal. Alternative spelling of post-liberal. Post-liberalism. Alternative spelling of post-liberalism. Post-liberals. Plural of post-liberal. Post-lingual deafness. Deafness contracted after acquiring a first language. Post-Marxism. A trend in philosophy and social theory based on Marxism, but countering derivationism and essentialism. For example, it does not see the state as an instrument that functions unambiguously and autonomously on behalf of the interests of a given class. Post-Marxists, of or relating to post-Marxism. Post-Marxists, plural of post-Marxists. Post-match. Happening after a match. Post-medieval. Alternative form of post-medieval. Post-medieval. Alternative form of post-medieval. Post-metal. A genre of modern music influenced by heavy metal but often focusing more on atmosphere. Post-micturition convulsion syndrome. The presence of shivering during or after urination. Post-micturition syncope. Synonym of micturition syncope. Post-midnight. Alternative form of post-midnight. Post-millennial. Alternative spelling of post-millennial. Post-millennials. Synonym of generation Z. Post-millennials. Plural of post-millennial. Post-moderation. The practice of moderating comments after they appear online, with the goal of removing the publication of offensive or dangerous material while allowing discussions to occur in real time. Postmodern. Alternative form of postmodern. Postmonarchic. Occurring after the monarchy's end. Postmortem. Alternative spelling of postmortem. Postmortems. Plural of postmortem. Post-Muslim. Pertaining to a society where Muslim values are no longer relevant. Post-Muslims. Plural of post-Muslim. Post-nasal drip. The accumulation in the throat or back of the nose of excessive mucus produced by the sinuses. Post-nasal drips. Plural of post-nasal drip. Postnatal. Synonym of postpartum. Postnatal depression. Alternative spelling of postnatal depression. Post-Nicene. After the First Council of Nicaea in 325 AD. Post-nominal. That are placed after a name. Post-nominal letters. Letters that are placed after a person's name to indicate that the individual holds an academic degree, accreditation, office, etc. Post-noun. Alternative form of post-noun. Post-nouns. Plural of post-noun. Post-nup. Alternative form of post-nup. Post-nups. Plural of post-nup. Post-nut clarity. The brief sense of calm and mental acuity experienced by a person after ejaculation. Post-ovid. A bond in which the obligor, in consideration of having received a certain sum of money, binds himself to pay a larger sum, on unusual interest, on the death of some specified individual from whom he has expectations. Post-obits. Plural of post-obit. Post-object art. Conceptual art. Post office. Archaic form of post office. Post office box. Alternative form of post office box and P.O. box. Post office boxes. Plural of post office box. Post office order. Synonym of postal order. Post office orders. Plural of post office order. Post offices. Plural of post office. Post-op. Happening after an operation. Post-operative. Alternative spelling of post-operative. Post-operatively. Alternative form of post-operatively. Post-ops. Plural of post-op. Post-oral. Alternative spelling of post-oral. Post-order. Alternative spelling of post-order. Post-ovulation. Pertaining to the period immediately after ovulation. Post-pay. Alternative spelling of post-pay. Post-Panamax. Larger than Panamax. Describe ships that exceed the maximum dimensions of a Panamax ship. Post-pandemic. Alternative form of post-pandemic. Postpartum. Pertaining to the period immediately after childbirth. Postpartum depression. Alternative spelling of postpartum depression. Postpartum. Postpartum. Post-party. Alternative form of post-party. Post-BC. After the decline of the personal computer in favor of mobile devices. Post-phenomenological. Alternative form of post-phenomenological. Post-phenomenologically. Alternative form of post-phenomenologically. Post-phenomenology. Alternative form of post-phenomenology. Post-phlebitic. Alternative form of post-phlebitic. Post-phlebitic syndrome. Alternative form of post-phlebitic syndrome. Postmodernism. A wide-ranging set of developments in critical theory, philosophy, architecture, art, literature, and culture which are emerging from and reacting to postmodernism. Postmodernists of or pertaining to postmodernism. Postscript. An addendum added after a postscript. Postscript. Plural of postscript. Postprandial. Alternative form of postprandial. Post-processing. Alternative form of post-processing. Post-production. The stages of film or audio production happening between the actual filming or recording and the completed product. Post-productions. Plural of post-production. Post-punk. A rock music genre that followed punk rock and was more artistic